Part 2. I am only an 8-year-old child, but I have shown extraordinary magical abilities in life. Not only can I be like a duck in water in the field of financial management, accurately control the trend of funds, bring rich wealth to the family, and solve economic problems. Moreover, in a busy playground, I can stand up at the critical moment and save a strange girl. I thought these achievements were amazing, but I didn't expect that this was just the beginning. With the arrival of the mysterious girl, my life has changed again. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. After getting up, I came to my motherly Xiaoshu and asked, Mom, how is the recent financial management income? I forgot to check, but the time is almost up. Today I plan to sell all the funds I bought before. The price of gold should fall. I have made 130,000 yuan, which is more than your father's annual salary. Li Xiaoshu said with a smile. Every day, I look at the reminder of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan on the bank card. I am so happy that I almost fly in place. Wife, it hurts. Dad sat on the sofa with a black face, drinking soy milk by himself, feeling a little embarrassed. Because there is really no way to refute. He earns 6,000 yuan a month, and he works hard all year round to make only 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. It's not even as much as I'm making a week. It's okay. You gave birth to him. No matter how much money he makes, he is still your son. Other families are dependent on their parents, but our son can be independent at the age of 8. Just be happy. I asked my mother for the 400,000 yuan in her bank card. My mother was shocked and asked me how I knew she had so much money. I was speechless for a moment and fell into an embarrassing situation. At this time, my brother Yunluo actually revealed that I used the money in my mother's WeChat to buy hero skins. I was stunned and felt that I had dug a big hole for myself and couldn't climb out. My mother questioned me, and I hurriedly admitted my mistake, thinking that I was about to be beaten. But unexpectedly, my mother took out a bank card from behind and put it in my palm. Now, the price of gold is about to fall, but Matai, Yunnan Baiyao, etc. have different development trends. With this ability, I decisively invested 630,000 yuan in Yunnan Baiyao, looking forward to a huge surprise. 630,000 yuan is a huge fortune for an 8-year-old child. But I was not overwhelmed by this wealth. I knew that this was just a new starting point in my life. I thought this was shocking enough, but I didn't expect a series of unexpected things to happen in the amusement park. That day, my brother Yunluo and I went to the amusement park together. It should have been a happy time, but it turned into a dramatic adventure. Brother Yunluo was looking forward to interacting with the four beauties. He was so excited that it seemed as if the whole world was under his control. However, reality gave him a heavy blow. He was left aside, no one cared, and I became a tool for taking pictures. After riding the pirate ship, I thought I would continue to have fun, but an accident occurred when riding the roller coaster. Xia Shering was injured, and everyone was panicked. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's face was full of fear and worry. Just when everyone was about to call 120, I confidently stood up and said that I could bandage the wound. My words stunned everyone. They looked at me, an 8-year-old child, with incredible eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. How could an 8-year-old child bandage a wound? But I ignored their doubts. I knew I could do it. I asked the staff for iodine. That technique not only amazed the onlookers, but also made the professional medical staff feel inferior. I thought this small achievement would be the highlight of the day, but I didn't expect that greater challenges would follow. When we were happily preparing to play the big pendulum, we found that something had happened. I squeezed into the crowd and saw the girl who had passed by me lying on the ground. The old man next to her looked helpless, and the middle-aged man was struggling on the edge of collapse. Seeing the girl lying on the ground with a worse and worse complexion, I squatted down without hesitation. Check the girl's physical condition. Excessive shock caused sudden cardiac arrest. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation must be performed immediately. I said loudly, Uncle, do you know how to perform artificial respiration? I said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was about to speak. Forget it, let me do it. As soon as the voice fell, I took a deep breath and sent it to the girl's lips. After doing artificial respiration several times, I asked again, Uncle, can you perform CPR? The middle-aged man was about to speak. Forget it, let me do it. As soon as the voice fell, I pressed my hands on the girl's. Chapter 55. Routine has always won people's hearts. Soon a miracle happened. The girl's eyes moved slightly, and her fingers tapped the ground lightly. The tourists around all widened their eyes. their faces full of disbelief. They could never have imagined that a little boy who was only 8 years old could actually wake someone up. Various shock values kept pouring into my mind, but I had no time to pay attention to them. My sister Yunluo and her friends were also stunned by my actions. They were all wondering, where did I learn these skills? After all, our parents are just ordinary office workers and have no time to teach me these things. But at that moment, saving people was the most important thing, and I had no time to explain. After the girl woke up, she looked at me with a puzzled look on her face. I simply said, "The one who saved you," and stood up. Seeing the girl being held tightly in her father's arms and listening to their conversation, I was relieved. The tourists praised me one after another, but I didn't care. I just wanted to continue to enjoy this day's play. However, my sister and her friends admired me so much that the four beauties took turns to hold me in their arms, which made me a little helpless. I never thought that my act of saving people would cause such a big response. After that, we went to do the big pendulum together, listening to their screams, feeling the thrill and joy. After the end, after a thrilling high-altitude exercise, I want to drink milk tea. I want to drink it too. In this way, the four beautiful girls pulled me to the milk tea house. Milk tea can be said to be the favorite of girls. It can also be said to be a good medicine for boys. When dating a girl, if you want to save money and pick up girls, take her to drink milk tea. 1 cup is not enough. 2 cups are enough. There will always be a time when you are full. After drinking, you save money on meals and have room money. Then it's time to eat. Since a cup of milk tea can take you to explore the deep and dark world, why go to a high-end restaurant to show off? Although not thick, it is very strong. After sitting down, Shengwan Feier suddenly said something that everyone was surprised. She actually said that she had seen the father of the little girl who was rescued by me. In an instant, everyone's curiosity was ignited. As Shengwan Feier told the story, we learned that the little girl's father was Xia Jiang, the eldest son of the Xia family, the first family in the Magic City. This news swept everyone present like a storm, including my sister Yunluo and her friends. Everyone was deeply shocked, but I was at a loss for what this so-called first family in the Magic City meant. After learning about the strength of the Xia family, I simply thought they were very powerful, but I never thought about what kind of story was hidden behind it. Then, the episode of drinking milk tea made the atmosphere even more subtle. My simple way of ordering made everyone laugh, but my sister Yunluo's response made the scene awkward for a while. After the game, my sister and her friends were ready to go home, and I, with a heart full of desire for games, decisively called Mao Mao. I couldn't wait to go to the team base to play games. Soon, Mao Mao came to pick me up. It was still early, so we could go to the team base to play a few games. "Hey, Mao Mao, I'm outside the Dream Kingdom amusement park. Come pick me up. I want to go to the base to play," Yun Jung said on the phone. "Okay, wait for me there for a while." Mao Shan hung up the phone directly after saying that. "I'll pick up Yin Jung. You guys play this game first," Mao Shan said to the team members. "The brat is coming again," Nguyen, Wu Ming, and others asked in unison. "Yeah," Mao Shan nodded. After saying hello to the coach, he went out. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived outside the Dream Kingdom amusement park. "Get in the car." Mao Shan rolled down the window and said, "Mao Mao, why are you so nice? You come whenever you call." Yunjung said from the bottom of his heart, "Because I am the captain and you're my team member, I am more than 10 years older than you. Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue of our Chinese nation." Cat God said casually, "Cat, do you think we can win the championship in the spring season?" Yunjung suddenly asked. "If it was in the past, I might say it was very difficult, but now with the addition of a little pervert like you, maybe it will become easier," Cat God said with a smile. Yun Jing's strength in the eyes of Cat God has reached a daunting level. 8-year-old thighs. Although not thick, but very strong. Chapter 57. No, I want to play top lane. After returning to the training base, I thought it would be a daily training as usual. But who would have thought that an unexpected defeat would break this tranquility? When I saw the crystal explode on the S-Star side, my heart sank suddenly, and I looked at Mao Shan. Both of us were stunned. This time the opponent is the EDGM team. Wuhan and Chuchen in the team are both star players, and their strength should not be underestimated. The failure of the first game greatly affected Nguyen's mentality, and Coach Liu decided to change players. At this moment, a strong impulse suddenly surged in my heart, and I longed to play top lane once. When everyone heard this, they all advised me not to make trouble. After all, the top laner on the opposite side was the famous Wuhan, who was a KPL celebrity. But I was like a stubborn little donkey who would not listen to anyone and insisted on playing this position. Wu Ming said with disdain on his face that if I could take advantage of Wu Hin, he would give me the main position. I accepted the bet without hesitation. Seeing this, Xiaojiu hurriedly reminded Wu Ming that I was always sure of winning when I made a bet. But Wu Ming was not willing to admit defeat and insisted on doing so. However, the coach only agreed to let me choose between the two positions of jungler and shooter at the beginning. I suddenly had an idea and remembered that I had helped the coach buy a gold stock fund before, so I threatened the coach with this matter and lured him by telling him what to buy to make money. When the coach heard this, his eyes lit up and he changed his mind on the spot and asked me to play the confrontation road. Chapter 58, Yun Jing's Old Master. Coach, are you serious? Wu Ming asked in a daze. The development of the situation was completely different from what he had expected. Coach, Lu nodded slowly. But why? Wu Ming asked in confusion. Xiaojiu, Maoshin, and others were also confused. I really couldn't understand the coach's deployment of troops. Don't ask, let's start. Coach Lu said casually. The horn of the game sounded, and the lineups of both sides were determined. I resolutely chose Lao Fuzi, and this decision surprised my teammates. Their eyes were full of doubts and worries. But I firmly believe in my choice. Lao Fuzi, this hero forgotten in the corner, will soon shine brightly in my hands. At the beginning of the game, Guan Yu did not appear in front of me as I expected. With my keen intuition, I realized that he might have invaded the jungle. Sure enough, Xiaojiu soon fell into the opponent's anti-jungle dilemma. And I, in the top lane, fully released Lao Fuzi's tower demolition demon nature, and I was very happy. Under my attack, the health of the defense tower dropped rapidly, and soon there was little left. Guan Yu, who was invisible, roamed frequently. Although he got assists, he also lost precious soldiers. Unconsciously, the economic gap between me and him gradually widened, but he didn't seem to care. In his eyes, Lao Fuzi's role in the late-stage team battle was minimal. However, he underestimated my determination and strength. It was not until the 4th minute that the second tower was pushed down by me, and they woke up from their dreams and realized the seriousness of the problem. When Wu Hin finally began to focus on the top lane, he was surprised to find that my economy was already astonishingly high at this time. He was not my opponent at all. As long as he dared to go forward to clear the line, I would not hesitate to pull him over with my first skill and output crazy, so that he could only flee in panic. In desperation, he had to call his teammates. Nakalu went around, and Guan Yu attacked from the front, forming a siege against me. Wu Hin's first skill in the charging state came, but I had expected it, and activated the second skill in advance, moved horizontally for a distance, and cleverly avoided this fatal blow. At this moment, Chuchin's Nakalu appeared. Chapter 59, A Person Alone. At that moment, I knew that this game was destined to be unusual. At the beginning of the game, I resolutely chose Lao Fuzi. The surprised eyes of my teammates shot like sharp arrows, but this could not shake my determination at all. After the opening, with my keen intuition, I noticed that Guan Yu might invade the wild area. Sure enough, Xiaojiu soon fell into trouble. And I, in the top lane, fully released Lao Fuzi's tower-destroying nature. Under my attack, the defensive tower quickly lost blood, as if it was a vulnerable piece of paper. Wu Hin's Guan Yu roamed frequently, and although he got assists, he also lost precious soldiers. Gradually, the economic gap between me and him widened. But he despised the role of Lao Fuzi in the late team battle. But he didn't know that his contempt would bring him a huge blow. It was not until the second tower was pushed down by me that they woke up from their dreams and realized the seriousness of the problem. When Wu Hin shifted his attention to the top lane, he was surprised to find that my economy was already amazingly high at this time. He was no match for me at all. As long as he dared to go forward to clear the line, I would use my first skill to pull him over and deal crazy damage, forcing him to flee. In desperation, he called Nakalu, and the two of them surrounded me. Wu Hin's first skill came, but I had expected it and easily dodged it. They were so angry that they called me Little Brat. Then Nakalu hit me with her first skill and activated her ultimate skill, but I dodged it perfectly with a flash. Then I tied up Nakalu and dealt crazy damage to her instantly. Wu Hin wanted to use Guan Yu's second skill to save his teammates, but it backfired. Not only did I send Nakalu back to the fountain, but I also cleverly dodged Guan Yu's second skill. Finally, I tied up Guan Yu with my ultimate skill and killed him, completing a Tianxia 1-2. My teammates were dumbfounded and shocked. The EDGM team was also unbelievable. Their core players Wuhan and Chuchun were killed by me alone when they were 2 against 1. After I successfully got the double kill, I pushed all the way to the opposite high ground. EDGM, the other 3 people came to support and surrounded me. My teammates reminded me to retreat, but I acted as if I didn't hear them and continued to push the tower calmly. Soon, the high ground was destroyed by me. Not only did I not dodge, but I took the initiative to meet them and fight 3 people alone. Seeing this scene, Wuming, Huahai, and others were all shocked. Shock value from Cat God +1. Could it be that the little brat is deliberately waiting for the 3 people on the opposite side to pass? Cat God said in disbelief. It seems so. Nian nodded heavily. He didn't know where I got the confidence to dare to fight the 3 people on the opposite side alone. Although the double kill just now was shocking. However, 2 against 1 and 3 against 1 are completely different, and the opponent still has 2 core output positions. It will be more difficult to fight. It is basically a miracle to be able to barely replace one. Soon, I met the 3 people on the opposite side. A team battle was about to start. Mao Shin and others wanted to go over to help, but it was too late. The game is about to end. Neo Mo rushed over first and used his second skill to try to knock me away, but I dodged it easily. After entering the range of Jia Luo, although my health was reduced by the arrows, I decisively used my second skill to approach Jia Luo. Seeing this, Ing Zheng used his first skill to stop him, but he didn't know that my real target was him. I made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, and instantly came to Ing Zheng and output crazily, killing him instantly. Then I cleverly dodged Jia Luo's second skill and Neo Mo's ultimate move and got a double kill. Neo Mo wanted to escape but was pulled back by my first skill and got a triple kill. My teammates were shocked. When I was at low health, Wuhan's Guan Yu and Chuchen's Nikalula resurrected and rushed over. But I didn't return to the city, waiting quietly. They were furious and thought I was trampling on their pride. Everyone thought that the low-health Lao Fu Zi would be difficult to fight against Nikalulu and Guan Yu with full health, unless a miracle happened. However, just as they attacked, Eve of Death was triggered, and I felt that they were extremely slow. As soon as Guan Yu's ultimate move arrived, I flashed away. At this moment, I don't know if I can create a miracle again, but I am ready for a desperate battle. At this critical moment, there is no fear in my heart. I know that this battle is not only for victory, but also for proving myself. I want to use my strength to let everyone know that I, Yun Zheng, am not an existence that can be easily ignored. I stared at Guan Yu and Nikalula closely, and every move of theirs was clearly presented in my eyes. I calmly analyzed the situation and looked for the best time to counterattack. Just when Guan Yu rushed over again, I cleverly used the skills of the old master to dodge his attack again. Chapter 61 Pentakill destroys the world. Wuhan's ultimate skill missed. Mao Shun, Wuming, Huahai, Nuoyin, Xiaojiao, all 5 of them looked at me in disbelief. This kid's detailed operation is simply amazing. So detailed that I want to kneel on the ground and worship him. Xiaojiao couldn't help but say, I was so envious. If he could perform such an operation, he could brag about it for at least a year. The scene of Guan Yu's ultimate skill passing by my Lao Fu Zi appeared again and again in the minds of Mao Shun and others. Such an extreme operation has not been performed once or twice. For me, it is like a commonplace, easy to do, and ordinary. At this moment, everyone in the EDGM team remained silent, and a question popped up in their hearts. Will Wuhan's ultimate skill miss? Has the captain's ultimate skill missed? After I flashed to avoid Guan Yu's ultimate skill, I immediately turned around and counterattacked. The first skill, Saint's Admonition, was released, interrupting Guan Yu's passive and pulling Wuhan to his side, beating him up, waka like crazy. The ruler in the hands of the old man flew back and forth, fast as lightning. Guan Yu's health was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. While I was using my normal attack, my peripheral vision was always observing the movements of Nikalula not far away. I felt a little strange. Why hasn't Nikalula come over yet? Hurry up and use your ultimate to attack me. How can I get a pentakill if you don't come over? If Chuchen knew what I was thinking at the moment, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Chuchen didn't move was because when he saw Wuhan's ultimate skill was empty, he hesitated in his heart, so he didn't use his ultimate skill to support her immediately. Guan Yu's health was disappearing quickly, and my peripheral vision was always paying attention to the movements of Nikalulu. Chuchen was actually hesitating and didn't support her immediately. Just as he was hesitating, Wu Hin's Guan Yu died, and the sound of a quad kill resounded throughout the Canyon of Kings. Wu Hin's mentality collapsed. After seeing Guan Yu's death, Chuchen actually used his ultimate to escape on the spot. I chased him all the way, tied up Nikayalu on the high ground, carried the crystal, and output crazily, and got a pentakill. The whole audience fell into silence, and everyone looked at me in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. The EDGM team was cold and deserted, and the air seemed to solidify. They directly initiated surrender, quit the game, and admitted defeat in the third game. I carried the crystal and got a pentakill, and died with honor. Happy times always pass quickly. When night is about to fall, I am leaving again. Chapter 62 topped the hot search list twice. Little brat, how about accepting me as your apprentice? You can name any amount for the tuition. Nguyen walked up to me quickly and asked for advice humbly. My old teacher had completely convinced him just now. He bowed down to me. Brother Nguyen, it's not that I don't want to accept you, but some things can't be taught. I said truthfully, talent is something that can't be taught, and there is also the help of the system. Okay, Nguyen said helplessly. Don't be discouraged, Brother Nguyen. You are already great. I encouraged him. Yeah, Nguyen nodded heavily. You can be my substitute. I said another sentence immediately. Nguyen, Cat, I should go back. I saw that it was getting late, so I said to Cat God, let's go. I'll take you home. Cat God took out the car keys from his pocket. Just then, the phone on the table rang suddenly. Cat God picked up the phone, opened it and took a look, and found that it was a news message. Cat God looked at the phone with an incredible expression on his face. At 9 o'clock today, in the Magic Kingdom amusement park, a little girl was riding a big pendulum. Because of the weightlessness of her body at high altitude, she was too frightened and suffered cardiac arrest. The situation was very critical. The amusement park staff immediately called 120 emergency number, but the nearest hospital to the amusement park also takes 10 minutes to drive, and there are no professional medical staff among the tourists. Just when everyone on the scene was helpless, an 8-year-old boy stood up and used professional first aid skills to successfully wake up the little girl. This incident has attracted widespread attention from the society. Cat God initially thought it was fake news. After all, how could an 8-year-old child have professional first aid skills and stay calm in such an emergency? Hua Hai and Xiaojiu also saw the news and joined the discussion. Everyone was full of curiosity and doubts about this mysterious little boy. At this moment, Cat God suddenly remembered something. This morning when he went to pick me up for the training base, it seemed that he was at the entrance of the Magic Kingdom amusement park in Magic City. A bold guess emerged in his mind. When Maoshin eagerly asked me if I was the 8-year-old boy in the news, Wu Ming, Hua Hai and others all showed puzzled expressions. I admitted it casually, and this answer was like thunder from the blue sky, shocking them speechless. What's the big deal? Isn't it just doing good things without leaving a name? So, the financial prodigy and the medical prodigy are both you? Xiaojiu asked in a daze. What else? I asked back with my head tilted. Xiaojiu. Little brat, where did you learn the medical first aid skills? Maoshin asked curiously. Self-taught. Yun Zheng said to Maoshin. Cat God? He's good at playing games, managing money, and saving other people's lives. The most important thing is that he's only 8 years old. Even novels don't dare to write about him like this, right? Hua Hai said in shock. Okay, you guys can be surprised slowly. I'm leaving. Bye. Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. I waved and pulled Cat God out of the training base. Chapter 63 The neighborhood is full of reporters. Soon, Yun Zheng returned home. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei hadn't gotten off work yet. Only Yun Luo was lying on the sofa, feeling sad. Being a tool for a day was really tiring. Even Yun Zheng felt sorry for his brother. But there was nothing he could do. He had asked for it. Who could he blame? Brother, I'm back, Yun Zheng said loudly. Yun Luo looked at Yun Zheng suspiciously. I've noticed that you've been acting suspiciously in the past few weeks. Every weekend, you go out early and come back late. Tell me what you've been doing. You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, be careful that my mom and I will tell on you. Yun Zheng hesitated and said, I want to play with my classmates. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Yun Luo asked. Sure, of course I'm sure. Brother, how can I lie to you? We're on the same front. Yun Zheng said with a smile. Successfully got away with it. Although Yun Luo was still half believing and half doubting. At night, Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei came back and cooked a table of food. After the family had dinner in harmony, They went back to their rooms to rest. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei were tired all day and worked overtime, so they went to bed early. Yun Luo lay on the bed, tossing and turning. She was very entangled in her heart. Tang Shiying, Li Xinyue, Chu Yao, Shangwan Fair. Which one should she choose? Tang Shiying looks pure, soft and cute, a typical beautiful little loli. It is said that loli has three treasures, a delicate body and a soft body that is easy to push down. But after getting along with each other, Yin Luo found that Tang Shiying really didn't like her. Li Xinyue and Shangwan Fair are both iceberg cold and beautiful, too arrogant, and often keep people away from them. Unless you are sure you can conquer them, there is no chance. And Yin Luo is obviously not qualified. Apart from being able to brag about his younger brother, he can only lick. However, if lickers can be classified, then Yin Luo is definitely the emperor. In ancient times, he would be the greatest emperor of all time. After thinking about it, Yin Luo felt that it would be better to start with Chu Yao, the academic master. After all, girls who like to study are generally more innocent. At this moment, Yun Zheng had already fallen asleep. A figure appeared in his mind involuntarily. It was the little girl he met at the playground. The scenes of artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation were vivid. Soon, the night passed quietly. The next day, it was just 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Xiaoshu pushed open the door of Yun Zheng's bedroom. "Xiao Zheng, get up quickly. There are many reporters waiting to interview you outside." Li Xiaoshu directly lifted Yun Zheng's quilt. Yun Zheng woke up from his sleep in a daze, rubbed his sleepy eyes, raised his head, and asked in confusion, "Reporter uncle and aunt? Interview me?" "Yes, you didn't tell Mom last night that you saved a little girl when you went to the playground. Such a big thing. You can't hide it from me and your dad in the future." Li Xiaoshu blamed. "Mom, I didn't want to hide it from you. I just felt that it was really a trivial matter, so I didn't take it to heart." Yun Zheng pouted and said, "Silly son, this is not a trivial matter. You saved a life and a family. You're a little hero. You are Mom's pride." Li Xiaoshu said happily, "Well, I know, Mom." Yun Zheng nodded slowly. Then he got up, washed, and went out for the interview. At this moment, Yun Zheng's community was surrounded by people. The staff holding cameras and microphones came like a tide. Compared to the last time he was interviewed at school, the scene was much more shocking. At least dozens of media gathered here, vying for attention, because Yun Zheng's deeds have a huge impact on the internet and society. Not only did it promote positive energy, it also conveyed love and mutual assistance. It also raised the 4 words of being brave and doing what is right to a new level. In addition, Yun Zheng was the protagonist of the previous child prodigy financial management incident. He was already at the forefront of public opinion and had absolute topicality. Coupled with the incident at the Magic City amusement park, the impact on society will be even more far-reaching. When Yun Zheng walked out of the community, a huge crowd surrounded him instantly. The entrance of the community was crowded. The neighbors were all shocked. Where have I seen such a scene? All of them were reporters, cameras, and microphones. Those who didn't know would have thought that a star had come outside the community. The security guard took out his baton unprecedentedly. For the first time in his life, he felt that he was maintaining social order and protecting the safety of others. The image instantly became taller. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei even took a day off. "Everyone, come one by one and don't crowd. Today is Sunday, and we have plenty of time. However, can you please make way for the residents living in the community to enter and exit normally?" Yun Lei said to the reporters. When the reporters heard this, they consciously made way for the residents to enter and exit normally. However, with such a big commotion, almost everyone in the community came out to watch. Soon the interview began. "Excuse me, little Yun Zheng, you are only in the 1st grade of elementary school this year. How did you achieve success in both financial management and medicine?" This question is what Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei have always wanted to know. Why did their son become so outstanding? Yun Zheng answered without thinking. "I learned the relevant knowledge of financial management and medical first aid by myself." Self-study, the reporter said in disbelief. Such a difficult thing can be mastered by self-study. What else can this be but a genius? Then, little Yun Zheng, why did you take the initiative to rescue the little girl? Aren't you afraid that if something happens to the little girl, you will have to bear the consequences? The reporter continued to ask. "No accidents will happen. I am absolutely sure that I can save her." And the situation was very urgent at that time, and there was no time to think about these problems. Yun Zheng said truthfully. This was indeed what he thought at the time. Little Yunjung, you are very brave and excellent. I believe that most people can't do it like you. Most of them are likely to stand by and watch. After all, in this society, people are on guard against each other everywhere for fear of getting into trouble. The reporters couldn't help but applaud. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei's faces all showed a strong sense of pride, seeing their sons praised by everyone. Inner pride arises spontaneously. I just did what I wanted to do. I believe that others would do the same. Yun Zheng said to the reporter. After hearing Yun Zheng's words, Yun Luo couldn't help curling her lips and whispered, "Nonsense, who doesn't want to give a girl artificial respiration?" Chapter 64 Summer Night. Little Yun Zheng, I just received news that you have been successfully nominated for the top 10 people who moved Dragon Country this year. A reporter from Tencent News suddenly said excitedly. The surroundings were instantly silent. Reporters from major TV stations all looked at the reporter from Tencent News in disbelief. Soon, all major TV stations received the news one after another. It is true that Yun Zheng was nominated for the annual top 10 people who moved Manhwa. For a time, all the reporters on the scene were shocked by Yun Zheng's achievements and recognition. You know, the nomination of the annual top 10 people who moved Manhwa symbolizes the highest praise for a person. It is said that heroes have emerged from youth since ancient times. I didn't expect that today, this famous saying that has been passed down through the ages has been fulfilled. In 2020, Manhwa gave birth to a young hero. At the age of 8, he was nominated for the top 10 people who moved Manhwa. There is no one before and no one after. Yun Zheng is a role model for contemporary teenagers. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei cried on the spot after hearing the news that their son Yun Zheng was nominated for the annual top 10 people who moved Manhwa. Yun Luo was also stunned in shock. Speechless. Just then, hundreds of luxury cars suddenly drove towards them, all Mercedes-Benz Maybach, extremely luxurious. Soon, they came closer from far away. They stopped in a uniform manner at the gate of the community. This scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Reporters from major TV stations immediately pointed their cameras at the hundreds of luxury cars on the roadside. Yun Zheng, who had just been shortlisted for the top 10 people who moved Manhwa, was instantly not as popular. Yun Zheng. Is it so real? Soon, the reporters began to discuss it. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were shocked. It was obvious that a big shot had arrived. A middle-aged man slowly walked down from the Mercedes-Benz Maybach closest to the gate of the community, and a little girl followed behind him. When the middle-aged man appeared, all the media reporters present couldn't help but take a breath. They were even more shocked than when they just learned that Yun Zheng was shortlisted for the top 10 people who moved Manhwa. Xia family. Xia Jiang, the eldest son of the Xia family, the first family in the Magic City. Why is the Xia family here? Xia Jiang never shows up in public. What is the matter that requires him to show up in person? Is he here for Yunjing too? The middle-aged man was the one who had been guarding the little girl in the playground before. And the little girl following behind Xia Jiang was very unfamiliar to Yun Zheng. Xia Jiang, holding the little girl's hand, came straight to Yun Zheng. The reporters nearby made way. We meet again. I was too anxious before and forgot to introduce myself. I am Xia Jiang. Thank you for saving my beloved daughter. Xia Jiang took the initiative to speak. After hearing this, the reporters nearby couldn't help but take a breath again. Xia Jiang actually took the initiative to say thank you to an 8-year-old child. This is incredible. There are only a handful of people in Manhwa who can make Xia Jiang say thank you. Besides, Yun Zheng actually saved Xia Jiang's daughter. That means the little girl who suffered a cardiac arrest due to excessive shock during the playground rescue incident is Xia Jiang's daughter. Hiss! After learning this, everyone was shocked. This interview was not in vain. One after another, shocking news emerged in an endless stream. Yun Zheng was a little overwhelmed for a moment. After all, it was the first time he met someone with such a strong aura. No, you're welcome, uncle. It's just a small favor. Just then, the little girl who had been hiding behind Xia Zhang suddenly stood up and said to Yun Zheng, "Thank you. I'm Xia Jie." When Yun Zheng saw the little girl appear, he instantly became at a loss. But then he thought, he had already kissed her, so what was there to be afraid of? So he mustered up the courage to say, "Hello, my name is Yun Zheng." Unfortunately, he was defeated as soon as he looked at her. It was so beautiful. Yun Zheng blushed directly. When Xia Jie saw Yun Zheng's little face suddenly turn red, she couldn't help but smile secretly. Her little mouth opened like a crescent moon, and the two dimples on her face were so beautiful that they made people heartbroken. Which school are you from? Xiaojie took the initiative to walk to Yunjing's side and asked with her delicate little face raised. Huiying Primary School. Yunjing said calmly, pretending to be calm and cool. I'm from Duomi Primary School. Xiaojie said with a smile. Yunjing nodded slightly. Duomi Primary School is a veritable aristocratic school, and it is also the #1 primary school in Shanghai. I heard that the tuition alone is tens of thousands per semester. It's more expensive than going to college. It's really a primary school for money. Excuse me, Yunjing, are your parents here? I want to talk to them. Xia Jiang asked. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei have actually been standing by, but they didn't dare to interrupt. After all, the two are just ordinary working-class people, and they have never seen such a scene. They were very nervous. Hello, Mr. Xia. We are Yun Jing's parents. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei saw that the other party asked, and they hurriedly spoke. After hearing this, Xia Jiang turned around and looked at Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei with a rare smile on his face. And he shook hands with Yun Lei. Excuse me, can I come to your house for a visit? Xia Jiang suddenly said. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei were slightly stunned. They obviously didn't react. In fact, they couldn't believe it. A big man who was so powerful in the Magic City actually took the initiative to visit their home. Yes, of course, Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei said enthusiastically. Then they led the way. Xia Jiang followed. After seeing this, the reporters didn't want to miss such explosive news, so they were ready to rush in to continue the interview. However, at this moment, a group of men in suits and leather shoes got off the Maybach parked on the side of the road and directly blocked the community. No one except the residents of the community could enter. Chapter 65. Too much pretense will eventually backfire. On this day, an uninvited guest came to the house Xia Jiang. His sudden visit instantly filled the originally peaceful home with tension and curiosity. After Xia Jiang entered the door, the atmosphere was a little subtle for a while. However, what happened next was unexpected by everyone. Xia Jiang took out a check and handed it to Yunjing. Yunjing took the check curiously, picked up the pen without hesitation, and wrote down a string of numbers. But when Xia Jiang and his daughter Xiaojie saw the number, their faces darkened instantly. It was an astronomical figure of 16 digits. Xia Jiang took back the check awkwardly, claiming that money was too vulgar to express his gratitude, and decided to thank him in another way. Then he asked Yunjing's parents where they worked, and asked them to go to the company's president's office tomorrow, but he didn't explain the reason, which made Yunjing's parents look confused. Then he asked Yunjing if he wanted to change to a good school, and even mentioned the #1 primary school in Modu, but Yunjing decisively refused. He still didn't give up and asked Yunjing's brother if he wanted to go to the #1 middle school in Modu, and Yunjing's brother also hurriedly shook his head and refused. Xia Jiang was extremely helpless, and he didn't expect them to reject his kindness so resolutely. He didn't give him a chance to show off. Chapter 66. Results of the Mathematical Olympiad. Afterwards, Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei politely declined Xia Jiang's thanks, because they didn't want their son's heroic act to be associated with money. In that case, I'll leave first. No matter what happens in the future, you can find me. Xia Jiang said to Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei. Goodbye, Mr. Xia. Goodbye. When Xia Jie left, he waved to Yunjing and whispered, See you tomorrow. Yunjing was slightly stunned. He felt a little puzzled. Tomorrow? Where to meet tomorrow? Soon, hundreds of Mercedes-Benz Maybachs at the gate of the community disappeared. The reporters also left one after another. Dad, I want to transfer to Huiying Primary School. Xia Jie, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly said to Xia Jiang, Huiying Primary School? Is it the school where Yunjing is? Xia Jiang frowned and asked. Yes. Xia Jie nodded heavily. Xia Jiang was very worried about this. He was worried that his daughter's academic performance would be affected. After all, Mido Primary School was the top-ranked school in Shanghai, while Huiying Primary School might not even be in the top 30. There was a big gap in both the teaching staff and the teaching environment. However, Xia Jie insisted on her choice. She believed that Huiying Primary School also had very good students, such as Yunjing. At this moment, Yunjing was facing the tense moment of the announcement of the results of the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad. The principal was worried that his young mind would be hit, so he conducted psychological counseling in advance and told him not to care about the ranking. But Yunjung had his own ideas and was full of expectations for the results. He knew that he had put a lot of effort in the mathematical Olympiad, and he believed in his own strength. And those who had looked down on him were now confidently waiting for their good results. The students of Qingyan Middle School thought they had performed well and felt that they could enter the top 20 or even the top 10 in the country. While waiting for the results to be announced, they were full of confidence and expectations, as if victory was already in their grasp. But when the results were announced, they were dumbfounded, and the ranking was far below expectations. The three students from Qingyan Middle School immediately logged into the official website of the Mathematical Olympiad and opened the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad results sheet. The top 10, no. The top 20, no. The top 30, no. The top 40, there was still no name of any of the three of them. It was not until the 47th that it appeared. The rankings of the three people were 47th, 54th, and 69th respectively. The three students from Qingyan Middle School were dumbfounded on the spot, all petrified in their seats, motionless, dumbfounded. The principal and teachers of Qingyan Middle School, next to them, were all ashen. Not only was the year-end bonus gone, but the school ranking was also going to plummet. It is very likely that the basic salary will be affected. And the girl from Jingyi Middle School who had helped Yunjung was full of confidence that she could get first place, but found that she only got third place. After she opened the results sheet, she was stunned. She was not the first. She was not the second. She was the third. But obviously, the ranking was not the most surprising thing for her. What she found most unbelievable was the first and second place in the Mathematical Olympiad were both from elementary schools, not middle schools. And the person at the top of the list was Yunjung, whom she had helped before. The girl realized that Yunjung had been playing dumb from the beginning. There was no essential difference between the 7th and 1st examination rooms. Anyone could become a child of destiny. What was even more unexpected was that the person at the top of the list was Yunjung from Huiying Primary School. Duomi Primary School. Dean's Office. Xiajie looked at the ranking on the score sheet. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. When the principal and teachers of Duomi Primary School saw this, they all frowned. It's strange. Yi got the second place this time. Why is she smiling so happily? I've never gotten the second place before. Yes, I'm always the first. Chapter 67. Xia Jie transferred to another school. Then, a plain old man walked in. When the principal saw the old man, his face changed drastically, and he hurried to meet him. It turned out that the old man was the one who knelt beside Xia Jie in the playground that day. Xia Jie urged the old man to withdraw from school. The principal of Duomi Primary School was dumbfounded when he learned that Xia Jie was going to transfer to Huiying Primary School, which made the principal feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Xia Jie was the pride and cash cow of Duomi Primary School. Once she left, the school's aristocratic name was in name only, and its reputation and ranking would be affected. Soon, Xia Jie completed the withdrawal procedures and said goodbye to everyone. Although she was reluctant, she left resolutely. The teachers of Duomi Primary School talked about it, full of desolation. The principal asked Huiying Primary School, and a teacher mentioned that the financial prodigy came from Huiying Primary School. At this time, seeing the ranking of the Mathematical Olympiad, they were shocked to find that the top of the list was Yunjung from Huiying Primary School. At the same time, the news revealed that the little girl rescued from the playground was Xia Jiang's daughter, and the little boy was Yunjung. The principal of Duomi Primary School instantly understood why Xia Jie transferred schools. Xia Jie blushed when she saw the news, and the old man called angrily. He made a call on the spot. I remember I said that no live video was allowed to be leaked. You didn't seem to understand what I said. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry. I'll solve it immediately. If it can't be solved within a minute, I will make you and the media company that published this news disappear together. Mr. Wu, I'll do it now. The person on the other end of the phone hung up the phone timidly. He started to deal with the matter immediately. In less than a minute, all the videos were removed from the shelves. There was no trace, and it could never be uploaded. Users with backups will first receive a warning. If the warning is invalid, they will be directly invaded. Carry out compulsory destruction. The means of the first family in Magic City are beyond doubt. Huiying Primary School. Principal's Office. When Lu Huoming, principal of Huiying Primary School, was about to go to a meeting, he suddenly received a call from the Magic City Education Bureau. Chapter 68. Lu Huoming's shock. Old Lu, congratulations. The top 3 in this National Youth Mathematical Olympiad are all from our Magic City. After Lu Huoming answered the phone, the director of the Magic City Education Bureau said, with a smile on his face. Lu Huoming was stunned on the spot. Confused. A confused face. He muttered to himself in his heart, "What does this have to do with me?" Inexplicably, the director of the Magic City Education Bureau saw that Lu Huoming suddenly stopped talking and immediately asked in confusion, "Hello, old Lu, are you listening?" "Listening, listening, director." Lu Huoming replied hurriedly. "Why do you look unhappy at all?" The director of the Magic City Education Bureau asked strangely. "Director, should I be happy?" LV Huoming asked in bewilderment. "Your Huiying Primary School ranked first in the Mathematical Olympiad this year. Shouldn't you be happy?" The director of the Magic City Education Bureau was almost confused. "What is there to be happy about?" "Wait, director, what did you say? Who is the school that ranked first in the Mathematical Olympiad this year?" LV Huoming thought he was hallucinating and asked anxiously. "Your Huiying Primary School, don't you know yet? The results have come out a long time ago." The director of the Magic City Education Bureau said in confusion. LV Huoming was stunned on the spot. Then he immediately turned on the computer on the table and logged into the official website of the Mathematical Olympiad. When the results came out, LV Huoming almost cried with joy. The one at the top of the list was actually their Huiying Primary School, the name of Yunzheng, standing proudly at the top of the pyramid. "Director, thank you for your reminder. If you hadn't called me, I would still be in the dark. Yunzheng didn't tell me anything. I thought he really handed in a blank paper." LV Huoming said, with mixed feelings. "Ha ha, Lao Lu, your school has produced an incredible little guy." The director of the Magic City Education Bureau said with a smile. Soon, the call ended. LV Huoming almost cried with joy. When Yunzheng faced the principal's inquiry, he just said number 1 calmly, as if all this was a matter of course. The principal was shocked and immediately held an emergency meeting. After learning the news at the meeting, the teachers looked at Yunzheng in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. But Yunzheng was indifferent, out of tune with the carnival of the teachers around him, as if he was in another world. At this time, a bigger accident occurred. Xia Jie and an old man came to Huiying Primary School. When LV Huoming learned that they were from the Xia family, he immediately treated them as guests of honor. It turned out that Xia Jie came for Yunzheng, and she wanted to transfer to Yunzheng's class. This surprised LV Huoming, and he didn't dare to refuse at all. But things didn't end there. Just when everyone thought that Yunzheng would enjoy special treatment in this sudden glory and attention, the reversal suddenly came. Yunzheng actually rejected Xia Jie's request to transfer to his class. He said that he liked a quiet learning environment and didn't want to be disturbed too much. This decision made everyone dumbfounded. No one expected that this little kid would make such a bold decision. Chapter 69, Within a Feet of Distance. Huiying Primary School. The first class in the afternoon, Yunzheng lay on the table, squinting his eyes, half asleep and half awake. He vaguely saw a familiar figure appear on the podium. Yunzheng thought he was dreaming. However, the next second, the head teacher suddenly walked into the classroom and said to everyone, "Today, a new student has transferred to our class. Welcome, everyone." Yunzheng opened his eyes in a daze. Then he saw Xia Jie standing on the podium. He was almost scared out of his wits. So cute. So beautiful. So white. Li Fei, Lu Xing, and others all stared at the podium intently, and the drool from the corners of their mouths almost flowed onto the table. Whether it was her appearance or her clothes, Xia Jie had a fairy-like feeling, like a fairy who just came down to earth. The girls in the class instantly looked dull in front of Xia Jie. Snow White walked into Cinderella's world. What a beautiful girl. Humph, Mom lied to me. I'm not the most beautiful girl in the world. Her clothes are so beautiful. I wonder where she bought them. The girls under the podium talked about it. She felt a little inferior. Xia Jie's eyes were always looking for Yunzheng's figure. Finally, in the corner of the back row, he saw Yunzheng lying on the table stunned. A bright smile instantly appeared on his face. She's actually looking at me. She's looking at me. Yunzheng looked. The girl on the podium has been looking at me. Do you think she has any idea about me? Is this the legendary love at first sight? Oh my God, I seem to see her smile at me. No, not seem, she is actually smiling at me. Wow, she looks so cute when she smiles. Li Fei, who was sitting next to Yunzheng, said excitedly, afraid that others couldn't hear it. Yunzheng, you think too much. You just happen to be in the picture. At this moment, Xia Jie said to everyone under the podium with a smile, looking very generous. Hello everyone, my name is Xiaojie. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Warm applause suddenly broke out from the audience. Welcome the new classmate. Xiaojie. What a nice name. Li Fei put his hands together in front of his chest and said with a crazy look on his face, I seem to have dreamed that my future girlfriend's last name is Xia. Lu Xing also said in a shameless manner, Yun Zheng, can you two be more shameless? Yi, please find a seat and sit down first. The head teacher said to Xiaojie, Okay, teacher. Xiaojie nodded slightly, then turned and walked down the podium, heading straight towards Yun Zheng. Come, come. She comes. She walks towards me. Yun Zheng, what should I do? What should I do? My heart is beating fast. Li Fei lowered his head, his face flushed, and said with forced calmness, Yun Zheng, you are too deep into the play. A real drama master? But what Yun Zheng didn't expect was that Xiaojie actually walked in front of Li Fei and stopped. Similarly, this move also deepened Li Fei's confidence. That's right. This is the legendary love at first sight. However, Xiaojie's next words petrified Li Fei on the spot. Classmate, can you give me your seat? Li Fei. Then, where should I sit? Li Fei asked in a daze. Can you sit in the front? I prefer the back seat. Xiaojie said softly. Yes, of course. After seeing Xiaojie's charming and gentle eyes, Li Fei surrendered on the spot. Without any resistance, with almost no hesitation, he moved away. Give the seat to Xiaojie. And next to him was Yun Zheng. The two were only a few feet apart. Why are you here? Yun Zheng asked hesitantly. I said I'd see you tomorrow. Xiaojie winked playfully and began to pack up. Yun Zheng. Are all girls nowadays so proactive? Yun Zheng was absent-minded for the whole class. After all, there was a girl sitting next to him whom he had dreamed of meeting. How could he still have the energy to study? He glanced around from time to time. He wandered around every corner of the classroom. Soon, the first class was over. After the bell rang, all the boys in the class ran over and surrounded Yun Zheng. Under the pretext of chatting, they secretly peeked at Xiaojie, who was sitting next to Yun Zheng, and tried to attract Xiaojie's attention with all kinds of immature actions or remarks. Blow a whistle, blow a brag, blow a flute. Only Li Fei, who was shameless, went up to chat with her directly. In his heart, he still firmly believed that Xiaojie was interested in him. Hello, my name is Li Fei. What is this? Yes, this is the back of my hand. This is the back of my foot. You are my... Li Fei walked over and stretched out the back of his hand directly in front of Xiaojie and said awkwardly, It's true, I don't feel embarrassed, but others are embarrassed. Before Li Fei finished speaking, Xiaojie had already laughed in advance. Sorry, this joke is too old. I really couldn't help laughing. Xiaojie said while laughing, the crescent-like corners of his mouth matched with a moving smile, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Li Fei, don't I have face? After hearing Li Fei's earthy love words, the classmates around him exploded on the spot. How dare he blatantly defile their goddess? Even if it is defilement, Brother Yun Zheng has to go first. Just at this moment, Xiaojie suddenly stood up and walked in front of Yun Zheng, saying familiarly, Yun Zheng, the boys in your class are so cute. When I was in Daomi Primary School, no one dared to talk to me. Every boy was very respectful when he saw me. It was so boring. It seems that I made the right choice to transfer to the right school this time. You may have some misunderstanding about the word cute. Yun Zheng said faintly. Xiaojie blinked playfully. Looking at the scene of Xiaojie and Yun Zheng chatting and laughing, everyone present was dumbfounded. Yun Zheng and the new girl actually know each other, and it seems that they have a good relationship. Li Fei also suddenly realized it. It turned out that just now, when Xiaojie was on the podium, she was not looking at him at all, but at Yun Zheng. It turned out that he was just being sentimental. No wonder Xiaojie came over and wanted to change seats with him just now. It turned out that she wanted to sit with Yun Zheng. It's not the case at all. I like the seat at the back. Women's mouths are deceitful. Li Fei was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 70, A Mediocre Self-Introduction. After Xiaojie returned to his seat. Seeing this, Li Fei, Lu Xing, Fatty, and others immediately walked in front of Yun Zheng and interrogated him severely. Tell me the truth. Are you having an affair with her? Xiaojie's face turned cold. Are you afraid that I can't hear you when you speak so loudly? There's a big-headed ghost. Can you speak more quietly? Yunjung said with a dark face. He was sure that Xiaojie had heard what Li Fei and the other two said, and heard it clearly. He was speechless. What are they thinking about all day long? It's too yellow a color. Are we talking loudly? Li Fei asked with a frown. The whole classroom can almost hear it. What do you think? Yunjung asked back faintly. Li Fei, Lu Xing, Fatty and others couldn't help swallowing their saliva and quietly turned their heads to look at Xiaojie. As a result, they met Xiaojie's cold eyes. The three of them shuddered directly. The whole body trembled. Hurry up and use a smile to cover up the embarrassment. Then quickly return to their seats. Start to study hard and make progress every day. Yunjung laughed and glanced at Xiaojie. I take back what I just said. Xiaojie pouted and said, I said it a long time ago. The word cute is not suitable for them. 3 words are the most appropriate to describe them. Yunjung said with a smile. Which 3 words? Xiaojie asked curiously. LSP. Xiaojie laughed again. Just then, Hong Tao from class 4 suddenly walked in with 3 people. Yunjung, I have something to ask of you. Hong Tao came straight to Yunjung and said bluntly. The 3 people behind him looked at Yunjung curiously. Yunjung also looked at the 3 people around Hong Tao with doubt. Judging from their body shapes, the 3 people should be students in the upper grades of Huiying Primary School. Anyway, they can't be first graders. What is it? Yunjung frowned and asked. There is an important game tonight. We are short of 1 person, and we want you to join us. Hong Tao said bluntly. At this time, Li Fei, Lu Xing, and others also gathered around. What important game? Yunjung continued to ask. The competition with Jiankaping District Primary School. The guys in Jiankaping District have been jumping up and down recently, constantly issuing challenges to various schools and have defeated many nearby primary schools one after another. They even called themselves the Galaxy Battleship of Jiankaping District in Magic City. They are arrogant and arrogant. Just yesterday, our Huiying Primary School also received their challenge. The 3 behind me are the strongest trio in the 6th grade of our school, Hong Tao said. Jiankaping District Primary School? Yunjung muttered to himself. He still had some impression of this school, because his brother Yun Luo studied in Jiankaping District Middle School. It is only separated from Jiankaping District Primary School by a street. Yunjung even went in once. Are they very strong? Yunjung asked curiously. Hong Tao nodded slowly. Those guys, although arrogant, are indeed very strong. It is said that all 5 of them are at the rank of the strongest king with more than 10 stars. No, not only that, their bottom lane shooter is already a veritable glory king, and he also played the hero D Renji on the national server. Now he ranks 7th in the Q-Zone national server. His strength can be said to be very strong. Just then, a thin boy standing behind Hong Tao said. He wore glasses and looked very gentle. Yunjung nodded slightly. I heard from Hong Tao that you are very good at jungle. The thin man said. It's okay, just barely. Yunjung said casually. As far as I know, the jungler of Jiankaping District Primary School is called Nye Feng, with 17 stars in the king's rank. He is good at Tachibana Yukio, Monkey King, Nakayalu, and Yun Zhongjuan. The winning rate of these 4 heroes is all ranked in the top 3 in the city. The thin man said. He is indeed an intellectual. He will post the data as soon as he disagrees. Yunjung didn't say much, because he hadn't agreed to go at all. Yunjung, let me introduce you first. No, we can introduce ourselves. The 3 senior students standing behind Hong Tao said. I am Li Zijing from Class 3, Grade 6, with 7 stars in the King's rank. I can play both the support position and the shooter position. My best hero is Tai Jinren, ranking 2nd in the city. The first person from left to right among the 3 introduced himself. The 2 people next to him helped to add. Zijing's Tai Jinren is very strong. Whether it is the ability to start a team fight or the ability to protect the back row, it is top-notch. Don't worry about him. There won't be any accidents. Then, the boy standing next to Li Zijing began to introduce himself. I am Feng Taiyue from Class 1, Grade 6. I am a 24-star king. I am good at the mid-lane position. My best heroes are Shengguan Wana, Xiao Qiao, Nuwa, and Ganjiang. It was still a familiar routine. After one person finished speaking, the other 2 added. Tao Yu Shengguan Wana once had a winning rate of 70%. She had a glorious history of being in the top 3 at the provincial level. Now she has always been in the top 10 at the municipal level. Her landing ability is very strong. The other three heroes are also very powerful. The winning rates of Xiao Qiao, Nuwa, and Ganjiang can also rank in the top 5 at the municipal level. Taiyu also did a very good job in one thing: support. He always arrives in time, every time. It can be said that he has the best awareness among the three of us. Li Zhijing said. Then, the last person among the three introduced himself. I am Han Xing from Class 4, Grade 6, with a 41-star king. I am good at playing in the jungle and fighting. My heroes are Han Xin, Zhu Zi, Pei Qin Hu, Quang Tai, Lu Bu, and Yao. These 6 heroes are ranked at the provincial level, and Zhu Zi ranks higher. As soon as the voice fell, Li Zhijing and Feng Tao began to actively supplement. Han Xing is the strongest among the three of us. His strength is self-evident. It can be seen from his rank and ranking. This game depends on whether Han Xing can restrict the opponent's bottom lane. Finally, it's over. This wave of mutual praise and fancy praise in business. Yun Zheng was stunned. In his heart, it was amazing. I learned it. I really learned it. After the three people introduced themselves, I was stunned for a few seconds, because usually at this time, the applause has already started. But this time, it was unusually quiet. Li Zhijing, Feng Taiyue, and Han Xing looked around with a puzzled look. As a result, they found that everyone's face was full of calm. The three people were immediately puzzled and looked at the students around them with strange expressions. Aren't you all surprised? Applause? Where's the applause? Some screams are fine. Why are they all so calm? Does no one know King of Glory? Such a popular game. No one pays attention to it? Can you give some reaction? Just then, Li Fei said faintly, Yunzheng, why don't you introduce yourself? Chapter 71, Don't Pretend. The thing that Hong Tao was most worried about still happened. The reason why he took the initiative to help introduce just now was that he was afraid of this embarrassing situation. In the end, he didn't stop it, and it was more embarrassing than he thought. After hearing what Li Fei said, Yunzheng nodded slightly and said, Then I will also introduce myself briefly. I am Yunzheng from Class 3, Grade 1. I have 100 stars in Glory King. I am good at jungle, shooter, mid lane, and top lane. I don't like to play support. As for the heroes I am good at, there are too many to remember. I will just say a few at random. Looking at the shock value that was madly increasing in his mind, Yunzheng showed a satisfied smile. He didn't want to show off. Really? Xiajie looked at Yunzheng's proud and innocent expression and couldn't help but smile. Bright as spring, and Li Zhijing, Feng Taiyue, and Han Xing had already been petrified in place at this moment, looking at Yunzheng blankly, speechless for a while. From the moment Yunzheng said that he was the number 100 Li Shouyao in the national server, the three people began to be shocked. Then, one after another, the national server heroes came out of Yunzheng's mouth. The three people were so shocked that their jaws were about to drop. In the end, completely numb, is what he said true? Li Zhijing, Feng Taiyue, and Han Xing looked at Hong Tao and asked at the same time. Hong Tao nodded slowly. The three of them looked ashen. They were extremely ashamed. They wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into right there. In front of so many juniors, they almost lost face. This lesson also made the three of them realize one thing clearly. Don't pretend to be cool, or you will be struck by lightning. Don't pretend to be pure, or you will be punished by human nature. Don't pretend to be cool, or you will be bitten by a dog. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to say. I ranked first in the peak competition. Yunzheng said another sentence. Rubbing salt into the wound, stabbing a knife in the heart, killing the heart. Li Zhijing, Feng Taoyue, Hong Xing. Yunzheng, what do you think? Hong Tao asked. I'll think about it. Yunzheng thought for a while and said. He didn't agree immediately. Hong Tao sighed slightly. Sure enough, things didn't go as smoothly as expected. When does the game start? Yunzheng frowned and asked. 9 o'clock tonight. Hong Tao answered quickly. Yunzheng thought about it, and it was nothing, so he changed his words and agreed. I know, I'll be online tonight. Really? Hong Tao said excitedly after hearing Yunzheng's words. Yeah, really. Yunzheng nodded slightly. That's great, Yunzheng. I feel much more at ease with you here. Hong Tao said with a long sigh. Li Zhijing, Feng Taoyue, Hong Xing. So you don't feel at all at ease with us here? Chapter 72, How I Died. After that, Hong Tao and others left. Li Fei, Lu Xing, and Xiaopeng couldn't help but give Yunzheng a thumbs up. If we talk about pretending to be cool, Yunjung is second. No one dares to claim first. Time flies. The day's classes ended quickly. Do you want to go together? Yunjung turned around and said to Xiaojie. Okay. Xiaojie immediately packed her school bag and left the classroom with Yunjung. He went to the school gate. On the way, from time to time, they attracted the attention of their classmates. The two of them were very careful about the rate of turning back, because they were too eye-catching. So the two of them didn't talk much along the way, and even rarely looked at each other. Just walked with their heads down. Soon, they arrived at the school gate. Yunjung looked around and found that his mother hadn't come yet. The car to pick up Xiaojie had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. A pink Rolls-Royce Phantom. It was so beautiful that it made people fall in love with it at first sight. Almost all the children who walked out of the school gate couldn't help but open their mouths and eyes wide. They began to pester their mothers or fathers to buy a car like this to pick them up from school. Mom, can you drive a car like this to pick me up in the future? A little boy pointed at the pink Rolls-Royce Phantom and said, Xiaolo, be good, Mom's car is also good. No, I want the pink car. I'm sorry. Your mother can't do anything otherwise. You can find another mother. Xiaolo. After Yunjung saw Xiaojie's car, it can be said that he completely realized it. What is rich and powerful? The world of rich people is really not what you can imagine. Yunjung, didn't your mother come to pick you up? Xiaojie asked. I guess she's on the way here. She must have worked overtime again. Yunjung said casually. Then do you want to take my car back? Xiaojie asked with her head tilted. No, I'm afraid she won't be able to find me when she comes. Yunjung refused. Oh, then I'll go first. Yunjung, goodbye. Xiaojie waved to Yunjung and said, Goodbye. Yunjung waited for a long time at the school gate before Li Xiaoshu came over. Sorry, Xiaozheng, Mom had something urgent to do and was late. It's okay, Mom. After that, Yunjung followed Li Xiaoshu home. In the car, Li Xiaoshu and Yunjung shared a happy thing. Because of Xiaojiang. After Li Xiaoshu went to the company in the morning, she was directly promoted to vice president. From an employee, she jumped 5 or 6 levels. Became the upper level of the company. The joy is self-evident. Although the work is a little harder, the sense of accomplishment will make people happy physically and mentally. No longer doing some simple and trivial things before. The current work is very challenging. And all this comes from Yun Zheng's credit. After returning home, Yun Zheng's father Yun Lei also announced the good news. Like Yun Zheng's mother Li Xiaoshu, he also jumped 3 levels and became the company's executive director. From then on, the sea is wide for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to fly. The family had a nice dinner together. When Yun Lei came back, he bought 4 Australian lobsters and 2 king crabs. Yun Zheng's face was greasy after eating. After dinner, Yun Zheng went back to his room. Took a look at the time. It was 8:57. It was almost 9 o'clock. Yun Zheng logged into the game in advance. Here he logged in with a small account to hide his identity. Hong Tao and others were already online early. They also played 2 ranked games to get a feel for it. After seeing Yun Zheng's small account online, immediately pulled Yun Zheng in. On the other side, Jiankaping District Primary School had been waiting for a long time. After all the players from both sides arrived, the game started in seconds. First, there was the banning phase. The other side seemed to have done some homework. They banned Tai Jinren, who Li Zijing was best at using. Li Zijing's face changed all of a sudden, because this was something he had never thought of before the game. The opponent actually knew their details. Do enough homework and preparation. My Tai is banned. What should I do? Li Zijing said in a panic. Emotions fluctuated greatly. After all, this is his favorite hero, with the highest probability of success. Zijing, calm down first. If you can't take Tai, take Xiangyu. The tolerance rate is higher. Feng Taoyue and Han Xing said immediately. Okay. Li Zijing nodded and said. When it was Yun Zheng's turn to ban people, Hong Tao said decisively, ban the opponent's Di Renjia first. Li Zijing, Feng Taoyue, and Han Xing had this intention. Di Renjia must be banned. That is the strongest point of the opponent. The only national hero. And at this moment, in the team voice of Jiankaping District Primary School, Boss, do you think they will ban your Di Renjia? Of course they will. Of course. If Boss takes out Di Renjia, the opponents will probably piss their pants. Haha, what they don't know is that Boss has more than one national hero. Hush, there will be something interesting to watch later. However, just as the voice fell, Then I saw it. Wang Xiaojun was banned. The people in Jian Caping District Primary School were all dumbfounded. The slap in the face came so quickly. Wang Xiaojun? They didn't ban the boss D. Renjia. What kind of routine is this? Don't worry. She will definitely be banned later. And on Huiying Primary School's side, Hong Tao and others were also confused. Who banned Wang Xiaojun? It seems to be Yun Zheng. What's the matter? No need to ban D. Renjia. I can beat him in the line. Yun Zheng typed. Are you sure? Li Zhijing, Feng Taoyue, and Han Xing still doubted Yun Zheng's strength. Sure. Yun Zheng slowly typed two big words. Immediately afterwards, Jian Caping District Primary School banned Shengwan Waner, who Feng Taoyue is best at. It can be said that it was targeted everywhere. No room for maneuver at all. I have guessed that this will happen next. Feng Taoyue was quite calm. After all, apart from Waner, his Xiao Qiao and Nuwa were also good. Unlike Li Zhijing, whose hero pool was too shallow, he panicked instantly after his favorite Tai Jinren was banned. Are you sure you don't want to ban Di Renjia? No. Okay, then I'll ban Master Luban. Soon, Master Luban was also sent to the ban position. Jian Caping District Primary School saw that Huiying Primary School did not ban Di Renjia again. Immediately frowned. Puzzled. Is the opponent not afraid that we will use Di Renjia? Impossible. The boss's Di Renjia is ranked 7th in the national server. Who would not be afraid? But how do you explain this now? There is still one ban position. Why rush? Soon, the people from Jian Caping District Primary School banned Han Xing's best player, Tachibana Yukio. Han Xing's face suddenly turned black. The opponent is a real dog. Huiying Primary School sent Jing to the ban position. The people of Jian Caping District Primary School were slapped in the face again. Pa pa pa. After the banning of heroes, both sides quickly entered the selection phase. Yun Zheng directly selected Bailey. 1 minute later, the lineup is released. The lineups of both sides are as follows. Blue side, Huiying Primary School Confrontation Road Lubu, Jungle Pei Chinhu, Middle Road Nuwa, Development Road Bailey Shoyue, Support Xiangyu. Red side, Jian Caping District Community Confrontation Road Lao Fuzi, Jungle Bailey Schwanza, Middle Road Zhuge Liang, Development Road D Renjia, Support Sunbin. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. All troops attack. Yun Zheng first selected the second skill, Breath of the Wind, at level 1, bought an iron sword, and went out. Using the passive skill, he quickly came to the line. Still the familiar upper bush position. Hide! Ji Jing, come on. Follow me to oppose the blue buff. Han Xing wanted to take advantage of the early lineup and play aggressively enough to bring up the tempo. Very quickly. 30 seconds. When the jungle refreshed, Han Xing's Pei Qinhu and Li Zhijing's Xiangyu directly invaded the opponent's jungle from the river. The result was unexpected. The opponent actually had 4 people waiting for them. Han Xing and Li Zhijing saw that the situation was not good, so they turned around and ran. But the two were still chased and beaten by the opponent all the way. Fortunately, they did not give away the first blood. After seeing this, Yun Zheng did not choose to go over to support. It would be useless to go over anyway. Han Xing and Li Zhijing's health was already half depleted. There was no chance to fight back. He simply squatted in the bushes and waited for Di Renjia to come. Sure enough, after the 4 people on the opposite side chased Han Xing and Li Zhijing to the river, seeing that they could not kill them, they dispersed. Each returned to their own lane. Di Renjia went directly from the river to the bottom lane. Because Sunbin was following him, he was fearless. Sunbin was just about to explore the grass. Bang! Just heard a gunshot. Yun Zheng's second skill accurately hit Di Renjia, who was moving. Immediately afterwards, a flat attack followed. The damage was full. Di Renjia's health instantly dropped by 2/3, and he became a state of residual blood. Seeing that the situation was not good, Di Renjia immediately hid behind Sunbin. Use Sunbin as cover. Boss, do you want to pay for treatment? No, he can't shoot me. Bang! Di Renjia has been killed. The sound of first blood resounded throughout the Canyon of Kings. First blood! Yun Zheng took the lead in taking the first kill of the game. There was an uproar on the Huiying Primary School side. First blood exploded so quickly. Shock value from Li Zhijing +1. Shock value from Feng Taoyue +1. Shock value from Han Xing +1. Shock value from Hong Tao +1. And the 4 people from Jian Caping District Primary School were completely stunned. looking at Di Renjie, who returned to the fountain in 40 seconds, and Bailey Shuyi, who easily took first blood in disbelief. In addition to astonishment, there was shock on their faces. Captain was actually deflowered. Shock value from Jiankaping District Primary School +1. 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 How did I die? Chapter 73. The disaster did not extend to the family. Bailey flashed horizontally to the other side, seamlessly connected the second skill, Breath of the Wind, and shot into the soul. Boss, it seems that this is how you died. The person who operated Sun Bin in Jiankaping District Primary School said. He witnessed the entire death process of Di Renjie with his own eyes. He also witnessed Bailey's fairy operation with his own eyes. There were only 2 words left in his heart. Shock. Using flash to create sniper vision is indeed a very creative operation. But it is impossible to seamlessly connect the second skill and hit it accurately. There is no time to predict. Even KPL professional players can't do it. The leader of Jiankaping District Primary School, the operator of Di Renjie, said. In his spare time, he often likes to watch some KPL professional leagues, and many shots are familiar to him. But the operation just now by Bailey is the first time he has seen it. Even in the professional arena, it has never appeared. I want to ask, what even professional players can't do? How can a primary school student do it? Boss, what do you mean? The opposite Bailey may be cheating. The player who operated Di Renjie said righteously. Boss, it shouldn't be the case. Could it be a fluke? Let me see if you can guess one. The player who operated Sun Bin was speechless for a moment. Hide under the tower silently. After Yunjung got the first blood, he quickly cleared the bottom lane. Then he went to his own jungle. Just now, Han Xing's Pei Qinhu and Li Zhijing Xiang, you were all beaten to low health and went home. The opposing jungler Bailey Schwanza would definitely take the opportunity to invade the jungle. But Feng Taoyue's Nuwa in the middle lane kept walking outside the wall behind the blue buff, and no one appeared. So Yunjung guessed that Bailey Schwanza should be in the bottom lane jungle. Counter-red. After Yunjung sneaked into the jungle, he directly activated his second skill, Without Vision, and aimed at the bush next to the red buff, the Bottomless Darkness. The reason for doing this? Because Yunjung knew that most junglers have a habit of pulling the red and blue buffs into the grass. No vision. So Yunjung wanted to try to grab it. Bang! Counter Jungle Heart triggered. After a shot was fired, a red halo actually appeared under his feet. Grab the red buff. The Bailey Schwanza on the opposite side was dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to save up his punishment, get the red buff, and then go back to his jungle to collect the blue. Unexpectedly, he lost more than he gained. After Yunjung grabbed the red buff, he went to the center of the jungle without any hesitation, ready to intercept Bailey Schwanza with the first blood and the blessing of the red buff. At this moment, Yunjung was not afraid of Schwanza at all. No problem with a head-on confrontation. Just after walking 2 steps, Yunjung ran into Bailey Schwanza, who was about to run away. Bailey Schwanza, knowing that he had no way out, chose to confront Yunjung head-on. Quickly approached Yunjung. The battle was about to start. Bailey Shuyue versus Bailey Schwanza. As members of the Bailey family, who is stronger and who is weaker? Bang! Yunjung fired 3 normal attacks plus a second skill, Breath of the Wind, easily teaching Xian Su a lesson. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Only 51 seconds after the start, Yunjung's Bailey got a double kill. What's going on? Di Renjie just came to the line and saw that Xian Su was also killed by Bailey. He was immediately puzzled. Questioned, Boss, there is something wrong with this Bailey Shuyue. Without any vision, he directly used the second skill to grab my red buff. Bailey Su said with a sullen face. After hearing what Bailey Su said, Di Renjie was more convinced. Yunjung is cheating. If the first time was a fluke, then how to explain the second time? Without any vision, he just fired a shot and took the red buff with low health. Who would believe it if they told others? Yunjung, well done. After Han Xing and Li Zhijing saw Yunjung take down Xian's head, I felt relaxed and happy immediately. Just now I was chased and beaten by Xian Su and his gang. Is it so frustrating? However, at this moment, Di Renjie and Bailey Xian Su on the opposite side suddenly said on the public screen. Is it fun to cheat? Bailey, your mother is gone. Han Xing, Li Zhijing, and others saw that the people from Jiankaping District Primary School on the opposite side actually started to speak ill of Yunjung and they immediately became furious. D. Renja, your whole family is gone. Shinsu. Sunbin, you don't have a little JJ. Sanbin, what does it have to do with me? I didn't say a word. Both sides immediately started a fierce quarrel. Yunjung decisively blocked the chat system. Out of sight, out of mind. However, Yunjung was angry. There should be a limit to spewing shit. Misfortune will not affect the family. After we take down the 3 highlands on the opposite side, don't push the crystal first. In this game, we will bully the fountain. Yunjung said in a cold tone. Bully the fountain? Good idea. Great. Just what I want. We must defeat these bastards on the opposite side. Han Xing, Li Zhijing, and others said in unison. They were all holding back their anger. Yunjung, who had 2 kills and a red buff at the start, completely entered the violent mode. He defended the bottom lane alone, standing outside the opposite tower, stroked the gun in his hand. As long as D. Renjia and Sun Bin dared to appear in his sight, he would directly shoot with the second skill, and he could accurately avoid Sun Bin and shoot at D. Renjia every time. More than a minute after the start, D. Renjia didn't eat a single soldier. 2 waves had already passed. Every time he showed up, he would be shot. Even if he hit under the tower, he couldn't avoid Yunjing's bullets. Yunjung, want to be a coward? No way. From the beginning to now, Yunjung is completely suppressing the 2 opponents by himself. The style of play is brutal. Han Xing, Li Zhijing, Feng Taoyue, and others were completely stunned. Before this, they could not imagine that the hero Bailey Shouyao could fight 2 people alone. Li Zhijing. This is the strength of Bailey Shouyao, the #1 player in the national server. Feng Taoyue. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Even if you have not experienced the feeling of playing against him in person, you can feel the suffocation and the powerful deterrence that makes people tremble just by watching from the side. Han Xing. Don't forget, he is only in the 1st grade. Shock value from Li Zhijing +1. Shock value from Feng Taoyue +1. Shock value from Han Xing +1. Shock value from Hong Tao +1. People in Jiankaping District Primary School feel the same way, except D. Renjia and Bailey Schwanza, because the 2 people always firmly believed that Yunjung was cheating, and the other 3 people all looked shocked. Whether he was cheating or not, they didn't know. But Bailey's sense of oppression was really strong. Boss, I'll go down to help you right away, Zhuge Liang in the middle said to D. Renjia. But clearing the line, Zhuge Liang didn't have the advantage of Manhwa at all, so it was difficult to get away for a while. And Xiang Yu was always wandering around the river. Boss, just ignore what I said. Zhuge Liang decisively gave up the idea of support, retreated to the tower, and continued to develop steadily. Di Renjie, are you making fun of me? Invade the jungle, Yunjung said to Li Zhijing Xiang Yu and Han Xing's Pei Qinhu. Soon, the first tower in the bottom lane was broken. Yunjung also reached level 4 ahead of time. D. Renjia and Sun Bin were forced to retreat step by step. Economy and level were completely suppressed. Uncomfortable hipster. After Yunjung took down a tower, he met up with Xiang Yu and Pei Qinhu directly. He went to the jungle. The reason for choosing this time period? Because the red and blue buffs of the opposite side just refreshed. Xiansu would definitely go to get it. Sure enough, as soon as Yunjung and others approached the blue buff, they saw Bailey Schwanza, who was frantically brushing the jungle. Just after clearing 2 gray wolves, seeing Yunjung and others appear, Bailey Schwanza turned around and ran. He didn't dare to stay at all. Han Xing and Li Zhijing were about to chase. Yunjung stopped him directly. He would definitely not catch up. You guys are here to counter the jungle? I'll go kill him, Yunjung said to Han Xing and Li Zhijing. He has a passive skill. It can appear anywhere quietly, but Han Xing and Li Zhijing obviously can't. If they act together, it is easy to alert the enemy. And Yunjung has already guessed it. Bailey Schwanza will definitely go to get the red buff and will be careless, because Bailey Schwanza believes that Yunjung and others will stay in the bottom jungle to counter jungle. Will not chase him, but Yunjung just wants to go. 1,000 miles of pursuit. Use the passive skill to enter the hidden state by sticking to the wall. Quickly return to the river. After a long circle, he came to the dragon pit on the top lane. Reverse the ultimate move. Jump into the opposite jungle and hide quietly without anyone noticing. At this moment, Bailey Schwanza is leisurely hitting the red buff. There is no vigilance at all. just when Bailey Schwanza is about to use punishment to take away the red buff. Bang! A gunshot. The red halo appears again under Yun Zheng's feet. Bailey Schwanza. I was dumbfounded again. The red buff was actually snatched by Yun Zheng's Bailey Shoyue again. Alpaca. An animal. That's too much. Bailey Schwanza looked at Yun Zheng, who was hiding outside the dragon pit wall, calm and composed. He went into rampage mode and decisively activated his first skill, God's Hook, to increase his speed and quickly approach Yun Zheng. When Yun Zheng appeared within his skill range, Bailey Schwanza immediately pressed his second skill, Nightmare Hook, and the hook in his hand flew back and forth. At this moment, Bailey Schwanza was as proud as a messenger from hell and seemed to have finally found a chance for revenge. Let me guess where you are going to hide. Bailey Schwanza began to quickly calculate Yun Zheng's next move in his mind. Swish! Predicted the hook and chain were thrown out. Successfully hooked a lonely person. Yun Zheng's Bailey simply stood there without moving. Good guy. Yun Zheng couldn't help but exclaimed. What a guy. He couldn't even hit him at face-to-face. Go to sleep. Yun Zheng raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The damage was explosive at close range. Seeing the situation was not good, Bailey Schwanza turned around and ran. Bang! As a result, he didn't run far before he was hit by Bailey's Breath of the Wind again. His health dropped to the bottom. There was only a little left. Watch my snake-like movement, Bailey Schwanza shouted and began to move left and right frantically, using all his strength. Bang! It was completely useless. Bailey Schwanza had been killed. Chapter 74. If you can't beat me, just start a spray. Try to be naughty with me again? Yun Zheng said faintly on the public screen. Bailey Schwanza was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The second skill was fighting wits and courage with the air. Even the movement was fighting with the air. Like a mentally retarded person. As soon as Bailey Schwanza died, the old man arrived with the second skill. He came with great momentum. As soon as they met, he opened fire at full power. While the second skill was moving, flashed to connect with the big move, it was smooth and done in one go. It was quite like Fu Lai. What a pity. Yun Zheng had already predicted the movements of Lao Fuzi, flashed in seconds, and returned to the dragon pit. He faced Lao Fuzi across the wall. For a moment, the air dropped to freezing point. Lao Fuzi stood in the wild area, his eyes confused. Yun Zheng stood quietly in front of Lao Fuzi, holding the gun, motionless, as if saying, Come and tie me up. If you tie me up, I will let you hee. I'm standing in front of you. Look at me and see how much I look like before. Yun Zheng mocked on the public screen. Then he raised his hand and shot. This scene made Hong Tao and others laugh. Seeing this, Lao Fuzi could only go back to his own top lane in shame. Just then, Yun Zheng's ultimate skill suddenly cooled down. Without any hesitation, Yun Zheng directly used the ultimate skill in the opposite direction and returned to the opposite wild area from the dragon pit, looking at Lao Fuzi, who had just walked a short distance away quietly, holding the gun, motionless, as if saying, Come here, old master. Get down. Old master cursed and returned to the tower. No matter what, he would not go out. Ha 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 ha. Please beg for the psychological shadow area of old master. Yun Zheng, does your mother know that you are so good? This wave of amazing operation makes my scalp numb. Hong Tao and others almost laughed out tears. At this moment, the person who was operating Old Master on the opposite side had a face as dark as Lord Baozheng. Yun Zheng trotted to the top lane. He decisively pressed the second skill, Breath of the Wind. Bang! Another shot at Old Master. Teasing again and again. Old Master's anger value has almost soared to the critical point. After the second skill was cooled down, Old Master rushed out of the defense tower regardless of anything. No matter what, I have to fight Yun Zheng to the death. Yun Zheng was not panicked at all. Just stood there waiting for Lao Fuzi to come. The spear in his hand, slowly raised. Bang! Another shot at the advancing Lao Fuzi. Lao Fuzi's health was directly reduced to one half. One word, pain. Yun Zheng's damage was already beginning to be uncontrollable. However, Lao Fuzi was determined to fight Yun Zheng to the death. Both sides would suffer losses. No retreat at all. Just go ahead. Just when Lao Fuzi used his first skill to pull Yun Zheng down, LV Bu, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared from the other side. He jumped down directly with a big move. The moment Lao Fuzi landed, Yunjung used a normal attack to take him away directly. Double kill. Easily got a double kill. Hong Tao wanted to vomit blood. The kill was actually Yunjing's. What a waste of a big move. However, it must be said that Hong Tao was completely shocked by Yunjing's series of magical operations. He easily played the 24-star Master La Fuzzy in the palm of his hand. It is estimated that only Yunjing can do it. Too strong. After harvesting the jungle and the top lane, Yunjing, Han Xing, and Li Zhijing regrouped in the middle lane. The three of them hid in the bushes on both sides of the middle lane. Yunjing on the left, Han Xing, and Li Zhijing on the right, just waiting for Zhuge Liang to clear the line. As long as he dares to leave the tower. Immediately implement the Q traitor tactic. It's really just a tactic, please stay away from it, LSP. And Feng Taoyue in the middle lane is ready to use the second skill, Command, Create, to block Zhuge Liang's retreat. When the line of soldiers came to the line again, Zhuge Liang carefully hid under the tower. Hesitant. Should I go out? Finally, I couldn't suppress my inner restlessness. Ran out and used his first skill. Just about to retreat, a Xiangyu suddenly jumped out of the bush on the right and flashed directly to Zhuge Liang's face. The first skill, Fearless Charge, pushed Zhuge Liang back. Han Xing's Pei Qinu saw this and immediately jumped out of the bush on the right and rushed towards Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang saw that the situation was not good. He used Purification directly. The second skill flashed and retreated. But the next second, Nuwa's big move and Yunjing's second skill appeared behind Zhuge Liang. Swish dash. Bang! After Nuwa's big move hit, Zhuge Liang was directly at a sliver of health. And Yunjing calculated the time accurately and gave a fatal blow. Easily picked up the leak. The record also successfully reached 5/0/0. Feng Taoyue. Grab the head monster. Yunjing. How come he got all the heads? Hong Tao and others said angrily. Because stealing heads is also a science. From the beginning, I had to learn the basics, to master it, to reach the pinnacle, and finally to reach my stage. Yunjing pouted and said quietly. Yunjing, what stage are you in? Hong Tao and others asked curiously. Yunjing thought for a while and said calmly, reaching the pinnacle. Hong Tao, Feng Taoyue, Li Zhijing, Hong Xing. It was the first time that Hong Tao and others saw someone talk about grabbing heads so fresh and refined. After Zhuge Liang died, the four of them took the first tower in the middle lane. Then, the second tower was also pushed down. The Jian Caping District Primary School on the opposite side can be said to be retreating step by step, and the three lines were defeated. They couldn't beat them, so they started to spray again. 5 kills, all taken by Bailey alone. What else could it be if not cheating? Since the start of the game, the second skill has never been used. You are kidding. Even Jiuqing can't hit the target every time. How shameless, playing a game and cheating. Go out and wait to be reported. Yunjing asked directly. What if the report fails? The 5 people from Jian Caping District Primary School immediately exploded. If the report fails, I will explode on the spot. If you are not cheating, I will kowtow to you 3 times on the spot and call you dad affectionately. Stop, you are too childish. If the report fails, I will eat shit and poop upside down on the live broadcast. My account is V8. How could Hua Teng's father not give me this face? Yunjing, I hope you can do what you say. Then are you ready to surrender? Hong Tao asked with a smile. Throw a ghost. Even if it's cheating, we are not afraid. Have you heard of pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth? The opposite D. Ringe's economy is almost the same as the whole field, but he is still shouting. Then continue. I hope you remember what you said. Don't worry, a real man's word is as good as gold. Chapter 75, what do you want to do? The game continues. Both sides stop typing. Devote yourself to the game. Yunjing's side pushed down the second tower in the middle lane of the opposite side. Directly split into 2 groups and went to the bottom lane. Yunjing and Xiangyu flanked from the right jungle. Pei Qinhu and Nuwa chased down from the river. Di Renjie and Sun Bin actually dared to take the initiative to run to the bottom lane near the first tower to eat the line. If you don't fight for 2 days, you will tear down the tiles. Soon, Yunjing's side formed a siege on Di Renjie and Sun Bin. There is a tiger in front and a wolf behind. There was no way to escape. In the chaos, Di Renjie and Sun Bin were like powerless girls. As soon as they opened their legs, fragrant smell. You 4, be gentle. Unfortunately, Yunjung and the others were not gentle with women. Facing the two, crazy output. Double kill. In the chaos, Yunjung got a double kill again, grabbed two heads. Hong Tao and the others were almost vomiting blood. Why? Just couldn't grab it. Even if they tried their best, they still couldn't grab it. It was obviously a big favorable game. But the results were terrible and unbearable to look at, especially the kill part. All four of them were 0. If you don't know, you would think that the opponent had beaten them to pieces. Boss, why don't you surrender? You're almost beaten to shit. Bailey Schwanza suggested. No, we will not surrender. Although we are only 11 years old, we are real men. Once we say something, we can't take it back. If we don't keep our promise, we will be looked down upon. Di Renjia refused. Oh. Bailey Schwanza went to the jungle silently. Soon, Yunjung also took down the second tower on the opposite side of the bottom lane, pushed directly to the high ground. Jiankaping District Primary School gave up resistance directly. Each of them went to develop. In a word, push. Anyway, we can't stop them. But Yunjung and others retreated directly after breaking through the high ground on the opposite side of the bottom lane. Then they turned to the high ground on the middle lane, started to push the tower. Soon, the high ground on the opposite side of the middle lane was also broken. Only one top laner was left, and Lao Fuzi was still resisting at this time. Bailey Schwanza and Zhuge Liang basically ran away when they met. They didn't even have the courage to look at each other more. Soon, the 5 people on Yunjing's side gathered directly on the road, pressed the opponent's Lao Fuzi under the tower, and fought for a while. After easily taking the head, they began to push the tower with overwhelming force. Soon, the 3 high grounds on the opposite side were all broken. From the beginning to now, Yunjing's side has not even opened the dragon, because there is no need. From the beginning to the end, they were suppressing the opponent, either killing people or on the way to killing people. There is no time to kill the dragon. I was afraid that if I went too late, I wouldn't even get an assist. It can be said that Jiankaping District Primary School was beaten so badly for the first time. From the start to now, no kills. In the past, when fighting with other primary schools, they were basically transferred here. They beat the opponent in various ways. As a result, today, they were completely taught a lesson. God will take its course, and no one will be spared by heaven. But the people of Jiankaping District Primary School probably never thought of it. The ultimate goal of Huiying Primary School is not to bully noobs at all. It is to bully the fountain. Soon, 5 people from Yunjing's side went directly to the high ground. However, they did not lead the troops. They directly started a team fight. There was no fancy cooperation, no exquisite positioning, just one word. Fuck. The economic gap has widened to more than 10,000. Why make it so complicated? Are the opponents a bunch of lunatics? They started a team fight without a line of troops. Bailey Schwanza said speechlessly. I always feel that the opponents have bad intentions. They could have pushed the crystal directly several times before, but they didn't push it. Instead, they chose to retreat. Sunbin frowned and said, what on earth do they want to do? Chapter 76, No Cheating. Yunjing's side directly started fighting with the crystal without a line of troops. The 5 people from Jiankaping District Primary School had no choice but to bite the bullet. The team fight was about to start. Bang! Bailey's second skill took the lead and cleverly avoided the old man and Sunbin in the front row, and hit Di Renjia, who was hiding behind the crowd. One shot. Before he had time to output, he had already lost his combat ability. Xing, you were so accurate. Di Renjia left the battlefield with a curse. After seeing Di Renjia's blood bar disappearing, Zhuge Liang's body trembled, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he began to observe Yunjing's movements. He was afraid that Yunjing's Bailey would suddenly shoot him. Yunjing's second skill was to shock the tiger. Then Li Zhijing Xiang Yu flashed to the face, used the first skill and the big move, pushed back the 3 opponents, and stunned them for a short time. The 3 people who were pushed back were Xian Su, Sunbin, and Lao Fuzi. This wave of Xiang Yu's operation can be said to be unexpected and caught the opponent off guard. Xian Su, Sunbin, and Lao Fuzi just wanted to disperse and move, but Lu Bu had already opened his big move and fell from the sky. Control wave after wave. Knew I used the first and second skills and the big move to output continuously. And Yunjing's Bailey always hit the last blow. Get the head. Before Han Xing's Pei Qin who could enter the field to harvest, the team battle was over. Like a crushing blow. Jiankaping District Primary School had no chance to resist. However, Yunjung only got a triple kill. There was another head, which was taken by Manhwa. 0 for 4. Only 1D Renjia was left. Since he left the battlefield, he has been hiding in the fountain and dared not come out. But he was not idle. He started barking on the public screen again. With a keyboard in hand, I have the momentum of the world. If he can reach the top of the world, he will laugh at Huang Chao for not being a man. Hong Tao and others smiled. He was about to die, but he still dared to shout. Pan him. Yunjung, Hong Tao, Li Zhijing, Han Xing, Feng Taiwa stood in a row outside the fountain. Xiang Yu took the injury. Bailey's second skill, Nuwa's ultimate skill, and Pei Qinhu's first skill all went towards D Renjia at the same time. Bang! Swoosh dash. Hazagai. Everywhere they passed. All were annihilated. D Renjia, who was still spitting out fragrance just now, had already quietly lay in the fountain. There were still 46 seconds left before the resurrection time. The 5 people from Jiankaping District Primary School were completely dumbfounded. They didn't even let go of the people hiding in the fountain. It was simply crazy. Is it interesting? They are already standing still in the fountain, and they are still fighting. I can see that the reason they didn't wait for the soldiers to come in was to abuse the fountain. Too much. It's just a confrontation game. What's the big deal? I'm going to fight them. After Xian, Su was the first to be resurrected. He waved the hook in his hand and was about to walk out of the fountain to fight with Yunjung and others. As a result, Nua's second skill was directly placed around Xian Su. It made him unable to move, like a caged beast. Although Xian Su is now just a Hello Kitty at best. Still want to get out of the fountain? No way. When you were spewing shit just now, did you ever think that there is reincarnation in the world and no one can escape from the heaven? Yun Zheng's second skill plus Pei Qinhu's first skill directly sent Xian Su to heaven. Then Sun Bin and Zhuge Liang were resurrected almost at the same time. And Xiang Yu had also been knocked off a piece of resurrection armor by the crystal. Temporarily withdraw and let Lu Bu take the damage. Sun Bin and Zhuge Liang have different fates from Xian Su. They were killed almost instantly. There was no room for struggle. There was only one old man left, so it goes without saying. It was hard to escape the clutches. The 5 people from Jiankaping District Primary School were almost crying. There was grievance in the anger. It was really bullying. We are all young pioneers. Can we talk properly? Finally, Jiankaping District Primary School surrendered directly. If they didn't surrender, the crystal wouldn't explode, but they would explode first. Yun Zheng won the FMVP of the game without any suspense. Record 10/0/1. Output ratio 41%. Rating 15.3. Looking at Yun Zheng's extremely gorgeous data, Feng Taoyue and others were completely convinced. The first Bailey in the national server is indeed worthy of its reputation. And the 5 people from Jiankaping District Primary School reported Yun Zheng's Bailey without hesitation. Report content. Using plugins. Using third-party programs to modify the game. After that, he didn't forget to write a long paragraph to show the staff who reviewed the plugins. Dadma, if you don't ban this cheater today, I may not buy new skins from King of Glory anymore. Bailey is lawless. He aims automatically, sees through, kills people everywhere, and has obvious signs of cheating. He plays even better than professional players. In order to purify the gaming environment and give our primary school students a blue sky and blue sea, please ban him. Dadma, for the sake of me calling you dad, how about giving him a permanent ban? After the report was completed, the 5 people from Jiankaping District Primary School began to wait for the result. At the same time, they did not forget to confront Yun Zheng. Wait till you die. Your account will be gone soon. You Hueying Primary School only know how to do some sneaky things? What kind of hero is it to cheat? If you have the guts, don't cheat and play a game. Yun Zheng seemed to be deaf and said indifferently, just don't forget your previous promise. I won't forget it. If my dad doesn't ban you forever today, I will eat shit on the live broadcast. I'm leaving it here. D. Renjia said majestically and movingly. Good guy. Yun Zheng exclaimed good guy. Soon, the report feedback email came back. After seeing it, D. Renjia and others immediately opened the system email in the upper right corner. The result was shocking. Don't even mention the account being blocked. There was no deduction for credit points. It was directly displayed that there was no abnormality in the account. No cheating was found. 5 people in Jiankaping District Primary School were dumbfounded on the spot. This. How is this possible? No cheating. Doesn't Ma love me anymore? I'm a V8 account. Really no cheating? But this is impossible. This is not scientific. How to explain Bailey's series of magical operations just now? Could it be that he was just guessing? Shock value from Giancaping District Primary School +1. 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 Listening to the shock value prompt that suddenly appeared in his mind, Yunjung knew that the report result was out. The system's review results should have come out. Why are you silent? Shout, keep shouting. Chapter 77, Want to Avenge the Previous Shame. The 5 people from Giancaping District Primary School were all silent, their faces turning blue and purple. Di Renjie and Xian Su wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, because the flags they set were too fierce. One of them ate shit live and pooped upside down. One knelt down and kowtowed and called daddy. Once the words were spoken, the water was spilled, and it was hard to take them back. What's more, a spit is a nail. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. In Hong Tao, Li Zhijing and the other 4 couldn't wait and urged in the chat box. Let's start show it. Tell us the room number first. Di Renjie. Xian Su. It is said that you should forgive others when you can. Who is it? Finally, Di Renjie and Bailey Xian each called daddy, and the matter was settled. This matter is over. Then will we play the second game? Hong Tao asked. It was agreed that the game was a best of 3. But now there is such a small episode. I wonder if Giancaping District Primary School will give up and admit that they are not as good as others. Why don't you play the best of 3? Di Renjie said with a smile. He still has evil intentions in his heart. He wants to turn the tables. Okay, let's do it. Hong Tao directly pressed the start game. Both sides quickly re-entered the game screen. Giancaping District Primary School banned Yunjing's Bailey right away. Hand speed, invincible. 3 seconds, must be a snake. Yunjung had guessed that the opponent would do this, and Hong Tao, Han Xing, Feng Taoyue, and Li Zhijing also guessed that Giancaping District Primary School would do this. But he was not panicked at all, because Yunjung has countless national servers. Any one of them can overturn the whole field. Giancaping District Primary School gave all 3 banned positions to the bottom lane shooter. The purpose is to target Yunjung, to prevent Yunjung from getting the hero he is good at as much as possible. Unfortunately, it is just their fantasy. If others call it a hero pool, then Yunjung should probably call it a hero C. Compared to the cautiousness of Giancaping District Primary School when banning people, Huiying Primary School is much more casual. Luban number 7, Mildy and Miyamoto. Anyway, they're big players. Don't panic. Yunjung, what are you going to play in this game? Li Zhijing, Han Xing, and Feng Taoyue asked Yunjung first. Top lane. Yunjung thought for a while and said, okay, then I'll play shooter. Hong Tao was originally a top laner. When he heard Yunjung say he wanted to play top lane, he immediately gave up his position and went to play bottom lane instead. Li Zhijing, Han Xing, and others are looking forward to which top lane hero Yunjung will play very soon. Yunjung then pressed OK. Cat and Dog Diary. Sun Tzu. Others also selected their own heroes. The lineups of both teams are as follows. Blue team, Huiying Primary School Sun Tzu on the Confrontation Road, Tachibana Yukio on the Jungle, Guanwana on the Middle Road, Sun Xiangxiang on the Development Road, and Tai Jinren on the Support. Red team, Giancaping District Primary School, Li Xin on the Confrontation Road, Lonling King on the Jungle, Zhang Liang on the Middle Road, Genghis Khan on the Development Road, and Ming Shireen on the Support. Because the opponent targeted Yunjung, So Feng Taoyue, Han Xing, and Li Zhijing's heroes were all released. The 3 of them were immediately full of energy. Getting the heroes they are good at naturally gave them a lot of confidence. No longer have to be timid like in the last game. The opponent has a high-burst lineup this time, and it seems that they are going to avenge their previous shame. Hong Tao analyzed after seeing the opponent's lineup configuration, and the people of Giancaping District Primary School were indeed holding their breath and wanted revenge. Boss, it seems that the ban this time has worked. The opponent's Bailey was forced to fight. It must be that all the heroes he is good at were banned, so he had to change positions. In this way, you are completely liberated. Except for the previous Bailey Shouyao, no one can restrict him. It's time to avenge the previous shame. This round of fountain abuse. Give him back. Okay, soon, the game officially began. The enemy has 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. Please be ready. All troops attack. Yun Jung first learned the first skill, splitting the wind and cutting the waves, at level 1, then bought an iron sword and went out. The skill brings stun. After quickly reaching the line, he went directly into the bush on the left. Then, he continued to explore the bush a little ahead. It was found that Li Xin did not appear, and it seemed that he had not yet arrived on the line. Just when the soldiers were about to come over, Li Xin appeared near the river. Yun Jung hid in the grass and did not move, waiting for the soldiers to leave the tower. Directly use the first skill and jump over. Li Xin saw Yun Jing's Sun Su appear, and immediately activated the second skill and went up to Yun Jing's Sun Su and swung the sword energy wildly. But Yun Jung was not moved at all, and used the 2 soldiers in the back row to quickly upgrade to level 2. Then, he directly counterattacked. After the passive was triggered, Yun Jung was not panicked at all. The first part of the second skill was followed by a flat attack, and the second part was followed by a flat attack, which directly knocked off half of Li Xion's blood. Although his own blood volume was already unhealthy. However, at this time, Yun Jing's first skill had already cooled down. The level advantage immediately appeared. Yun Jung decisively activated the stun, and immediately followed with the first skill, slashing the wind and waves. 2 stages of control, plus a flat attack, easily took away Li Xian. First blood, took the first blood again. Shocked the whole audience. Hong Tao. Shock value from Hong Tao, +1. Shock value from Han Xing, +1. Shock value from Feng Taiyue, +1. Shock value from Li Zhijing, +1. Shock value from Jiankaping District Primary School, +1. What's going on? Why did we give away first blood again? Genghis Khan said depressedly. Li Xian was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that the shooter on the opposite side would be so good at playing the side lane. He could only force an explanation. Boss, I was too careless and underestimated the opponent. Be serious. Okay. As a result, 1 minute later, the news of Li Xian being killed by a single person came again in the top lane. Yun Jung also reached level 4 first, with the highest economy and level. Why did he die again? Huh? Genghis Khan asked with a black face. Li Xian was speechless for a while. If the first time he was killed by a single person was because of carelessness, then how to explain the second time? Within 1 minute, he was killed by a single person twice. Except that he was a bad player. There is nothing to explain, seeing that the top lane was already collapsing. Genghis Khan was eager to gain some advantages in the bottom lane to make up for it. So, before reaching level 4, he asked Lanling King to catch him. Using secret skill Hide to enter the invisible state, he hid in the bushes beside the river in the bottom lane, waiting for the opportunity. When Hong Tao's son Shangxiang used up her first skill, Lanling King moved. The second skill, secret skill Shadow Eclipse, flew a shadow dagger through the air and hit Sun Shangxiang. Genghis Khan and Ming Shirin saw it and rushed up immediately. Fanatical output to Sun Shangxiang. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hong Tao directly used purification and started running back. But Genghis Khan came out of the bush on the right. With his passive buff, he moved very fast and chased Sun Shangxiang. Seeing this, Tai Jinren activated his first skill, Accident, and used his second skill directly towards Genghis Khan, trying to use the control effect of his first skill to buy time for Sun Shangxiang. However, Genghis Khan dodged Tai Jinren's third hand at his limit. A single arrow shot across the tower and killed Hong Tao's Sun Shangxiang. After taking the damage from the defense tower, he retreated. Then, the 3 began to besiege the lone Tai Jinren. However, at this moment, a young man driving a boat suddenly appeared in the bushes of the river. Come from thousands of miles away. Chapter 78, come on, you can do it. Not good. After Lanling Wang and Genghis Khan saw Sun Su appear from the river, they couldn't help but scream in their hearts. They directly let go of the low-health Tai Jinren and were about to retreat. However, Sun Su's boat arrived before him. When Lanling Wang, Genghis Khan, and Ming Shirin entered the range of the ultimate move, Yun Jung threw the boat out directly, instantly knocked 3 people away. The moment he landed, Yun Jing's first skill had been waiting for a long time. 3 people were knocked away again. Then a flat attack. Lanling Wang and Genghis Khan were both killed. Double kill. Only Ming Shirin was left with a low HP. It was hard to escape Yun Jing's clutches. With a light wave of the second skill, he took away Ming Shirin, who had no desire to live. Triple kill. Within 3 minutes of the start, he got a triple kill. Whoa, take off. This. Hong Tao, Li Zhijing, and the other four were stunned. I thought Yin Zheng might be a little passive at the beginning because he didn't play a shooter. But I didn't expect it. It was even more brutal than the previous game, who said that if you don't play the bottom lane, you can't go to the bottom lane. Yun Zheng used practical actions to tell everyone present what it means to be in Xiaoying, but your heart is in Han. And to be in the top lane, but your heart is in the bottom lane. Don't even want the line of soldiers. Go directly to the bottom lane. Did he guess that you would catch the bottom lane? Li Xian in the top lane said in disbelief. What kind of monster is hidden in Huiying Primary School? Ming Shireen couldn't help but sigh. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't started to show my skills yet. Can't you see that I have already taken a kill? When I develop, I will definitely let them see what damage is in the later stage. Genghis Khan said domineeringly. One kill made him swell up. Ming Shireen and Li Xian couldn't help but have a question in their minds. Will there be a later stage? After Yun Zheng got a triple kill, he went to fight the tyrant alone. Tachibana Yukio came late. When he arrived near the dragon pit, the tyrant had been killed by Yun Zheng. Tachibana Yukio. Who is the jungler? Why do I feel like I am a little redundant? Catch people, Yun Zheng. Open the dragon, Yun Zheng. Lead the line, Yun Zheng. Fight in a team, Yun Zheng. Good guy. One person has multiple roles. After the tyrant was killed, the economic gap between the two sides has widened to a number visible to the naked eye. Especially Yun Zheng, who is far ahead in economy. It has the ability to face the two sides head-on and fight 1 against 2. After taking the tyrant, Yun Zheng returned to the top lane to defend the line. A wave of soldiers was lost. The tower was also worn down by Li Xian by 1/3 of its blood. But for Yun Zheng, it was not painful at all. Because next, if Li Xian dares to appear in the sight range, he will die. Sure enough, after seeing Yun Zheng return to the line, Li Xian simply did not even build a defense tower, just waiting for the soldiers to come in, develop in a sleazy way, and never recklessly. But Yun Zheng did not let him develop smoothly. Deliberately control the line. Let him not get a single soldier. So anxious. Li Xian. How despicable. Yun Zheng carried a battle axe and stood outside the opposite defense tower, looking directly at Li Xian. He sneered in his heart. I just want to ask you if you can come out. Finally, Li Xian couldn't help it anymore. He used his first skill, Rapid Charge, and jumped directly from the defense tower to the line. He confronted Yun Zheng's Sun Tzu. The second skill directly cut out the sword energy. However, when Yun Zheng used his first skill to hammer him lightly and knocked off half of his blood, Li Xian was dumbfounded. How could he still have the will to fight? He turned around and ran away. But it was too late. While Yun Zheng was swinging his second skill, he followed up with a basic attack and took Li Xian away directly. The record has reached a terrifying 6/0/0. Li Xian opened the equipment bar and took a look. Only then did he realize that Yun Zheng actually had a pure output equipment. Shock value +1 from GN Caping District Primary School. No wonder the damage is so high. After killing Li Xian, Yun Zheng went directly to the jungle, preparing to steal the red buff from the opposite side. No, it should be said to take it. No one dared to stop him. How could it be called stealing? As a result, as soon as he entered the jungle, he saw Lanling King killing the red buff. When Lanling King saw Yun Zheng's son suddenly appear, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was so scared that he immediately activated secret skill, Hide, and wanted to enter the invisible state. What a pity. Yun Zheng had already used his ultimate skill in advance and threw the boat over the wall. Lanling King's invisibility effect has not been triggered yet. He has been hit by Yun Zheng's boat. He flew directly into the sky. Then, Yun Zheng's first skill passed through the wall. He directly used a lot of damage to kill Lanling King, who had just landed. Instant kill, no room for struggle. The damage was ridiculous. Lanling King couldn't even believe his eyes. The health bar was empty in an instant. Your mother, it's like a dream. Yun Zheng was almost going crazy. Within less than 3 minutes of the start, 7 heads. What a concept. It can be said that Yun Zheng's son, Su, was either killing people or on the way to kill people. More aggressive than Bailey. Hong Tao and others couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. A high-end game of kings. Yun Zheng beat him into a diamond game alone. The personal ability is too strong. It is estimated that except for professional players, among the passerby players, Yun Zheng is already at the top level. even at the same level as Fu Lai and Shu Yi, killing in the passerby game. The mentality of Jian Caping District Primary School has collapsed at this moment. Except for the confident Genghis Khan, the other four people, they have completely lost their fighting spirit because they know there is a monster in Huiying Primary School, whether it is Bailey in the last game or Sun Tzu in this game. The technical level is close to the professional level. They are completely unable to compete. Unless, please ask for foreign aid. But Genghis Khan just doesn't believe in evil. They are all primary school students. How can they go against the sky? But the next wave of team battles. He deeply realized what is soaring into the sky. In order to prevent being alone, the five people on the opposite side were defeated one by Yunzheng. Decisively choose to stick together. If you want to go up, go up. If you want to go down, go down. If you want to go to the middle, go to the middle. No one can be left behind. When Yunzheng saw it, he said happily in his heart, "It's just what I want. It saves us from catching them one by one. Gathering together, we can kill them all at once." So, then came the following. Yunzheng drove the boat, carrying Tai Jinren, and rushed into the crowd. With one big move, he defeated five people. Of course, Tai Jinren also made great contributions. The first skill exploded in advance, stunning three people on the opposite side. Next, it was Yunzheng's performance time. The second skill was followed by a flat attack. The damage was directly up to 2,000. One hammer killed a crying monster. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill. Soon, Genghis Khan was the only one left on the opposite side. Yunzheng stood there, without moving, deliberately letting Genghis Khan shoot. The battle axe in his hand fell naturally, with a bleak look in his eyes. Looking at Genghis Khan quietly, as if to say something. "Come on, you can do it, shoot now." Chapter 79, I Feel Sour. Genghis Khan. "Where's my damage? Was it eaten by a dog? You can't be shot dead, even if I shoot you standing there. And you still dare to call yourself the Galaxy Battleship of Jian Caping District in Magic City." Yunzheng typed a paragraph on the public screen with disdain and got a pentakill in tears. Pentakill. Gods will kill gods. Buddhas will kill Buddhas. Jian Caping District Primary School directly surrendered. There was no struggle. If they continue to fight, they will be super ghosts. What's going on? Why surrender? I haven't played enough. Galaxy Battleship? That's it. Jian Caping District is a bunch of noobs. After returning to the room, Hong Tao, Li Zhijing, and others mocked. The five people from Jian Caping District Primary School collectively logged off. They slipped faster than rabbits. The competition ended like this. After exiting the game, Yunzheng lay on the bed and opened the system page. Host, Yunzheng. Age, 8 years old. Talent, games, finance, medicine. Shock value, 27413. First stage mission, unfinished. Hidden mission, unfinished. Let's draw 3 prizes first. Yunzheng said to the system. Okay, host. The lucky wheel is spinning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sports skill, Sprinting Mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dance skill, Floor Dance Mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sports skill, Basketball Mastery. This lottery consumed a total of 6,000 shock points. 6,000? Why did it suddenly become so expensive? Yunzheng frowned and asked in confusion. It was detected that the host earned shock value at a speed far beyond the system's expectations. So the price of the lottery was increased from the original 21 times to 2,000 per time. Yunzheng. Rising the price, profiteer. System. I advise you to spend it on your own. Yunzheng said angrily. System. After the lottery, Yunzheng went to sleep. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, and the stars moved. The night passed quietly. The next day, Yunzheng just got up from the bed. He heard his mother Li Xiaoshu open the door and say, "Look who's here." Then, in Yunzheng's sleepy eyes, Xiaojie appeared. And Yunzheng's subconscious action was to get into the quilt. Then he cried loudly. "Mom, I was seen by someone. I'm not clean." Xiaojie. I saw a hammer. Li Xiaoshu. Can you please not embarrass me? Get up quickly. I've come to see you every night. Li Xiaoshu said to Yunzheng, who was in the quilt. Oh. Yunzheng quickly put on his clothes and jumped off the bed. Glanced at Xiaojie. Good morning. Xiaojie smiled and waved at Yunzheng. Good morning. Why are you in my house? Yunjung frowned and asked. Dad said that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You saved me, so I'm here to repay you, Xiaojie said with a smile. The crescent moon at the corner of her mouth was like an angel's smile. How do I repay? Yunjung asked back. Go to school with you, Xiaoyi said with a smile. Yunjung. That's it? No other services? Xiaozheng, Mom won't send you off in the future. Li Xiaoshu said to Yunjung. I felt a little happy in my heart. Finally, I don't have to rush to work. Yunjung. She's really my mother. Yi, did you have breakfast this morning? Li Xiaoshu asked gently. Annie, I have. Xiaojie raised her little head and said with a smile. Yeah, Xiaozheng, go to school with Yi. Li Xiaoshu turned her head and said to Yunjung. Yunjung. Mom, I haven't eaten yet. Yunjung said with a wronged look. There are 2 tea eggs on the table outside. Take them and eat them on the way. Li Xiaoshu said casually. Mom, can't we have something hot? Yunjung asked back. Tea eggs are hot. Li Xiaoshu said. Yunjung was speechless for a while. How about I go out with you to have some breakfast first? Xia Jie suddenly said. Is it convenient? Of course it's convenient. Okay, Mom. I'm going to school. Hurry up. Yunjung. After walking out of the community with Xia Jie, Yunjung saw a green Rolls-Royce parked outside the community gate. Pink yesterday, green today. Is this the charm of money? Xia Jie took the initiative to walk over and open the car door, waving at Yunjung. When Yunjung got in, he was instantly stunned by the starry sky. So beautiful. This was the first time he sat in such a good car. Soon, the car started. Brother Xingyun, let's go to the nearby breakfast shop first. Xia Jie said to the driver. Okay, Mississippi. Yunjung looked at Xia Jie and became more and more envious. It's great to be rich. However, Yunjung really couldn't compliment the color of this car. Why spray it green? Yunjung always felt that it was uncomfortable to have a green thing on his head. Nowadays, boys basically stay away from green. Although there is an old saying that if you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on your head. But Yunjung thinks that a real man should stand tall and upright. How can he bend down for a few grains of rice? So this old saying should be said the other way around. It is better to have an unhappy life than to have green on your head. Brother, do you think the color of this car is good-looking? Yunjung suddenly asked the driver. It's good-looking. The driver was a little confused by Yunjung's sudden question. Then, brother, you should like green very much. Yunjung said faintly. Driver, my TM girlfriend who just found a girlfriend. Brother Xingyun, let's drive a pink one tomorrow. Xia Jie said with a smile. She heard that Yunjung asked this on purpose. Okay, Mississippi. Soon, they arrived at the door of the breakfast shop. Yunjung got off the car, ate a basket of steamed buns, and drank a bowl of soy milk. Xia Jie watched quietly on the side, without saying a word. So full. Xia Jie handed over a tissue. Yunjung took the tissue and wiped his mouth, and suddenly felt a burst of fragrance. What a nice smell. What's that smell? The smell of tissue. Xia Jie said with a smile. She likes to carry some things with special fragrances. Tissues are one of them. No wonder I often smell a fragrance on you. It turns out that this thing is causing trouble. Yunjung said faintly. After arriving at the school gate, when Yunjung and Xia Jie walked out of the green Rolls-Royce together, instantly attracted the attention of many people. And this scene happened to be seen by Li Fei, Lu Xing, Hong Tao, and others. I felt sour immediately. Pairs are coming. It's okay that he's good at playing games, but there's also a girl who actively throws herself at him. The key is that this girl is pretty and has money. Chapter 80, the spring season, is about to begin. Time flies by. Xia Jie quickly became friends with the girls in the class. Although Xia Jie's status is noble and special, she does not feel superior when interacting with others. She is also very enthusiastic and kind. She is very popular among her classmates. In a blink of an eye, it was the last class on Thursday. When the get-out of class was over, the head teacher reminded them, "Don't forget tomorrow's parent-teacher meeting." "Okay, teacher," the students under the podium said loudly. The head teacher smiled and waved goodbye to the students. "Goodbye, classmates. Goodbye, teacher." As soon as Yunjung and Xia Jie walked out of the classroom, they were stopped by the principal. "Principal, is there anything?" Yunjung asked curiously. "Yunjung, you have to speak on behalf of all the students in the school at tomorrow's parent-teacher meeting. Think about it carefully when you go back." The principal reminded. This parents' meeting, to put it bluntly, is a commendation meeting. in order to let all the parents of the students in the school see that Hueying Primary School can also produce young geniuses and is no worse than those so-called famous primary schools and aristocratic primary schools. Oh, I see, principal. Yunjung nodded slightly. Okay, you two go back quickly. Be careful on the road. Okay, goodbye, principal. After Yunjung and Xiaojie arrived at the school gate together, the pink Rolls-Royce has been waiting outside for a long time. Now it's like this every day when going to and from school. Yunjung is already familiar with the route. He opened the door and jumped in. I have to say, I'm jealous. After returning home, Yunjung unexpectedly received a call from Maoshin. Generally speaking, except for Sundays, Maoshin rarely calls Yunjung on his own initiative, because he knows that Yunjung has to go to class during the day and do homework at night, and his time is very tight. He doesn't want to disturb him. After Yunjung saw Mao Mao's call, he hurried back to his bedroom. He picked up the phone. Hello, Cat. What are you calling for? Yunjung asked in a low voice. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei were still at the dinner table. When they saw Yunjung suddenly put down his chopsticks, secretly picked up his phone, and returned to his bedroom, they looked at each other. Something's going on. He's sneaky and secretive. He must be hiding something from us. The two people came to the same conclusion. However, Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei seemed to have gotten used to their son's mystery. Whether it was the previous financial management, medical emergency, or the first place in the mathematical Olympiad, they couldn't be explained by common sense. Gradually, Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei also let it go. Don't ask or interfere. After hearing Yun Jing's voice, Cat God immediately said solemnly, Little brat, you may have to find a way to get out tomorrow. Yun Jing's face was full of question marks. Get out? What do you mean? Cat, what are you talking about? The time of the spring competition has been officially confirmed. It was originally scheduled for Saturday, but due to venue reasons, it was temporarily changed to Friday. The major teams have arrived in the Magic City one after another. The opening ceremony will be held at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the first round of preliminaries will begin in the afternoon. Cat God explained. Yunjung opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't recover for a long time. This is too accurate. How can it be so accurate? The school will have a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Just bumped into each other. What's wrong? Is it difficult to get out? Cat God frowned and asked after hearing Yun Jing's reaction on the other end of the phone. Cat, our school will have a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Yun Jung pouted and said speechlessly. Is that so? Let's see tomorrow. If it doesn't work out, you can play in the second round of the group stage. Mao Shin said. No, I'm going to play tomorrow. Yun Jung shook his head and said, I've waited for so long, and it's finally here. Even if I have to skip class, I have to rush to the scene to attend the opening ceremony. Haha, okay, we'll wait for you. Mao Shin smiled and was about to hang up the phone. Mao, you haven't told me the venue of the game yet? Yun Jung said faintly. Oh, I almost forgot. Look at my memory. The venue is the KPL Esports Center in Shanghai. It can be located on the map. It's not far from us. The opening ceremony of the spring split is at 8 a.m., and the first round of the group stage starts at 1 p.m. There are a total of 16 teams participating in this spring split, divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, D. Group A includes DYG, the favorite to win the championship, TS, We, and Hero. Group B includes AG, the favorite to win the championship, VG, TDG.XQ, and GK. Group C includes LGD, the favorite to win the championship, S-Star, TS, DGM team. Group D includes QGAPI team, which is the favorite to win the championship, RNG.M team, YDG team, and Sviper team. The 4 favorite teams are the top 4 teams in last year's winter competition. Their strength is beyond doubt. Of course, the other teams should not be underestimated. After all, after such a long time, each team has made personnel adjustments. It is hard to say which one is stronger or weaker in terms of strength. In the preliminary round, the 4 groups will first play a round-robin match within the group. The top 2 teams in each group will qualify and successfully enter the quarterfinals. Then there will be a brutal knockout round, from 8 to 4, from 4 to 2, and from 2 to 1. Cat God said. He explained the rules and time of the game to Yun Jung in detail. I know, Cat. Yun Jung nodded. Then he hung up the phone. He returned to the dining table. He absent-mindedly put the food into his mouth. Li Xiaoshu and Yun Lei both noticed something was wrong. I went in to answer a phone call, and when I came out, it was like this. But I didn't ask. Anyway, he wouldn't tell me even if I asked. Eat slowly. Chew before swallowing. Li Xiaoshu warned. Yun Zheng didn't listen at all. He was planning a plan to escape tomorrow. After thinking about it, Yun Zheng found that there was no way to have both. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He was ready to skip class. It was just a parent-teacher meeting. So what if he didn't attend? After dinner, Yun Zheng went back to the bedroom to sleep early. Lying on the bed, he was inexplicably excited. He couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. In desperation, he could only take out his phone and play games, just to get a feel for it. Prepare for tomorrow's game in advance. After Yun Zheng logged into the game, big account, clicked on a ranking match directly, because the rank was too high, so the matching time was long. Waited for nearly 5 minutes before entering the game. As soon as I entered, I saw someone typing and asking, "Is the 5th floor Daxian?" Then, everyone on Yun Zheng's side looked at the 5th floor. This ID looks like Daxian himself. Who is Daxian? Zhang Daxian. Don't you watch the live broadcast? Chapter 81. Crazy shock value. Who is Zhang Daxian? I don't know him. Pretend to be cool. Who doesn't know Zhang Daxian when playing King of Glory? Hee. I really don't know him. Okay. We don't know you yet. When the 1st floor said that he didn't know who Zhang Daxian was, he was attacked by everyone. At this moment, Yun Zheng said innocently, "Is Zhang Daxian the uncle with long flowing hair?" Just this one sentence made everyone present laugh. Douyu TV. In Daxian's live broadcast room. After seeing Yun Zheng's words, the fans all burst out laughing on the spot. Ha, uncle. No, I'm dying of laughter. Please ask Daxian's psychological shadow area at this moment. It's not right to have long hair. Daxian's hair is obviously waist length. How old is Daxian this year? He has already been called uncle. Conservatively speaking, he must be 40. Zhang Daxian. Thank you, Daxian is called uncle. Real age is 45 for sending a super hot one. I really am. Daxian gritted his teeth and looked at the screen, wanting to laugh, but unable to. Just then, the 2nd floor spoke again. The 5th floor is Zhang Daxian himself. I just went into his live broadcast room and took a look. That's right. Daxian, I'm your fan. I've applied for a card in your live broadcast room. Hello. Zhang Daxian greeted politely. Uncle Daxian, can you show us a split? Yun Zheng asked. Zhang Daxian. I'm a game anchor, not a talent anchor. Also, don't call me uncle anymore. Is the 4th floor a primary school student? The 2nd floor asked in confusion. How do you know? Yun Zheng said with a smile and turned on the voice chat. The 2nd floor? It's really a primary school student. I'm drunk. Daxian. Primary school students nowadays are so good. They have even reached the king level. The 1st floor. After entering, he made a 6-point shot. I really don't understand how a primary school student got to this level. The 3rd floor. He always shoots. Shoot your sister, idiot. The 1st floor. My star, you star. The 3rd floor. My star, you star. The 1st and 3rd floors were madly spraying each other. The netizens in Daxian's live broadcast room. Also quite surprised. I accidentally matched with the 2nd worst elementary school student in the Canyon of Kings. Daxian's luck is really bad. Daxian is going to fail in this game. It's destined. Daxian has lost 7 games in a row tonight. With this game, I lost 8 games in a row. I'm almost out of money. Daxian couldn't help but sigh. He said in his heart, this game, it seems to be over again. Hey, Daxian, I can rely on you in this game. I'll do my best. Soon, the ban phase was over. Luban Master, Meng Tian, Jing, and Tai Jinren were banned one after another. The lineups of both sides are as follows. Blue side, Yunjin Confrontation Road Ju Beiji, Jungle Luna, Mid Lane Guanwaner, Development Road Bailey Shui, Support Zhong Wuyan. Red side, Opposite Confrontation Road Quangtia, Jungle Zhao Yun, Mid Lane Shinming Shi, Development Road Jiaoa, Support Ming Shirin. When entering the loading page, everyone was stunned, including the opponents. The number 100 player in the national server, Li Shouyao. The masters on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th floors couldn't help but gasp. From the player, Didubo, the shock value +1. From the player, Yurlang, Shuware, the shock value +1. From the player, Jiaotarja Sojong Jiaji, the shock value +1. From the player, Tsunar Da Shongzhijiaobe, the shock value +1. From the player, Zhifa Shangfang Zhanggisha, the shock value +1. Who just said that the primary school student was the pit. Stand up. I will pee in your eyes. Are all the primary school students nowadays so amazing? Glory King, 100 stars, my god, the dream rank. Is this really the account of the primary school student? Daxian won this game without doing anything. You will know if you look down. Netizens in Daxian's live broadcast room talked about it. Another wave of shock value was contributed to Yunjung, and at this moment, the 5 people on the opposite side, same as Daxian and others. My jaw almost dropped when I saw the number 100 player in the national server, Li Shouyao. Everyone became terrified. At first, I was quite relaxed. Now my nervous body shook unconsciously. The number 100 player in the national server, Li Shouyao, is not just a name. Ordinary people can't beat him at all, just when everyone was amazed. In the picture, an even more incredible scene appeared. Yun Zhang's professional logo, slowly revealed. Am I dazzled? No, you are not the only one who is dazzled. KPL team professional player. Tell me this is not true. The whole audience suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Daxian didn't speak for a long time. It was the first time he was silent for such a long time in the live broadcast. The first, second, and third floors were so shocked that they almost ate the screen of their mobile phones. The shock value of the water friend in Daxian's live broadcast room. Tell you, beautiful people suffer, +1. From the water friend of Daxian's live broadcast room. I am exhausted from working so many chickens, +1. From the water friend of Daxian's live broadcast room. Daxian, I love your long hair, +1. From the water friend of Daxian's live broadcast room. I will definitely flirt with you when your hair grows to your waist, +1. From the water friend of Daxian's live broadcast room. I peed in the wind and spit out a shoe, +1. The opponent was so desperate that he howled to the sky. In a simple ranking game, he actually collided with a professional player. And it was Bailey Shouyao, who was ranked first in the national server. For a moment, the 5 people on the opposite side all began to doubt whether Bailey was joking. If it was really joking, it would be over. There was no suspense. Just wait to be pressed to the ground and rubbed. It's not joking. I used another phone to log into the game and checked his personal information. The professional logo showed that he was from the S-Star team, and Joching was from the DYG team. So the Bailey on the opposite side should not be Joching. Zhao Yun said. The 4 teammates all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Joching. If it was Joching's Bailey, it would have overturned the whole field. It seems that there is still room for this game. As long as it's not Joching's Bailey, I'm not afraid. My heart is finally at ease. Come on, play well. Maybe you can really win. Then, I'll have the capital to brag that I have killed professional players alone. Zhao Yun didn't say a word, because he was not optimistic at all. Looking at the number of national heroes shown in Yun Zhang's personal information, it was the first time that Zhao Yun saw what a sea of heroes was. Chapter 82 Daxian won by doing nothing. Soon, the game officially began. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. All troops attack. Yun Zheng followed his usual practice and learned the second skill, Breath of the Wind, at level 1. Then bought an iron sword and went out, using the passive skill to quickly get to the line. At this moment, Daxian and his teammates were still curious about Yun Zheng's identity. First floor. Fourth floor. Are you really a professional player? Second floor. Little brat, did you borrow this account from someone else? Third floor. Is the elementary school student going to stand up? Daxian said to the netizens in the live broadcast room. Please help me check his personal information and type it on the public screen, okay? Okay. After hearing what Daxian said, the fans immediately logged into the game and entered Yun Zhang's game ID in the search bar. Daxian, I found it. It's a professional player of the S-Star team. Daxian frowned slightly. S-Star team? In his impression, there doesn't seem to be such a person in the S-Star team. What's going on? Who on earth is this 5th floor? Why is there a professional logo for the S-Star team? Fuck. Guess how many national servers he has. Just then, a netizen suddenly said excitedly on the public screen. Then, the public screen exploded. The screen was full of exclamation marks, whizzing by. To be honest, I've never seen so many national servers in my life. This is a dazzling world. Oh my god, I'm so surprised. Have national servers become popular these days? Is this the legendary Sea of Heroes? After seeing the message on the public screen, the immortal asked in confusion, how many national servers have scared you like this? 27. The immortal. Excuse me. Just pretend I didn't say anything. From fragrance of the finger, shock value +1. Daxian, why don't you guess again his peak ranking? Top 10? No, no, no. Top 5? Top 3? First, Daxian. From fragrance of the finger, shock value +1. After Yun Jung came to the line, he still hid in the most familiar upper bush position. This point can be said to be tried and tested. Not to mention passersby. Even professional players often fall into the trap. And then, it was basically a familiar routine and opening. When Jia Luo walked out of the defense tower and appeared on the line, in Yun Jing's eyes, he was already a corpse. First blood. Yun Jung first used his second skill to hit accurately, and then followed up with a basic attack with full damage. When Jia Luo reacted and began to retreat, Bai Li's second skill was already ready. No matter how Jia Luo dodged, there was no way to escape Yun Jing's magic shot. Bang! An ordinary start. An ordinary first blood. But for Daxian and the other 3 teammates, this was not ordinary at all. In fact, it was shocking. This blood burst out too quickly. It seems that I still underestimated his strength. The second skill is so accurate, I envy it. If I can shoot so accurately, my son will come out. Is there really a primary school student playing on the other side of the screen? The number 1 in the peak competition plays the game like this. For him, getting first blood is as easy as drinking water. The teammates were surprised. The opponent was the same. When the opponent started the game, I thought I had a chance to win the game. But when I saw Bailey take the first blood in just 37 seconds, I was disappointed. What the hell is this? The netizens in Daxian's live broadcast room were also shocked beyond words. Mouths wide open. It's no problem to swallow a light bulb in one mouthful. From Daxian's live broadcast room friends, mermaids don't cheat, but can use their mouths, shock value +1. From Daxian's live broadcast room friends, fried eggs forced shock value +1. From Daxian's live broadcast room friends, try my bullets, sister shock value +1. From Daxian's live broadcast room friends, be careful, this is a scam, shock value +1. Another wave of shock value has arrived. Yun Jung discovered that there is a huge benefit to ranking with the anchor. That is, you can quickly earn shock value. Because people watching the live broadcast will also be shocked by his operations. Contribute to him a constant stream of shock value. So Yun Jung knew that what he had to do next was to make the people watching the live broadcast constantly feel surprised. So, Yun Jung started all kinds of cool operations. Second skill, smooth as flowing water. 100 shots hit the target. Kill gods if gods stand in his way. Kill Buddhas if Buddhas stand in his way. Every time he killed an opponent from 1,000 miles away, he could always get a large wave of shock value. He made a lot of money in just one game. In the ending, naturally, there was no surprise. Yun Jing's Bailey carried the whole game. Daxian ended his 7 consecutive losses and successfully won a game. Because of Yun Jung, Daxian had a lot of fun playing this game, and classic quotes emerged one after another. Don't panic, take some medicine. Isn't it better now? AAA, why am I dead? Use the second and first skills to hit a set and activate my small and big skills. After the game, the other 3 teammates also actively gave Yun Jung a thumbs up and applied for the friend status. Hope Yun Jung can pass. Big brother, let's make friends and have a chance to play together. Daxian also shamelessly sent a friend request. After seeing it, Yun Jung happily agreed, but did not accept their ranking invitation. It was already late, and he couldn't play anymore. It was time to go to bed. Let's stop here today. I'm going to log off first. Bye. Goodbye, big brother. The immortal who was sitting in front of the screen was getting more and more curious about Yun Jing's identity. When did such a powerful newcomer appear in the S-Star team? Forget it, I'll definitely see him when I go to the spring game tomorrow. Then I'll know who he is. The immortal said to himself. In the KPL spring game tomorrow, the immortal will be on stage as a guest commentator. At this moment, the fans in the live broadcast room of the immortal are still immersed in the game screen just now. Bailey's bullets are accurate, leaving an indelible impression on everyone. Daxian, do you really not know who this Bailey is? The fans asked curiously on the public screen. I felt a little incredible in my heart. As the spokesperson of the Game King of Glory, the immortal has a wide network of contacts in both the live broadcast field and the esports field. Almost no one does not know Zhang Daxian, and there are almost no people that the immortal does not know. But now, such a mysterious person has really appeared. Maybe it's because I haven't paid much attention to the professional arena recently, so I'm a little ignorant, but I really don't know this person. Daxian shook his head and said, Chapter 83, going to the spring game site soon. Daxian also went off the air with a lot of curiosity. Yunjung was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, regaining energy for tomorrow's game. A dreamless night. The next morning, the alarm rang. Yunjung directly lifted the quilt and went to the bathroom to wash up. Li Xiaoshu saw it, frowning slightly. Unusual. Why don't you stay in bed today? Although Li Xiaoshu felt a little strange, she didn't think much about it. After Yun Zheng washed up, he had breakfast and prepared to go out. Before leaving, Yun Zheng deliberately reminded his mother Li Xiaoshu, Mom, don't forget the parent-teacher meeting this afternoon. Li Xiaoshu smiled and said, I won't forget it. Don't worry. Mom will go there after lunch. Okay, goodbye, Mom. Yun Zheng waved to Li Xiaoshu and then left decisively. Li Xiaoshu frowned slightly. Yi hasn't arrived yet. Why did you leave alone? I'll go downstairs and wait for her. Yun Zheng said perfunctorily. However, there are unexpected events. As soon as he walked out of the community, a pink Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of Yun Zheng. It was just such a coincidence. Xiaojie opened the car door and got out. Seeing that Yun Zheng had come out early, he felt a little strange. Yun Zheng usually dawdled and always went to school on time. It wouldn't work if he left a minute earlier. This time, he was out of character and came out early. Xiaojie walked up to Yun Zheng and asked curiously, Yun Zheng, why did you come out so early today? Yun Zheng was speechless for a moment. Early? Not early. Hee, Yun Zheng. Have you had breakfast? Xiaojie asked carefully. I have. Yun Zheng nodded casually. He was thinking, what kind of excuse should I make to get out of here? Xiaojie saw that Yun Zheng was a little absent-minded, and he came out so early today, which was unusual, so he took the initiative to ask, Yun Zheng, do you have something to do? Yun Zheng thought about it and simply told him everything. Yes, there is an emergency. I need to go to a place now to attend a very important opening ceremony, so I can't go to school with you. Opening ceremony? What opening ceremony? Xiaojie asked curiously. It's hard to explain it in 1 or 2 sentences. Anyway, you just keep it a secret from me. Don't let my mother know, otherwise, I will be miserable. Yun Zheng said. If the teacher asks where you went, what should I say? Xiaojie asked with her head tilted. Yun Zheng couldn't help but pat his head. If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. So, if you go, please ask for a morning off for me. Yeah, okay, but what about the parent-teacher meeting in the afternoon? Xiaojie continued to ask. I'll try to get back. Yun Zheng said casually. This is the only way for now. Yeah, get in the car, I'll take you. Xiaojie said to Yun Zheng. Can you make it in time? Yun Zheng asked with a frown. Drive faster, it should be possible. Xiaojie said with a smile. Okay. Yun Zheng didn't hesitate and got in the car directly. Yun Zheng, where are you going? Xiaoyi looked at Yun Zheng and asked. The Magic City, KPL Esports Center venue. Yun Zheng said. Brother Xingyun, let's go to the place Yun Zheng mentioned first, and then go to school after that. Xiaojie said to the driver. Okay, Mississippi. The driver nodded. There was a little confusion in his heart. The Magic City, KPL Esports Center. Isn't this the venue for the opening ceremony of the spring season skipping class to watch the game? Are today's primary school students so outstanding? Yun Zheng, I know what the opening ceremony you were talking about is. Xiaojie said with a smile. Do you also play Honor of Kings? Yun Zheng asked with some surprise. I played it a few times, and I was always killed by people. It was too hateful. Later I uninstalled it. However, I know the meaning of KPL, Honor of Kings Professional League. Xiaojie replied. Yun Zheng, did you skip class to watch the game of Honor of Kings? Xiaojie asked with blinking eyes. Yun Zheng shook his head slowly. No, I'm going to participate. Xiaojie said with some surprise. The driver in the front row was shocked. Wow. It turns out that they didn't skip classes to watch the game. They skipped classes to play the game. Primary school students nowadays are really going against the will of heaven. They are only 8 years old, and they are already participating in the KPL Professional League. Yunzheng, are you serious? Xiaojie asked in disbelief. Of course. Yunzheng raised his head and said arrogantly. Looking at the surprise and admiration in Xiaojie's eyes, he felt proud and happy. However, he pretended to be calm on the surface. Yunzheng, are you good at playing King of Glory? It's normal. I just beat some professional players, such as Mao Xin, Jiuqing, Huahai, Flywu, and Chuchen. Driver. Blow, keep blowing. If you have the ability, blow up a Rolls-Royce into a convertible. Wow. Although Xiaojie didn't know any of them, he still pretended to be very surprised. Brother Xingyun, do you play Honor of Kings? Yunjung saw through Xiaojie's pretense at a glance, so he asked instead. I play it after work in the evening. The driver in the front row said. Then you should have heard of these professional players, right? Yunjung continued to ask. Of course. The driver nodded and said. Look, what I said is true. Yunjung said to Xiaojie. So amazing. Xiaojie clapped her hands and said. Driver. God's logic. Yunjung. Are you really a player in the Honor of Kings KPL spring tournament this time? The driver couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Yeah. Yunjung nodded heavily. Which team are you from? The driver continued to ask. Star team. Yunjung said casually. Cat's team. The driver couldn't help but gasp. Brother Xingyun, do you know Cat too? Yunjung asked curiously. You mean Cat God? The driver asked back. Yeah. Yunjung nodded. I know him, but he doesn't know me. Haha. The driver smiled. On the surface, he looked very calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. When he heard Yunjung call Cat God Cat, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. What kind of monster was sitting in the back row? At the age of 8, he represented the Star team to participate in the KPL Professional League Spring Tournament. At the age of 8, he should be the youngest professional player in the history of KPL. Chapter 84. The curtain opens. Soon, the pink Rolls-Royce stopped outside the venue of the Magic City KPL Esports Center. It instantly attracted the attention of many people. Fuck, this car is so cool. This is the first time I've seen a pink Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's so cool. When can I own a car like this? If a boy can buy me such a nice car, I'll do anything with him in the car. I don't like to laugh on a bicycle. I only like to shout in a Rolls-Royce. After Yunjung and Xia Jie waved goodbye, they went straight into the venue. As a result, they were stopped by the security guards as soon as they arrived at the door. Little boy, you can't go in without a ticket, the security guard said to Yunjung. Just then, a group of young men in uniforms passed by Yunjung. A string of eye-catching Chinese and English words were written on the back of the uniforms. AG Super Play Club. When the security guards saw it, they didn't even raise their eyelids, let alone stop them. Then why can they go in directly? Yunjung raised his little head and looked at the security guards and asked. Yunjung's words immediately attracted the attention of the AG Super Play Club team. Even such a young kid came to watch the game? It seems that the promotion of the King of Glory event is very good, Inua said with a smile. What a cute little boy. I seem to see what I looked like in the past. The old coach said with a childlike heart. Old coach, believe me, you didn't look like that in the past. 6.6 said faintly. Old coach. Little friend, today is Friday, don't you have to go to class? Xiaoying asked curiously. Yunjung shook his head. Little friend, which team are you a fan of? Do you have a favorite professional player? For example, a man named Qin Yin. Qin Yin Bu, by Lien said. Old coach. Inua. Xiaoying. Let's go. The opening ceremony is about to start. Meng Lei said to everyone. The AG Super Play Club left reluctantly. You haven't told me why yet? Yunjung pouted and looked at the security guard angrily. Little boy, I'm a contestant. Of course I can go in directly. The security guard patiently explained. Me too. Yunjung pouted and said dissatisfiedly. As soon as the voice fell, the AG Super Play Club team walking in front suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yunjung. What? The security guard said with a shocked face. He must not believe it in his heart. Little boy, lying is not a good thing. The security guard said. I didn't lie. Yunjung pouted and said. No lie? Then how can you prove that you are a contestant? The security guard asked back. At this time, the AG Super Play Club team had reappeared in front of Yunjung. Little friend, are you telling the truth? Are you also a participant in the spring competition? Inua asked incredulously. Yeah. Yunjung nodded slightly. Little friend, which team are you from? The old coach asked curiously. Satter team. Just then, Mao Xin and others suddenly appeared behind Yunjung. Xiaojiu, Nuyen, Wuming, Huahai were all there. And Yunjung automatically stood at the C position of the Star team. For a while, the Star team and the AG Super Play Club team were on equal terms. Mao Shun, you said this kid is from your Star team? Lu Jianlu still asked in disbelief. That's right. Mao Shun nodded and said, Uncle, I don't call the kid, I call Yunjung. Yunjung looked at Lu Jianlu and said, Liu Dianlu, I don't call you uncle either. Can't you find a substitute player for the Star team? You actually pulled a kid over to make up the number? Xiaoying asked curiously. Mao Shun and others smiled disdainfully. Make up the number? Ha! Everyone present can be said to be here to make up the number, except Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng, let's go. Mao Shun and others took Yun Zheng's hand and went directly into the venue. AG Super Play Club and others looked at the S-Star team, going farther and farther away, and said with a smile, Cat God is still so arrogant. I'm used to it. Xiaoying, if you meet Cat God this year, you have to learn a few tricks from this old senior. His Jiao Chan is known as the best in KPL. Well, I'll teach him a lesson. Ha! It's hard to say whether we can meet him. I guess we can't meet him. S-Star wants to qualify from the group, which is very uncertain. In last year's winter season, S-Star ranked last in Group A and was eliminated in the first round. In the past year, S-Star's overall strength has declined sharply. It can be described as terrible. Cat God and Nguyen have passed their peak and are no longer as glorious as they were in the past. Indeed, S-Star is not worthy of our attention. Our biggest opponents in this spring season are DYG and QGAPI. Speak of the devil. As soon as Inua finished speaking, he saw the DYG team walking slowly over. Meng, you haven't retired yet, Zhouqing said with a smile. You haven't retired yet. How can I retire first? Menglei replied. As soon as the two sides met, they were on edge, because both teams were the favorites to win the spring split. They regarded each other as a thorn in their eyes. In addition, they have been old rivals for so many years. When they met, they had to exchange some greeting gifts. If they were respectful to each other, it would be too distant. Do you have any trump cards prepared for your DYG team this year? If it's the same as last year, we AG will slaughter you, Lu Dianliu said domineeringly. With his sturdy figure, he really looked like Xiang Yu. Same here, AG should be careful this year. I heard that you just flew over from Shihang overnight. Will you be uncomfortable with the climate? Don't let us beat you to vomit, Yi Zheng said with a smile. Then see you on the field. See you on the field. AG Super Play Club and DYG entered the stadium one after another. Then TS, VG, GK, EDMG, White EG, etc. also arrived outside the stadium one after another. 16 teams, all present. All participating players took their seats in an orderly manner. The audience seats were almost full. It was almost time. The hosts of the opening ceremony of the spring split began to take the stage one after another. The special guests were waiting backstage. The commentators of this spring split also appeared on the scene. When the time slowly froze at 7:59, the KPL spring split officially kicked off. Chapter 85, 8 years old, playing professionally. Hello, summoners at the scene and in front of the screen. Welcome to the KPL King of Glory Spring Tournament sponsored by Zizalong and Hua. I am the host Ai Xiao. Welcome everyone to the Magic City KPL Esports Center to watch the visual feast of King of Glory. I am the host Xiaoi. When the two hosts stood on the stage, the camera instantly focused on the past. The championship trophy of the spring tournament is now standing high on the stage. The whole body is silver and noble, as if it is made of thousands of stars. It symbolizes the highest glory of KPL. Every professional player at the scene couldn't help but be moved after seeing it, because that is what they want in their hearts. Then, on the bright big screen, posters, documentaries of major teams, and some classic scenes in the history of KPL began to slowly appear. Every scene in the past is moving. Countless classic moments are constantly remembered. Menglei Han Xian's extreme home stealing. The official was forced to modify the defense tower mechanism. Created a classic scene in the history of KPL that will be passed down forever. Inua Guanyu killed 4 teammates, and everyone stood up and saluted the enemy's ancestor. Qinglang Yuanga escaped thousands of miles away and showed off his health in the entire Canyon of Kings. Even the commentary was recorded in the history books. There is no way, fly again, I can go, I can show off, I will go. A.S. Xianga made a desperate move. De Chao opened the big at the enemy crystal, and 5 people stole the home and survived the desperate situation. Wu Hanla Fuzzy used his own high damage reduction to recreate Menglei's classic moment and forcibly demolish the enemy crystal without a line of soldiers. Looking at these familiar scenes, it seems like going back to the past. Time will pass, but classics will remain forever. Under the stage, Menglei smiled, Wuhan smiled, Inua smiled, and all the professional players smiled. Because that was their youth. Different youth. Soon, the picture turned to the stage. The competition venue slowly appeared in front of everyone. The venue for this spring season has been completely upgraded, which is more than one level higher than last year's winter season. The high-tech atmosphere almost permeates the entire venue, which is extremely cool. Next, we will enter the performance session of the opening ceremony. Raise your hands and wave your light sticks. Let's cheer for the spring season and warm up the temperature. The two hosts said to all the audiences in the audience and in front of the screen. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry were invited to perform at the opening ceremony. Yang Mi, Song Qian, Li Xian, Yu Yanqianhe, and so on. Big names gathered. Stars were shining. When they walked onto the stage, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly pushed to a climax. The screams of fans resounded throughout the venue. After the performance, the most anticipated moment of the opening ceremony is about to come. 16 teams took the stage one by one. Let them take over the stage. The two hosts began to shout out the names of each team. Let's welcome the AG Super Play Club team. When Teacher Ming, Manhwa, Xiaoying, Lao Shuai, Ludian Liu, and others walked onto the stage one after another, the scene instantly erupted in applause and cheers like a tsunami. It was deafening. It has to be said that AG's popularity is really high. Almost half of the audience at the scene were fans of the AG Super Play Club. Next, let's welcome the DYG team. Juqing's little fans still had very high voices. Let's welcome the Q-Gappy team. As the former triple champion, the Q-Gappy team still received a lot of attention from fans, and the cheers at the scene were also very loud. Let's welcome the LGD team. Let's welcome the TS team. Let's welcome the RNG.M team. Let's welcome the S-Star team. When Mao Xin, Wu Ming, Hua Hai, Nguyen, and others stood on the stage, the cheers at the scene had almost disappeared. So sad and cold, although it was the last performance. However, the emotions of the audience had already calmed down. Not as enthusiastic as before. The scene can be said to be very embarrassing. Mao Xin and others looked very bad. Nguyen looked at the audience and whispered, "Damn, it's so quiet." Xiaojiao, am I not the dream of 900 million girls? Where are I? Wu Ming, shut up, it's not embarrassing enough. The S-Star people were a little embarrassed. However, the next second, when Yunjung was the last one to come out from the backstage, pouting his little mouth, and stood in the middle of the S-Star team, almost everyone's attention at the scene was instantly drawn over. Even the 15 teams nearby looked at S-Star in disbelief. The expressions on their faces were intriguing. The two hosts also looked at Yunjung curiously, walked over slowly, and asked in a low voice, "Little boy, how come you are here? Can't find your parents? Can I ask someone to help you find them?" The host Xiao Yi bent down and looked at Yunjung and said with a little spring light, "Yunjung." Mao Xin smiled and explained, "Host, he is a member of our S-Star team." "What?" Xiao Yi immediately covered her lips in surprise. AI Xiao, who was standing by, was also shocked by Mao Xin's words. His expression changed slightly, and he felt a little incredible in his heart. Shock value from Xiao Yi +1. Shock value from AI Xiao +1. How old are you this year, little boy? 8 years old. Yunjung said casually. Xiao Yi. AI Xiao. Joining a professional team at the age of 8 and participating in the KPL Professional League. To be honest, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Xiao Yi and AI Xiao couldn't believe it was true. Little boy, what's your name? Yunjung. The two hosts' voices were very low, and the distance was far, so the audience didn't hear what was said. However, the 15 teams on the stage heard it clearly. For a moment, all the players of the major teams were petrified in their original places, dumbfounded. Their hearts seemed to be in turmoil. 8 years old, playing professionally. What about 10 years old? Participating in the Olympics? What about 20 years old? Reaching the moon in the sky? Catch turtles in the 5 oceans? Shock value from DYG team, +5. Shock value from LGD team, +5. Shock value from EDGM team, +5. Shock value from RNG.M team, +5. Shock value from TES team, +5. Of course, the AG Super Play Club team seemed to be relatively calm. After all, they had been shocked once before. Moreover, at that time, they were more surprised than the people from other teams. At this moment, the audience in the audience and the audience in front of the screen were still in a state of confusion, looking at Yunjung, who appeared on the field. My heart was full of curiosity. Chapter 86, Senior Daxian. What does that kid who looks less than 10 years old do? Why is he standing with the people from the S-Star team? What a cute kid with collagen all over his face. It's almost overflowing the screen. I want to lick the screen. What did the host say to that kid just now? Why can't I hear a word? It's very annoying. Yeah, I'm so anxious. Who is that kid? Why did he appear at the game? In theory, except for professional players, no one else can go on stage. Could it be? A bold idea suddenly popped up in some people's minds, just when the audience was talking about it. The big screen at the scene suddenly lit up. First, Mr. Ming's personal information slowly emerged. Then came Lao Shuai, Xiaoying, and others. The information of the members of each major team began to be presented to the audience one by one on the big screen. When Yun Zheng's photo appeared, the scene instantly exploded. The audience opened their mouths in surprise, looking at the big screen in disbelief. Star Team professional player, Yun Zheng. Age, 8 years old. Game ID, Star Yun Zheng. For a while, in the venue, shocked and stunned voices came one after another. Shock value from audience A+1. Shock value from audience B+1. Shock value from audience C+1. Shock value from audience D+1. Even Yang Mi, Song Qian, Li Xian, Yang Qinshi, Wu Yifan, and others in the VIP seats couldn't help but look at each other. Yang Mi. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a young professional player, so amazing. Song Qian. The little boy standing on the stage is so cute. Li Xian. It's obviously someone else's child. Yang Qinshi. I debuted at the age of 13, and I was already considered a genius. I never thought that today's kids are playing professionally at the age of 8. I feel ashamed of myself. Wu Yifan. I like this kid. He's as handsome as me. However, shocked though he was, when the audience calmed down, doubts began to emerge. Is an 8-year-old really capable of playing professional games? I don't know why, it always feels a bit fake, like a play. King of Glory is not a game that can be played with hands. How easy is the S-Star team's tryout? Even an 8-year-old can pass it easily. Is it hype? Deliberately using this method to attract attention. It's very likely that the organizers will do everything they can to get ratings. I guess he won't play in the next game. At this moment, the 3 commentators on the scene also began their pre-match predictions. The 3 commentators for this spring season are Li Jiao, Linger, and Zhang Daxian. This kid is so cute, but I don't know how strong he is. The commentator Linger said, "Do you really believe that an 8-year-old can play professionally?" Li Jiao asked with a smile. The meaning of Li Jiao's words was already very obvious, but he couldn't say it in front of so many people. I believe it. However, at this moment, Daxian suddenly spoke. Li Jiao's face was full of question marks. Linger also looked at Daxian Sr. curiously. "Brother Daxian, why do you feel this way?" Linger asked curiously. "Intuition," the immortal said with a smile. He did not tell what happened last night, because he was not sure whether that Bailey was Yun Zheng. Liu. A man's sixth sense is always the most unreliable. Linger. Oh. Soon, the opening ceremony came to an end. When Yun Zheng stepped down from the stage, many people pointed at him, and almost all the discussions were about Yun Zheng. However, Yun Zheng seemed very calm. He seemed to be oblivious to the surrounding voices. "Let's go, little brat. It's time to eat," Cat God said to Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng nodded. "Little brat, don't think too much. You are a public figure now. It is inevitable that people will talk about you. It is normal to point fingers." Wu Ming comforted. "I didn't think too much," Yun Zheng said with a pout. After the opening ceremony, there was an hour for lunch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the competition officially began. In the Magic City KPL Esports Center, there is an independent buffet restaurant. The organizer has arranged meals for all professional players. Mao Shun and others just sat down. A man with long hair came over and greeted with a smile. "Mao Shun, long time no see. Senior Daxian." Mao Shun, Wu Ming, Xiao Jiao, Nuoyan, Hua Hai, and the substitute players of Estar saw Daxian coming and hurriedly stood up. Although many people don't know Daxian, he is a senior figure in the King of Glory circle after all, so they still have to be polite and respectful. "Little friend, do you still remember me?" Daxian looked at Yun Zheng and asked tentatively. Mao Shun and others were immediately confused. "Of course I remember, Uncle Daxian. I took you flying last night," Yun Zheng said faintly. "Daxian, can you please stop calling me uncle? It's embarrassing in front of so many people." However, Yun Zheng's words also let Daxian know that his previous guess was correct. Yun Jung was the mysterious man who led the whole audience last night. I am very optimistic about your S-Star team in this spring game, Daxian said to Maoshin. Senior Daxian is optimistic about Yun Jung. Maoshin replied with a smile. It's the same, haha. Okay, I'm gonna eat first, bye. Daxian said to everyone at S-Star. Goodbye, Senior Daxian. Everyone at S-Star waved and said. Before leaving, Daxian smiled and glanced at Yun Jung and said from the bottom of his heart, Yun Jung, I'm looking forward to your performance in the KPL spring game. Yun Jung was wolfing down his meal and had no time to pay attention to Daxian. Daxian, little brat, when you were playing games last night, did you match with Daxian Sr.? Xiao Jiao and Wu Ming asked gossipingly after seeing Daxian leave. Yes. Yun Jung nodded. Is Daxian Sr. quite bad? I watched his teaching videos before, and I always learn nothing. Ha, especially his sentence, second and first skills hit a set, activate my small big move, and then the person is gone. Xiao Jiao and Wu Ming asked with a smile. At this moment, Daxian, who had not walked far, staggered and almost fell to the ground after hearing what Xiao Jiao and Wu Ming said. Soon, after everyone finished their meal, they returned to the stadium, and the time is just coming. The time for the spring competition and the time for the parents' meeting. Chapter 87 Yun Jung is exposed. At 1 p.m., the list of opponents is announced. The first round of Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D in the spring season will be played in a total of 4 games, using the BO5 system, best of 5. The opponents of Group A are DYG and Hero. The opponents of Group B are AG Super Play Club and GK. The opponents of Group C are S-Star and EDGM. The opponents of Group D are QGAPI and White EG. As for the order of appearance, it will be randomly determined by the big screen on the scene. Soon, the 4 letters A, B, C, and D began to scroll on the big screen. When the beautiful host Xiao E called for a stop, the big screen just froze on C. That is to say, the first game, it will be a contest between S-Star and EDGM. EDGM is an old rival of S-Star, and they even had a training match not long ago. Let's go, Maoshin said to all the players of S-Star. Come on, come on, come on. Xiaojiu, Wuming, Huahai, Nguyen, and others all made fists and stretched them into the air. Yun Jung also stretched out his little fist and moved closer. The moment of fist bumping indicated that they were working together. On the other side, after we go up, ban Lao Fuzi first, Chu Chun and Wu Hin said to the players. To be honest, the team they least wanted to meet in the group stage was S-Star. Because in the previous training match, Wu Hin and Chu Chun were almost psychologically traumatized by Yun Jing's Lao Fuzi. There are still some lingering fears. However, what Wu Hin and Chu Chun didn't know was that in the training match, Lao Fuzi was not played by Nguyen at all, but by Yun Jung, Huiying Primary School. Thousands of teachers and students are now gathered in the school's auditorium. Students took their seats one by one, while teachers sat next to their own classes. The largest parent-teacher conference in the history of Huiying Primary School is about to be held. Students from all 6 grades of the school gathered together. A new look. You should know that Huiying Primary School's parent-teacher conferences in the past were generally held in the form of classes. This kind of school-wide conference is unprecedented. It is enough to see that the principal has really taken great pains and made careful arrangements to commend Yun Jung in public this time. After Li Xiaoshu hurriedly arrived at the school, she found a seat and sat down. As a result, after looking around, she found that Yun Jung was gone. All the students in the first grade class 3 were there, except Yun Jung, who was nowhere to be seen. He should have gone to the toilet, Li Xiaoshu thought to herself. She didn't even think about skipping class. Soon, the principal of Huiying Primary School appeared in the school auditorium in a suit and tie and said to the thousands of teachers and students present, "Good afternoon, parents, teachers, and students." Warm applause broke out in the auditorium. When the applause slowly stopped, the principal continued to speak. On this beautiful spring day, we have gathered all the parents, teachers, and students here. First, we want to hold a meaningful parent meeting to narrow the distance between teachers and parents. Second, we want to report the brilliant achievements made by Huiying Primary School recently and make a profound summary so that parents will know, teachers will be confident, and students will be positive. As soon as the voice fell, the applause rang again. Next, I will announce something to everyone. Hueying Primary School has achieved unprecedented success in the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad. The first and second place winners are all students of Hueying Primary School, the principal said with a smile. In the auditorium, a commotion broke out. Every parent's face was filled with disbelief. Because in the past, Hueying Primary School had always been an ordinary primary school with very weak teaching level and teaching staff, and there was no way it could compete with those famous primary schools. The school's ranking was also very poor. It has always been hovering 50 meters away. But now, the principal actually said that the first and second place winners of the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad were both in Hueying Primary School. Doesn't that mean that Hueying Primary School now has the strength to compete with famous primary schools? Principal, is this true? Then has the school's teaching staff and teaching level been greatly improved? Will the tuition also increase? I was originally planning to change my son to a higher-ranked school, but now it seems unnecessary. Principal, from now on, will Hueying Primary School also join the ranks of famous primary schools? Can I say that my child attends a famous primary school when I go out? Facing the parents' questions, the principal answered them one by one. The school's faculty and teaching level will definitely be greatly improved. Not only that, the teaching equipment will also be updated, but the tuition will definitely not increase. It is what it is. As for whether Hueying Primary School has entered the ranks of famous primary schools, I can only say that Hueying Primary School is now ranked 10th in Shanghai. The principal said proudly. It was the first time that he felt so proud. And all this was thanks to Yunjung. Hiss. After hearing the principal's words, all the parents couldn't help but take a breath. 10th. If it ranks 10th in Shanghai, it will definitely enter the ranks of famous primary schools. It seems that I was right to send my child to this school. In the future, I can tell people that my child is studying in a famous primary school. The principal looked at the reactions of the parents below the stage, and he was so happy. This may be the most fulfilling time in his teaching career. Next, it's the commendation session. Please ask the two students to come on stage to receive the awards. The first place in the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad is Yunjung. The second place in the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad is Xiajie. The principal said loudly. The parents in the audience immediately showed envious eyes. Why hasn't Yunjung come back yet? Xiajie frowned slightly and said restlessly. Yi, Yunjung hasn't come yet? The head teacher asked. Xiajie shook his little head. Yi, you go on stage to receive the award first. The head teacher said to Xiajie. Yes. Xiajie nodded slightly, stood up, and walked slowly to the stage of the school's auditorium. After going on stage, the principal saw that Xiajie was the only one, and frowned slightly, and asked in confusion. Yi, where is Yunjung? Xiajie bit his lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and knew that the matter could no longer be concealed. So he said to the principal, Principal, Yunjung didn't come to school. You want to play the King of Glory game. Chapter 88, Everyone's Misunderstanding. Yi, are you saying that Yunjung skipped classes to play games? The principal asked with a dark face. Xiajie thought about it and nodded slightly. It can be understood this way, but before Xiajie could finish his words, the principal had already turned his back and looked to the other side. 10,000 horses galloping through my heart. My little ancestor. At such an important moment and such an important occasion, you actually want to play games. The principal's mind was blank, and he jumped up and down in anxiety. Exaggerated writing. The blood pressure began to soar. This parent-teacher meeting was prepared for Yunjung alone. The others present were all foils. The reason for saying this is because the ultimate purpose of holding this parents' meeting is to establish Yunjung as a role model for all students of Hueying Primary School to follow and learn from in front of all the teachers, students, and parents of the school, and to announce to the public that from now on, Yunjung's personal image will also represent the image of Hueying Primary School. Make Yunjung a business card, a household name business card. This way, Hueying Primary School and Yunjung can be firmly tied together. Always hold on to Yunjung, a thick thigh, a genius boy. But now, it seems that the commendation is about to begin. It has come to this critical moment. Yunjung actually skipped classes to play games. Xing, you are a star. The principal suddenly felt his head buzzing. The first place in the Mathematical Olympiad, the banner of Hueying Primary School, and the role model among classmates, actually took the lead in skipping classes to play games. What do the parents, teachers, and students think? This is not a lifetime of fame, ruined in an instant. This sudden change made the principal completely at a loss. For a moment, the auditorium was quietly quiet, and the award ceremony was forced to be suspended. Seeing this, the parents and teachers in the audience all began to discuss. What happened? Why didn't the other winning child come on stage? Why did the principal suddenly remain silent? It seems that the little boy who won the first place in the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad did not come to school today, but skipped classes to play games. No way. Didn't the principal just say that the child who won the first place in the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad is very good, and he will be praised separately next? Good academic performance does not mean that both character and learning are excellent. Indeed, schools must deal with this behavior seriously and must not set a bad example for other students. Otherwise, with the current children's nature, he would definitely think that the first-place winner of the Mathematical Olympiad skipped classes to play games. So why can't I skip? Yes, even the first-place winner of the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad is no exception. No one has privileges. It seems that this parent-teacher meeting is doomed to backfire. The principal should be quite helpless. He originally wanted to set an example for all the students present, but he didn't expect. It seems that students should start with being a good person first. Li Xiaoshu sat in her seat, listening to the sarcasm, criticism, and accusations of the people around her. She felt like a knife was stabbed in the heart, and she felt particularly uncomfortable. Her face was very bad, and her eyes gradually sparkled. Why? Why did she say that about her son? Yunjung was only 8 years old. However, Li Xiaoshu was also very confused. Why did Yunjung suddenly skip classes to play games? He was fine in the morning. However, Li Xiaoshu knew clearly that her son was not a rebellious child and was very sensible. At this moment, Yunjung's head teacher, Teacher Zhang, walked quickly to Li Xiaoshu. Mother Yunjung, didn't Yunjung come to school with you? No, Teacher Zhang. Yunjung went out in the morning. Li Xiaoshu frowned and said, Mother Yunjung didn't come to school in the morning, but asked Yi to help him take a sick leave for the whole morning. It seems that the two children have colluded. Teacher Zhang said, Teacher Zhang, when you say that, I suddenly remembered that Yunjung was indeed a little different from usual in the morning. But why did Yi help him hide it? Li Xiaoshu said puzzledly. There were question marks in her heart. Xia Zhiye on the stage, listening to the voices of discussion below the stage, frowned slightly, and her expression changed slightly. The smile on her face was gradually covered by coldness. The voices of discussion made her very uncomfortable. Principal, you misunderstood. Yunjung didn't skip school to play games, but to pursue his dream. At this moment, he is standing on a bigger stage, shining brightly. Xia Zhiye suddenly looked at the principal and said calmly. However, the cold voice was frightening. The principal didn't let her finish her words before. Yi, what's wrong with you? Principal, can you give me the microphone? Xia Zhiye said to the principal. Yes. The principal hurriedly handed the microphone in his hand to Xia Zhiye, because he could clearly feel that Xia Zhiye seemed like a different person at this moment. There was a cold breath all over his body. He couldn't bear the anger of the daughter of the Xia family. After Xia Zhiye took the microphone, he slowly said, First, Yunjung won the first place in the National Youth Mathematical Olympiad. He is a role model for all his classmates. There is no doubt about that. Second, Yunjung did not skip class to play games, but to participate in the KPL King of Glory Spring Tournament. Third, please do not casually comment on something you are not aware of, and please do not casually criticize someone you have never met. After hearing Xia Zhiye's words, the parents in the audience all frowned slightly. This little girl has such a strong aura. I'm a little afraid to breathe. It's completely nonsense. Participating in the King of Glory competition, isn't that skipping class to play games? That's right. At a young age, she has started to learn to quibble. What will happen when she grows up? If you make a mistake, just correct it. Don't skip class next time. You will still be a good child. Xia Zhiye knows. The concept of this generation of parents is deeply rooted. No matter how much you say, it is futile. Principal, can you turn on the multimedia in the auditorium? Xia Zhiye said to the principal. Yi, why do you turn on the multimedia? The principal frowned and asked. I want all the parents, teachers, and students present to see what Yunjung is doing at this moment. Xia Zhiye said. The principal nodded. Although he was still confused, he walked over and turned on the multimedia in the auditorium. Soon, the curtain slowly fell. The projector projected all the images on the computer screen onto the curtain. The people in the audience could see clearly. Then, Xiaojie had turned on the live broadcast room of the King of Glory Spring Tournament. Chapter 89, shocking the four Cs when the computer screen slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was the beginning of the duel between the S-Star team and the EDGM team. The players of both teams were just about to enter the venue. Soon, Yunjung came out from the backstage. The tender little face appeared clearly on the screen. The director also gave a close-up. Suddenly, everyone in the auditorium couldn't help but gasp. The teachers and parents in the audience were all staring at the big screen in amazement. Although they didn't know what this game represented, they knew it was extraordinary just by looking at the layout of the scene and the number of spectators. The cool lights and the gorgeous stage were just like a concert. It was shocking. The parents and teachers didn't know what KPL represented, but the students in the audience knew it clearly. When they saw Yunjung appear in the player's seat, everyone's jaws were about to drop. Some even couldn't believe their eyes. 8 years old, playing professionally. What a joke. This world is not that wonderful. The female students looked at the big screen with a crazy look on their faces. Yunjung, who was shining on the stage of the KPL Spring Tournament, met all their fantasies about the Prince Charming. Li Fei. Yunjung is actually a professional player. Lu Xing. No wonder there was a professional logo under his account when he was playing the game. It wasn't a system bug, but he had been successfully authenticated. Xiaopeng. Humph. He actually kept it a secret from us for so long. I still thought of him as a brother. Forget it, we're done. From now on, I won't think of him as a brother anymore. Lu Xing. Then what do you think of him as? Xiaopeng. As a father. Lu Xing. Li Fei. Hong Tao. Haha. You can say that when you go out, I have been teammates with professional players. Li Zhijing. Fuck, are my eyes blind? Is that really Yunjung? Feng Taoyue. No more words. I will go to become Yunjing's disciple tomorrow, and I will become his disciple even if I have to kowtow 3 times and 9 times. Han Xing. In fact, I've already seen that he is a professional player. Li Zhijing. Get lost. You will die if you don't brag. When we formed a team to play against Jiankaping District Primary School, you were the one who questioned the most. Many students in the audience looked at their parents. Now they have the courage to defend Yunjung. Dad, Mom, you may not know much about esports, and there are misunderstandings. Careers and hobbies are always different. It is not like what you said. Isn't participating in the KPL Professional League just skipping classes to play games? Now the esports industry has been developing more and more prosperous. Many professional players have achieved a counterattack in life through games. Probabilistic event. Dad, let me tell you something that hurts the heart. Those people on the stage have higher salaries than you. Dad, Mom, Yunjung is really excellent, whether in study or other fields. He is a role model worthy of learning for all of us. After hearing what their children said, the parents felt ashamed. They didn't know why, but they blamed an 8-year-old child. It's really too much. I'm sorry, son. I take back what I just said. I like Yunjung very much now. What's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? We should respect your own opinions and ideas. Boy, you can play games, but you have to keep up with your studies. Did you hear that Yunjung is a well-rounded student? Don't just learn games. Lulu, the little boy on the screen is your classmate, right? He's amazing. Mom also hopes that you can be like him and shine one day. Mom, you're dreaming. Lila pouted and said, You let me, a gold-ranked player, covet the professional arena. The gap between them is not 1,000,000 miles, but 1,000,000 miles. Li Xiaoshu listened to the discussions of the people around her. The haze was swept away in an instant. A smile reappeared on her face. My son is always the best. After hearing the change in the parents, teachers, and classmates' views of Yunjung, Xiaojie's cold temperament gradually disappeared, and a long-lost smile began to appear on his delicate little face. You can dislike what you don't like, but please allow it to exist. You can continue to hate what you hate, but please allow others to like it. This is what I think of esports. After leaving a message, Xiaojie returned to his seat. The audience burst into warm applause. All the parents couldn't help but look at Xiaojie. Son, can you chase this girl? Dad, don't you look at your own genes? You gave birth to me like a pig. It's good enough for me to find a wife when I grow up. How dare a toad want to eat swan meat? Blame your mother. The principal was just about to go over and turn off the multimedia. The audience suddenly erupted in a tsunami of protests. Principal, don't turn it off. We want to watch the game. We want to see Yunjing's operation and abuse the professional players. Principal, please move away a little. You are blocking the screen. Principal, you will cause public outrage if you do this. Principal, please make the screen brighter. Principal, sorry to bother you. The screen is switched. In the stadium of KPL Esports Center in Shanghai, sitting in the player's seat, Yunjung looked at the shock value that kept pouring into his mind, and his face was full of confusion. Shock value from Li Fei +1. Shock value from Lu Xing +1. Shock value from Xiaobang +1. Shock value from Hong Tao +1. Shock value from Li Zhijing +1. Shock value from Han Xing +1. It's inexplicable. What are these people shocked about? Yunjung muttered in confusion. And the other teams and the audience at the scene saw that Yunjung actually played in the first game. Suddenly, I felt like I was slapped in the face. S-Star team actually let this 8-year-old boy play. This is incredible. What on earth is the coach of S-Star team thinking? Is he trying to pass the blame after losing? Just like last year, he was eliminated in one round. The audience in front of the screen were all talking about it. The barrage in the live broadcast room was almost all about Yunjung. Various doubts came one after another. After seeing this, Li Fei and others all showed disdainful expressions. No way, no way, no way anyone really thinks Yunjung can't play professionally. At the age of 8, he can stand on the professional field. Doesn't this prove the problem? Alas, a bunch of frogs in the well. Look down on elementary school students. Chapter 90, Stunning Skills. Daxian, S-Star team let Yunjung, who is only 8 years old, play in the first game. What do you think? Li Jiu asked while sitting in the studio. Use your eyes to see it. Daxian pouted and said, how else can you see it? Could it be that you use but to see it? Liu Linger, who was wearing an OL uniform and had long hair, was directly amused. Ups and downs. Magnificent. Hua Hai was replaced, so Yunjung should play the shooter position. Linger said. Daxian and Li Jiu nodded slightly. Soon, the game between the two sides officially began. First, the ban and selection of heroes. EDGM team banned Lao Fuzi as soon as they came up, without any hesitation. The three commentators and the audience were confused. Why did they play a show right at the beginning? Why ban the Lao Fuzi, who has a very low appearance rate? It is really intriguing. When Nguyen saw the opponent ban Lao Fuzi, he immediately looked at Yunjung. Little Brad, it seems that the people of EDGM team have been psychologically traumatized by you, and they banned Lao Fuzi first. Xiao Jiu interrupted. No, it should be said that they were psychologically traumatized by you. Nguyen immediately had a face full of question marks. What do you mean? Xiao Jiu curled his lips and said, because they don't know that Lao Fuzi is Yunjung at all. Nguyen only reacted after hearing this. Indeed, EDGM team, but I don't know who is playing Lao Fuzi in front of the screen. Soon, Luban Master, Dunshan, Jing, Lonling King, Jiang Zia, Mozi, and Lu Bu were all banned one after another. The competition system of the spring game stipulates that there are a total of 8 banned positions on both sides. Next, it's time to choose heroes. The first floor of Cat God directly helped Yunjung to choose Bailey Shui. This move immediately caused heated discussions. AG Super Play Club Inua. It's interesting that the kid wants to play Bailey Shui. Bailey is a hero with a very low error tolerance rate. It's not so easy to get started in the professional arena. It depends on whether he shoots accurately. Ludi Anliu said seriously. He is just an 8-year-old child. How accurate can he shoot? He is not an old driver like you. He already knows the hole well. Inua pouted disdainfully and teased. Lu Denlu. Menglei. Lao Shuai. Watch the game in a civilized manner. Please don't drive. Commentary seat. Li Jiu saw that the first floor of Cat God helped Yunjung grab Bailey Shui first, and he couldn't help his curiosity and communicated with Daxian and Linger. In the professional arena, apart from Joqing's Bailey, few people seem to be able to control this hero. After all, if Bailey's second skill is not accurate, it is easy to have a 4-on-5 situation. It's too risky to use Bailey in the first game. It does feel a little unsafe. Linger frowned and said, what if the second skill is always successful? Daxian said with a smile. How is it possible? Senior Daxian, don't joke. Even Joqing doesn't dare to say that he is always successful. Xiaojiu said with a sneer. Daxian smiled and said nothing. He said expectantly in his heart, just wait and see. Soon, everyone chose their own heroes. The lineups of both sides are as follows. Blue side, S-Star team Zhu Beiji in the confrontation road, Zhao Yun in the jungle, Diao Chan in the middle road, Bailey Shuyi in the development road, and Zhang Fei as the auxiliary. Red side, EGM team Guan Yu in the confrontation lane, Pei Qinhu in the jungle, Chang'e in the middle lane, Sun Shangxiang in the development lane, and Lian Pu in the support lane. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. All troops attack. After entering the game, Yunjung clicked on the second skill, Breath of the Wind, as usual, then bought an iron sword and went out. He stuck close to the wall, quickly came to the line, and got into the familiar upper bush position. When Sun Shangxiang appeared, Yunjung had accumulated 2 Breath of the Wind. However, what surprised Yunjung was that Sun Shangxiang actually walked out of the defense tower with a swagger, completely fearless. Bang! Yunjung directly fired a second skill, followed by a flat attack, instantly crippling Sun Shangxiang. Sun Shangxiang realized the danger, her body shook, and she rolled with the first skill and ran back to the tower. However, Yunjung would not let any prey go, just when Sun Shangxiang was still in shock. Another bullet was fired. Bang! A hit to the soul. First blood! Sun Shangxiang has been killed. First blood! At the same time, this is also Yunjing's first head in the KPL arena. Mao Shun, Nuo Yin, Xiaojiu, Wu Ming, for people glanced at the time in the upper right corner. 37 seconds. Just right. Looking at Bailey standing under the tower, holding a spear, calm and composed. The audience was stunned. The face was hit with a slapping sound. When everyone in the AG Superplay Club saw Yunjung take the first blood, they all couldn't help but exclaimed. Inua frowned slightly. This Bailey is quite accurate. It seems that I misjudged him. Ludianliu said from the bottom of his heart. Details, predictions, all are top-notch. This kid is not simple. Xiaoying. Why do I feel that the last shot was a fluke? There is obviously no vision. Inua smiled. Keep watching, and you will know whether it was a fluke or not. The players of other teams were a little absent-minded at first, but the sudden first blood woke everyone up. Too fast. So fast that it is unbelievable. DYG Yizheng. Jiuqing, do you see anything? DYG Jiuqing. I can't tell how strong it is for the time being. Li Jiu and Linger in the commentary room opened their mouths slightly. After seeing the first blood being taken by Yunjung, they were shocked and speechless for a while. I've told you not to jump to conclusions. The fun is yet to come. The great immortal looked at the two people in shock and said with a smile. Xiaobei, what's going on? Chuchen asked. The kid on the opposite side seems to be quite capable. Xiaobei frowned and said, Be serious. This is a game, not a training. Wuhan said unhappily. I know. Xiaobei nodded slightly and was very alert. After Yunjung got the first blood, he successfully gained a lot of shock value. Shock value from the live broadcast room visitor. Zhu is the reading here, +1. Shock value from the live broadcast room visitor. Your lips ruin her purity, +1. Shock value from the live broadcast room visitor. I made you fertilized, +1. Shock value from the live broadcast room visitor. The monk visits the brothel, +1. Shock value from the live broadcast room visitor. The pronunciation is separated and read, +1. At this moment, in the auditorium of Huiying Primary School, thousands of students howled wildly, shouting 2 words loudly. First blood! First blood! First blood! Yunjung got the first blood. Chapter 91 Collapse Xiaobei. After Yunjung got the first blood, he cleared the line of soldiers and successfully reached level 2. Then, he began to use his first skill, Eye of Tranquility, to control the vision near the river. If the opponent came to the bottom lane to catch people, he could find out in advance. Very soon, Sun Shangxiang came to the line again. After the previous experience and lessons, Xiaobei learned a lot and dared not to leave the tower rashly again. However, there is no absolutely safe place in the Canyon of Kings. When Yunjung saw it, he smiled slightly. The tender little face was full of arrogance. Do you think hiding under the tower will be all right? You are so naive. Yunjung, who was hiding in the bushes on the right, decisively activated his second skill, Breath of the Wind, aimed in the opposite direction, and then turned 180 degrees and fired a shot. He didn't give his opponent any chance to react. Bang! The second skill hit accurately. Instantly, it knocked off nearly half of Sun Shangxiang's health. Damn, this can even hit! Xiaobei looked at the sudden bullet and said speechlessly. He directly activated the first skill to roll under the tower and taught the positioning. He was afraid that Yun Jing's second breath of the wind would shoot again. Unfortunately, even so, he still couldn't escape. Bang! Bailey flashed into the tower at the same time as the second skill was fired, and took away Sun Shangxiang with a normal attack. Then, he walked out of the defense tower with a swagger. The whole audience was silent. In the commentary room, Li Jiao and Linger opened their mouths slightly, with surprisingly consistent expressions on their faces. Xiao Bei's Sun Shangxiang was killed again, Li Jiao said in disbelief. The kid's Bailey Shuyi is so accurate. Linga smacked her lips slightly. Who is this 8-year-old Yunzheng? He actually played Xiao Bei, the core shooter of the EDGM team, in the palm of his hand. Li Jiao said in shock. After commentating on the KPL Professional League for so many years, this is the first time he has seen a player who killed the opponent twice in just 1 minute. Yes, I'm also curious. Where did this kid come from? He is so good at shooting, Linger said with blinking eyes. The beautiful legs and black stockings swayed in front of the camera, and the little feet wrapped in high heels were particularly attractive. The audience in the live broadcast room. How could they still have the heart to watch the game? Damn, director, can you turn the screen around? He said no, but his body was honest. Huh, I can finally calm down and watch the game. Give the director a chicken leg. The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the shocked look of Li Jiao and Linger, Daxian seemed relatively calm. After all, such a scene had already appeared once last night. Until now, he still remembers it vividly. And more exciting things are still to come. Yun Zheng's Bailey is not just that. The major teams also became serious, and the expressions on their faces gradually became serious. Yun Zheng's Bailey made them feel an unusual atmosphere. Yizheng, Jiuqing, what about now? Jiuqing, the strength is bottomless. Yi Zheng's face clearly flashed a trace of shock. There are only a few people who can make Jiuqing say this. AG Superplay Club Inua asked with a smile. Xiaoying, do you still think that Bailey's first blood just now was a fluke? AG Superplay Club Xiaoying rolled her eyes at Inua. I'm not blind. 8 years old, grown up, what else? 6.6 said faintly. Old coach. Old 6, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Meng Lei was speechless. EDGM team, at this moment, has been shrouded in a haze. Xiaobei Sun Shangxiang was killed twice by Bailey in a row, which was a big blow to the morale of the whole team. Chuchen and Wuhan looked very bad. However, they knew that Xiaobei's mentality must be on the verge of collapse, so they could only try their best to comfort him. Xiaobei, don't leave the tower for the time being. Wait for the soldiers to pass. I was killed by him just under the tower. Xiaobei said with some emotional collapse. His second skill is too accurate, and he hasn't missed a single shot so far. Chu Chun and Wuhan frowned after hearing this. The situation seemed to be worse than they thought. After Yun Zheng cleared the line, he stood leisurely outside the defense tower, doing nothing, waiting for the soldiers to refresh. Little brat, let's go through the opposite jungle together, Xiao Jiao said to Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng nodded. He went to the lower half of the opposite jungle with Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei. Just halfway through, he met Pei Qinhu and Lian Pu. It seemed that they were going to catch Yun Zheng in the bottom lane, but they bumped into him in the jungle. Xiaojiao and Wu Ming rushed up directly. They wanted to force a small-scale team battle. But Pei Qinhu and Lian Pu turned around and ran away when they saw the situation was not good. They had no intention of fighting at all. If it was just Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei, they would not be afraid. But behind them, there was Bailey Shi following. After 2 shots, not to mention Pei Qinhu, even Lian Pu would have to call him daddy. However, since Pei Qinhu and Lian Pu wanted to leave, Xiaojiao, Wu Ming, and Yun Zheng could not stop them. Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei were not even level 4 yet, and they had no skills to keep them. They could only watch the two run away. However, Xiaobei Sun Shangxiang was not so lucky. Originally, the 3 members of the EDGM team planned to ambush Yun Zheng's Bailey Shuyi in the bottom lane. As a result, halfway through, they met Love at the corner. Pei Qinhu and Lian Pu ran away when they saw the situation was not good, leaving Xiaobei alone under the tower. Xiaojiao, Wu Ming, and Yun Zheng would not show mercy to women. They went over the tower and raped Sun Shangxiang. Do you have any team spirit? Can you let me know next time you run? My mind is broken. Xiaobei almost threw the organizer's phone. Then he thought that he would have to pay for it, so he held back. It's okay, Xiaobei. You are not worth much anymore. Chu Chin and Ran EGM team support comforted him. Xiaobei, after Yunzheng and the other two killed Sun Shangxiang, they also pulled down the opponent's lower tower. At this time, the tyrant just refreshed. Yunzheng, Xiaojiao, and Wuming decisively chose to go over and kill the dragon. The opponent didn't dare to come over to grab it. Soon, the tyrant was killed by Xiaojiao Zhaoyun. Yunzheng, Xiaojiao, and Wuming all reached level 4. The economic gap is getting bigger and bigger. There was a tendency of collapse. But at this moment, the news that Nguyen was killed suddenly came from the top lane. Wuhan's Guan Yu killed Nguyen's Zhu Beiji alone. For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. The collision between the two top side lanes ended in this way. Before the game, everyone thought it would be evenly matched. But unexpectedly, Wuhan won a slight advantage shortly after the start. Chapter 92 Yunzheng will be a strong opponent. His Zhu Beiji is really not as strong as his Lao Fuzi, Wuhan said calmly. Indeed, if Nguyen played Lao Fuzi in this game, it would have been GG in advance, and both the top and bottom lanes might have been destroyed. Chu Chen said, I may really have a problem with my state. My second skill missed twice in a row. Nguyen said a little frustrated. It's okay, it's just the beginning. Mao Xin comforted. After Nguyen was killed, E to GM team was able to pull back a little disadvantage. A chance to catch their breath. After killing Nguyen, Wuhan's Guan Yu set his sights on Mao Xin in the middle lane. After taking Nguyen's head, he immediately rushed to the middle lane without stopping, prepared to cooperate with Chang'e to kill Mao Xin's Diaochan in seconds. In this way, the balance of victory will return to the same starting point. It must be said that Chang'e in the middle lane disguised very successfully, and has been using the second skill to clear the line normally without revealing a trace of killing intent. In Mao Xin, the same is true, because both sides are waiting for teammates to come. Soon, Wuhan's Guan Yu, after seeing Mao Xin release the second skill, did not hesitate and rushed out of the bushes immediately. The first skill, Single Sword Meeting, directly pushed Mao Xin's Diaochan to Chang'e's side. Seeing this, Chang'e immediately used the first and second skills to connect the ultimate move, frantically output to Mao Xin, who was close to her face. The cat god was killed instantly. He didn't even have time to use purification. Cat god? Little slut, you run so fast. At this moment, 3 black men suddenly rushed out from the bushes on the right. Yunzheng and others also arrived. Xiaojiao Zhaoyun jumped up with his ultimate skill and knocked Chang'e and Guan Yu away instantly. Wuming Zhang Fei followed closely behind, and the guardian mechanism jumped on the faces of Guan Yu and Chang'e and opened the ultimate skill in the opposite direction, shouting the two away from the defense tower. Bang! Yunzheng used his second skill to kill Chang'e instantly. Wuhan's Guan Yu was left with only a little blood. Xiao Jiao saw this, used his first and second skills, and then a normal attack, and took Guan Yu's head. 1 for 2. Not a loss. Yunzheng found that he didn't kill 2 people, and said unhappily, Human head dog. Xiao Jiao, don't think you can be shameless at the age of 8. At this moment, Pei Qinhu and Lian suddenly appeared from the bush on the left. Sun Shangxiang also surrounded from the bottom lane. Yunzheng turned around and shot. Sun Shangxiang was beaten to a state of low health. She pouted and said disdainfully, You are almost a super soldier, and you still come to join in the fun. I'll kill you, little slut. Damn, this TM damage is fake. Sun Shangxiang left the battlefield with a curse. The first skill rolled back in the opposite direction and escaped. 3 to 3, it turned into 2 to 3 in a second. However, on Yunzheng's side, Xiaojiao and Wu Ming had already used up all their skills. Yunzheng's Bailey only had 2 shots left in the second skill. Once the fight started, it was not certain that they would win. Otherwise, retreat first. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow forever. You can come back next time, Xiaojiao and Wu Ming suggested. However, Yunzheng had already rushed forward to launch a normal attack. Even if it was 1 against 2, he was not afraid at all. Bailey launched a normal attack, followed by 2 skills. Directly knocked off 1/3 of Lianpo's health. The damage was terrifying. However, Lianpo had a strong body, so he was not afraid of Yunzheng's attack. His first skill, Explosive Collision, quickly approached, and then he jumped up with his ultimate skill and went straight to Yunzheng's face. Yunzheng was not in a hurry and pressed his ultimate skill in advance. While dealing damage, he also opened up the distance. Then, 2 basic attacks made Lianpo look confused. Lianpo, fuck, it's so lonely. At this time, Pei Qin, who had also transformed into a tiger and rushed towards Yun Jung head-on. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao and Wu Ming just wanted to turn around to help, but it was too late. Pei Qin, who had already pounced on Yun Zheng's face. Opening his claws, he was about to tear Yun Zheng's Bailey apart. Yun Zheng had been waiting for a long time, and he didn't even use the flash, just waiting for Pei Qin Hu to come. Bang! Close to the face with his second skill. One shot down. Pei Qin Hu's health dropped by 2/3. Chu Chen's soul was almost blown away. Looking at his own health bar that disappeared in an instant, he suddenly regretted why he jumped over and asked for death. Wouldn't it be better for him to be alive? Bang! Just when Chu Chen wanted to continue to resist and try to fight Yun Zheng to a draw, the second breath of the wind had already gone to his face. The health was directly reduced to 0. Chu Chen was killed instantly. Then, only Lien Po was left. Xiao Jiao and Wu Ming, the two hindsighters, saw that only Lien Po was left and immediately turned around and rushed over. Whatever they did, they were the first to grab the head. But how could Yun Zheng give them such a chance? When he saw that Lien Po had only a little blood left, Yun Zheng raised his hand and shot him. Easily took him away. Xiao Jiao even released his ultimate move, but in the end, he was stabbed alone. Triple kill. Yun Zheng successfully got a triple kill. Woohoo, take off. The audience couldn't help but stand up. This team fight was so exciting. It made everyone excited. Especially the visual impact of Bailey's second skill was so strong. One shot, and the world was quiet again. In the commentary room, Li Jiao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. They were all clapping with Annie smiles and dolphin applause. Did you notice that Bailey's second skill didn't seem to miss a single time from the beginning of the game to now? Li Jiao said in disbelief. Daxian nodded slightly. He knew Yun Zheng was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Even in the professional arena, he could hit the target every time, just like when he played in the casual game. Is this really an operation performed by an 8-year-old child? Linger nodded slightly, her mouth slightly open. Because she was too excited, she started to shake again. Up and down. The waves were surging. I guess it's B. There must be C. It's obviously D. Why don't you say F? The viewers in the live broadcast room discussed it enthusiastically. Linger glanced at the barrage, and her pretty face flushed. However, she was a little proud. She even deliberately pushed herself up. The snow-white color gradually filled the entire screen. Li Jiao and Daxian were embarrassed. Should I watch it? Or shouldn't I watch it? Forget it. Watch it secretly. Inua, Jiuqing, and others also gradually remembered the name Yun Zheng, because they knew that Yun Zheng would be their strong opponent in the next game. Inua said solemnly, "Don't treat him as an 8-year-old kid, or he will die miserably." Minglei, to underestimate your opponent is to be cruel to yourself. Ludianlia, I just want to know why he shoots so accurately. Lao Shuai, please use civilized language. The car is about to hit my face. Chapter 93, the first game ends. 3 kills. Once again, earning Yun Zheng a large wave of shock value income. From the live broadcast room visitor, I only practiced the 5 poison slap palm, shock value +1. From the live broadcast room visitor, miss, I will cook for you, shock value +1. From the live broadcast room visitor, stop the car and have sex in the Maple Forest evening, shock value +1. From the live broadcast room visitor, I have 10 boxes of warm baby for sale, shock value +1. From the live broadcast room visitor, Crayon Shinchan and his mother's daily life, shock value +1. After the team wiped out the opponent, Sun Shanshan does not count. Yun Zheng, Xiao Jiao, and Wu Ming also took down the middle lane tower. EDGM team's jungle area was completely exposed to Estar. Next, you can invade at will. I'm going to his house to get a blue, Xiao Jiao said to Yun Zheng and Wu Ming. Then he went to the blue buff with ease. He completely treated the opponent's jungle area as his own. I'm going to his house to get a red, Yun Zheng said immediately. Wu Ming, what should I do then? Go to his fountain and do a split? Or go to his high ground and have a party? Soon, the 5 members of the EDGM team began to shrink under the tower and refused to come out, hoping to slowly pull back the economic gap by delaying time and letting the troops enter the tower. Because they knew that only by doing this and dragging it to the late stage, they would have a chance to turn defeat into victory. If they go to fight or gank now, it is very likely that the economic gap will get bigger and bigger, which is not a wise choice at all. It's only 6 minutes, and they're already dragging time. How shameless! Xiao Jiao and others said speechlessly. It's a completely sticky tactic. Quick battle. Don't give them the chance to drag it to the late stage. Mao Xin said to everyone. Okay. Xiao Jiu, Wu Ming, Yunzheng, and Nguyen all went to the middle lane. Prepare to gather a wave. Push the middle to force a group. Commentary room. EDGM has already started to develop in a sneaky way. Li Jiu said with a sneer. It's only 6 minutes. Can they play with some passion? I can't even comment. Maybe they were scared by Yun Zhang's Bailey. Linger said with a blink. The game is no longer interesting. Daxian said faintly. Actually, what Daxian wanted to say was that the game was no longer suspenseful, and the outcome was already decided. But after all, it was a live broadcast on the entire network, so some things couldn't be said carelessly. It's easy to get criticized. After the middle lane soldiers came over, the 5 people of the Star team began to go to the opposite second tower in a mighty manner. Chu Chun and Wu Han saw this and immediately said to their teammates, just clear the line, don't fight. Soon, the 5 people of the EDGM team also began to gather in the middle lane. Be ready to use skills on the soldiers at any time. Once the line of soldiers was gone, Star could only choose to retreat and wait for the next wave to arrive. The opponent must want to clear the line of soldiers and leave, so we must force the attack under the tower this time. Mao Xin said to everyone, Brother Wu Ming, flash and use your ultimate skill to see if you can roar them out from under the tower. Yun Zheng said to Wu Ming, Okay, kid, that's what I mean. Wu Ming nodded. When he was about to get close to the second tower in the middle lane of the opposite side, Wu Ming directly used his second skill, Guardian Mechanism, to jump up and then flashed under the defense tower and used his ultimate skill in the opposite direction. Instantly roared away 3 people on the opposite side. Sun Shangxiang, Lian Po, and Chang'e. When Chu Chun and Wu Han saw it, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. They shouted, Run! Unfortunately, it was too late. Nguyen Zhu Beiji had already caught up, and his ultimate skill, Enclosure Moment, directly trapped the 3 people on the opposite side in the 9-toothed rake. Well done, Mao Shun and others said. At this moment, Sun Shangxiang, Lian Po, and Chang'e were like 3 lambs waiting to be slaughtered, crying out to the heavens and the earth for help, but no one answered. Xiao Jiu and Mao Shun rushed forward directly. Yun Zheng was in the back harvesting heads. Bang! 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 One shot killed a crying monster. Double kill. Triple kill. Once again, got a triple kill. The sound echoed throughout the venue. Little brat, you are the real head dog, Xiao Jiu said angrily. I agree with both hands. Cat God said faintly. Yun Zheng curled his lips and looked down on him. Chu Chun and Wu Han saw that the situation was not good, so they abandoned the tower and fled. Wu Han's Guan Yu was better. After all, he was a playboy and ran fast. Chu Chen's Pei Qin, who was not so easy to escape. Nua Yan's Zhu Beiji jumped directly on Pei Qin, who's faced with the first skill, and the second part caused dizziness. Then, we saw Cat God's Diao Chan, the second skill went up, stuck to Chu Chun, and started to show off on the spot. Unfortunately, no skill could compare to Yun Zhang's God's gun. Bang! Quadra-kill. Quadra-kill was achieved. Cat God? The audience at the scene were stunned. All of them were fans of Yun Zhang's Bai Li. Screams resounded throughout the venue. In the commentary room, it's a wave! Li Jiu, Linger, and Daxian pronounced the death sentence at the same time. The audience in front of the live broadcast room also became bored. EDGM team is really bad, Linger is still pretty, her legs are really thin. No more talking, I'll go get some more paper. Director, please give me a shot. Okay, cut back to the game. Fuck buddy, you're too fast. I haven't even taken off my pants yet, and you've already lit a cigarette. Am I proud of myself for being fast? AG Super Play Club. Inual looked at the situation on the field and said from the bottom of his heart, it seems that the Star team has been reborn from the ashes. It is no longer the bottom-ranked team that was eliminated in the first round of last winter competition. Menglei smiled slightly and said calmly, once we meet, just don't underestimate the enemy. The overall strength of Star is still relatively weak, and it will not pose a big threat to our AG Super Play Club. Xiaoying. Their strongest point seems to be not Cat God, but the 8-year-old boy. Lao Shuai. Xiaoying, your reaction arc is a bit long. Did you realize it now? And the DYG team. Yizheng asked curiously. Jiuqing, who do you think is stronger? You or him? Jiuqing smiled and said, I don't know if you have heard of a saying. How sure are you of this shot? 90%, Many people like to use this saying to describe me, because the hit rate of my second skill has reached 93%, but his hit rate is 100%. Zheng. He should be the youngest genius in the history of KPL. Zhoucheng. Yes. After the S-Star team pushed down the high ground in the middle lane, they went straight to Huanglong. Wuhan's Guan Yu couldn't defend it alone. In the end, he was hurt by 5 people from Yun Zheng's side under the crystalline turn, and even the horse was not spared. Miserable, miserable, miserable. Victory! The first game between the S-Star team and the EDGM team officially ended. Chapter 94 Hua Hai is targeted. I would like to state in advance that the same hero can be selected in the group stage, but not in the subsequent knockout stage. That is, not after entering the quarterfinals. The second game between the two sides will start soon, and the S-Star team has made a temporary personnel adjustment. Nguyen was replaced, and Hua Hai came on the field. The EDGM team is still the same team. In the commentary room, after seeing Nguyen replaced by Hua Hai, Li Jiu frowned and said strangely, "Why did you replace Nguyen? Did the S-Star team want Hua Hai to play on the side in the second game?" "Huh? Didn't Brother Hua Hai always play as a shooter in the past?" Linger said puzzledly. The exquisite little face was full of question marks. Hua Hai was indeed playing as a shooter before, but now, there is an obvious overlap in the positions of the S-Star team. 2 shooters appeared on the field at the same time. No one played the confrontation road, but Yun Zheng's strength is obviously stronger than Hua Hai, so Hua Hai can only play the confrontation road. Li Jiu analyzed. But in this way, the overall strength of the S-Star team is obviously weaker than the previous game. Although Hua Hai's side road is also very strong, there is definitely a gap compared to Nguyen. Daxian also felt a little puzzled. S-Star's deployment of troops this time is really hard to understand. Li Jiu, Linger, and Daxian were all confused, and so was the EDGM team. What is the S-Star team trying to do again? Xiaobei frowned and said, "What position will Hua Hai play?" Wen asked curiously, "Is the opponent trying to send out a double shooter lineup?" Chu Chen guessed, "It's possible. After all, in the last game, Nguyen was suppressed by Wu Hin the whole time, so the S-Star team simply didn't play on the side lane." EDGM's coach said, "Then we have to make adjustments to the ban position. There's no need to ban Lao Fuzi anymore. Nguyen is not here anyway, so let's ban a few more shooters." EDGM's coach continued, "Ban Bailey first. Don't let him shoot anymore." Xiao Bei said excitedly. He was obviously traumatized by Yun Zheng's Bailey Shou Yao. Bailey must be banned in this game. The kid on the opposite side is too accurate in shooting. He almost shot through the sky. If he is not banned, it will be terrible. Chu Chan said with a sullen face. He was already scared of being shot. Hua Hai is good at Gong Sun Li. Let's ban Gong Sun Li as well, and Marco Polo. These 2 heroes are both threatening. Let's ban them all, and see how S-Star can still produce a double shooter lineup. Wu Hin suggested. Meng Qi is also very strong in this version. Should we ban him too? Xiao Bei said. Then what are you playing? Chu Chen asked in confusion. You don't even leave one for yourself. I don't care, as long as we don't let the opponent get the hero that suits them. I just hope that I won't be pinned to the ground by the kid on the opposite side in the second game. Xiao Bei said helplessly. Zhuang? Vun? Did he get beaten to death? So scared. Even the initial pursuit is gone. Xiao Bei, you once said that you would beat all the men in the world. Why are you so depressed after losing a game? Harden up. Chu Chen and Wu Hin encouraged. You two should stop talking nonsense, or you can try to fight him. I guess he is even softer than me now, so soft. Xiao Bei said while rolling his eyes while sitting in his seat. Chu Chen and Wu Hin laughed. No way. At this moment, the AG Super Play Club team, DYG team, and others were also confused by S-Star's deployment. Inua frowned slightly. What kind of trick is this? 2 shooters at once. The era of double shooters is over. Ludian Liu. Maybe Hua Hai will play on the side? Meng Lei retorted. Why not let Nguyen play directly? Isn't it better? When Hua Hai first entered KPL, although he played on the side for a while, he was definitely not as stable as Nguyen. This is beyond doubt. The old coach curled his lips and said, I can't guess it after guessing it, so I might as well continue to watch. Soon, the halftime break ended. The second game officially began. Bailey Shuyi was the first to be banned. No surprises. As expected, immediately afterwards, Gong Sun Li, Marco Polo, and Meng Qi were also banned one after another. EGM gave all 4 banned positions to shooters, which was indeed a bit unexpected. Although other teams also guessed that S-Star would probably choose a double shooter lineup this time, They didn't expect EDGM to target them so harshly. They banned several shooters with high appearance rates. It's simply insane. Is the opponent crazy? Xiao Jiu said, speechlessly. Banning 4 shooters at once. They must be crazy. Wu Ming also felt speechless. Hua Hai, you were targeted by the opponent as soon as you came on the court. What do you think? This is targeting me. Obviously targeting the little brat. I'm just a scapegoat at best. Hua Hai said with a roll of his eyes. Yun Zheng. Ban it if you can't beat it. It's too abominable. Ha 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 ha. The opponent must think that you and the little brat are both playing shooters in this game. Or the little brat is playing shooters, you go to the side. Wu Ming said with a smile. Unfortunately, they never thought that Yun Zheng would be the side laner in this game. Mao Shin said. It looked like a conspiracy had succeeded. Estar still had the regular ban positions, Luban Master, Jing, Meng Tian, and Dunshan. Soon it was time to select players. EDGM on the blue side selected first. Wuhan directly grabbed Ma Chao. Guan Yu's continuous output ability was not as explosive as Ma Chao. In order to better cut the opponent's double C or triple C position, Wuhan could only choose to give up his favorite hero Guan Yu and select Ma Chao in seconds. When it was the turn of the Estar team to select players, they also selected in seconds without any hesitation. However, when they saw the hero selected in seconds by the Estar team, everyone present was dumbfounded. Old Master Q. The eternal Old Master Q. Estar actually selected the hero Old Master Q in seconds. Doesn't that mean that the Estar team never thought about having a double shooter lineup at all? It has always been a normal routine. It was just someone else's blind guess. Inua, I was slapped in the face so quickly. Ludianliu. I told you that Hua Hai would play the side lane. You didn't believe it. When the EDGM team saw that the Estar team picked Lao Fuzi in seconds, they suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. Why did they choose Lao Fuzi when Nguyen was not on the field? Is Hua Hai's Lao Fuzi also very strong? I thought they were going to choose a double shooter lineup. Chapter 95, Psychological Tactics. Soon, both sides' heroes were selected. However, at this moment, Hua Hai on the first floor suddenly exchanged with Yun Zheng. Hero exchange. EDGM team was stunned. Li Jiao, Daxian, and Linger in the commentary room also opened their mouths in surprise. The audience couldn't help but exclaimed, including the major teams. For a moment, the whole audience was shocked. Inua, 6 brother? Does your face hurt? 6.6. It hurts a lot. Menglei? No, I feel a little dizzy. What is this routine? Inua spread his hands. Who knows? Commentary room. Linger moved back and forth in surprise, like a rabbit, shaking back and forth. He was full of curiosity. The kid actually want to play on the side. Why is this? After seeing this, netizens in the live broadcast room began to embarrass the director again. Please zoom in a little bit. I can't see the ball clearly. Stop shaking. Director, I'm not shaking. Who's shaking then? Ahem, Linger's bunny is shaking. I see. Sorry, director, I blamed you wrongly. You're a good person. Good people have a peaceful life and get chicken legs every day. Director, if it weren't for the ratings, I wouldn't go along with you, a bunch of LSPS. In the commentary room, Li Jiao glanced at Daxian and asked in confusion. Daxian, what do you think? Daxian, here we go again. Can you change the words? Do you think you're deranged? What do you think of Yuan Fong? Use your eyes to see. Daxian said calmly, word by word. In fact, 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. Besides using his eyes to see, what else can he use? Could it be his asshole? Liu. I feel like I'm talking to a cow. The EDGM team was all stunned in their seats, their eyes full of confusion. Why can't I understand it? Hua Hai and that kid swap heroes. What kind of operation is this? Wu Hen said in a confused manner. Add 1. Chu Chen's mood at the moment was exactly the same as Wu Hen's. Captain, I wish you good luck. Xiao Bei said happily after seeing Yun Zheng go to the side lane. Finally, there is no need to fight Yun Zheng anymore, and no need to hide under the tower in fear. Great. Let the captain learn the tricks of an 8-year-old kid. Don't worry, I won't be beaten by an 8-year-old kid like you. Wu Hen said disdainfully. Soon, the hero loading page was entered. The lineups of both sides are as follows. Blue side, EGM team, Ma Chao on the confrontation road, Tachibana Yukio on the jungle, Guan Waner on the middle road, Luo Jia on the development road, and Xiang Yu on the support. Red side, Estar team Lao Fuzi on the confrontation road, Sun Wukong on the jungle, my Shiranui on the middle road, Yuji on the development road, and Dongwang Tai on the support. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. All troops attack. As soon as they entered the game, Xiao Jiao and Wu Ming started to imitate the mentality of the opponent. Set on the public screen. I'll tell you a bad news in advance, so be prepared first. Xiao Jiao deliberately kept it a secret. If you have something to say it quickly. And if you have something to say, fart quickly. Chu Chen said coldly. Xiao Jiao smiled slightly and typed calmly. The old master who beat you in the training match before was not Nguyen, but Yun Zheng. Wu Ming smiled and added, surprised? Mao Shen, surprise. The public screen suddenly became silent. EDGM team was completely stunned. Wu Hen's Ma Chao just walked out of the fountain and stopped where he was. My heart seemed to be in turmoil. The scenes from the previous training match began to emerge one by one. 1-on-5, 1-on-5, 1-on-5. Wu Hen's mind was full of the scene of Lao Fuzi fighting 1-on-5 in the top lane. His body began to tremble unconsciously. It must be said that S-Star's mentality was very successful. All 5 members of EDGM were affected. Soon, Yun Jing's Lao Fuzi came to the line. Yun Jing's second skill, drawing inferences at level 1, quickly arrived at the line and then went directly into the bushes on the left, waiting for the arrival of the soldiers. Wu Hen had a certain psychological change because of what Xiaojiao, Wu Ming, and others said. After walking out of the defense tower, he kept wandering, and the whole person seemed to shrink. No longer had the previous domineering spirit. You know, in the last game, Wu Hen and Nguyen Zhu Beiji played very aggressively. They chopped when they met. But now, it's like a completely different person. When Yun Zheng saw Wu Hen's Ma Chao coming to the line, he rushed out and chased and chopped. Wu Hen, just as he was about to hide his gun in the grass, saw Yun Jing's old master approaching quickly. Like a mad dog, Wu Hen ran without saying a word. He didn't dare to fight him at all. A level 1 Ma Chao, if there were no guns hidden in advance, would not be able to beat the old master who had activated the second skill. It's boring. Yun Jing saw Ma Chao running back to the defense tower and immediately curled his lips and said he was very interested in replenishing soldiers. Soon, he was the first to reach level 2. He started to play with the grass. In the commentary room, Li Jiao, Linger, and Daxian were puzzled. What's wrong with Wu Hen? Li Jiao frowned and said, it's not like Wu Hen's style. He was a hungry wolf before, but now he's a husky. Linger stuck out her tongue and said, why do I feel that Wu Hen seems to be afraid of Yunjing? Daxian had a bunch of question marks in his mind. He and Wu Hen have a good relationship and often have dinner together in private. It can be said that he knows Wu Hen's personality and game style very well. But now, Wu Hen in the picture is completely different from the past. The professional players in the audience were also confused. 6.6. It seems a little wrong. This is not Wu Hen's style at all. Even when he is on the line against Fly, he has never been so weak. Inua frowned slightly. It's really a little abnormal. Menglei, not only Wu Hen, but the 5 people of EDGM are not quite right. Monkey and Donghuang Tai went to counter jungle and actually gave up. Xiaoying, it won't be a collapse in one game. Lao Shuai, didn't you notice? At the beginning of the game, Xiaojiao and Wu Ming said some inexplicable words on the public screen, and then the 5 people of EDGM team began to become abnormal. Inua and others realized it later. It seems to be true. But what did Xiaojiao and Wu Ming say to make EDGM become like this? Old coach, how would I know? I'm not a god. Chapter 96, The Bottomless Strength. When the soldiers were about to enter the tower, Wu Hen's Ma Chao began to clear the first wave of lines timidly. And Yun Zheng had already rushed the river crab. When the second wave of soldiers came, Yun Zheng started to control the line directly. Come out quickly and fight me head on. Don't be a coward anymore. Yun Zheng stood next to the soldiers and said domineeringly, although Wu Hen couldn't hear it at all. But Yun Zheng enjoyed himself. Chu Chen saw Wu Hen being suppressed badly in the top lane and hurriedly said, Wu Hen, I'll go up to gank at level 4. You hold on for a while. Don't come. He's even better at 1-on-2 than 1-on-1. Have you forgotten how extreme his playing style was in the previous training match? The more people there are, and the less health he has, the more fierce he is. Damn, he's simply not a human. Wu Hen refused directly. After hearing Wu Hen's words, Chu Chen instantly remembered the scene at that time. Indeed, Yun Jing's Lao Fuzi. In the training match, the less health he had, the more abnormal he became. so he gave up the idea of ganking, seeing that Yun Jing's Lao Fuzi was controlling the line all the time. Wu Hin was impatient and began to hesitate whether to go out. If he didn't eat the line, he would be hung up and hammered in a few minutes. Finally, Wu Hin bravely walked out of the defense tower and started throwing guns nearby. When Yun Jing saw Ma Chao coming out, he immediately rushed up and pulled back with his first skill, attacking, and attacking crazily. Wu Hin used the gun on the ground to pierce, but the damage was really unbearable. Yun Jing's second skill not only prevented damage, but also rebounded. Scared, I'm running away. Wu Hin looked at his health bar disappearing bit by bit, and then looked at Lao Fuzi, whose health was almost unchanged. He decisively chose to flee, not even wanting the soldiers, because he was not sure if he could return to the tower alive after clearing the line. Yun Jing saw Ma Chao slip away, standing outside the defense tower with a lonely face. If only he had a big one. Soon, the third wave of soldiers came. Wu Hin's economy and level were easily crushed by Yun Jing's Lao Fuzi. If he lost this wave of soldiers, he would basically collapse. It's impossible to beat it again. And one tower must be lost. Wu Hin gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, saying to Chu Chun and Wanner in the middle, "Let's fight in the top lane. If this goes on, I might collapse and even lose my pants." Zhu Yujing and Shangwan Wanner are both heroes with relatively high instant burst. As long as they can kill Yun Jing's Lao Fuzi in 1 second, everything will be fine. Okay, soon, Chu Chen's Zhu Yujing went to the top lane. Shangwan Wanner in the middle lane also quickly cleared the line of soldiers and rushed to the top lane. "Little brat, the opponents are all heading towards you. Retreat first." Xiao Jiao and Mao Shen said to Yun Zheng. "I won't retreat. I'm here just in time," Yun Zheng said with a fighting spirit, instantly full of strength. "I haven't warmed up properly since the start of the game." After Yun Zheng cleared the line, he quietly got into the bushes near the river. Wu Hin saw that Yun Zheng suddenly disappeared and instantly felt something was wrong. But the line of soldiers had already come, so he could only clear the line first. Soon, Shangwan Wanner's figure appeared in front of Yun Zheng. "Be careful, the old man is not online," Wu Hin reminded. However, just as the voice fell, Yun Zheng had already appeared on Shangwan Wanner's face. The ultimate move, the power of the saint, directly tied Shangwan Wanner to the bright lamp. He started to beat her hard while using basic attacks. "Hurry up to the sky, or you'll die." The next second, Shangwan Wanner did exactly what he said. She moved 5 times on the spot and went up to the sky. She would die if she didn't go up to the sky. So why not go up to the sky? Yun Zheng had already used his second skill to distance himself from her. Shangwan Wanner broke free from the light the moment she landed, but Yun Zheng had already returned to her side. Just as he was about to attack Wanner crazily, Ma Chao and Tachibana Yukio also rushed over. But Yun Zheng was not panicked at all. While moving around, he attacked Shangwan Wanner with basic attacks. He took Shangwan Wanner's head in advance. Tachibana Yukio's passive and second skill came in the blink of an eye. Yun Zheng flashed directly to Wu Hin's face, dodging Tachibana Yukio's double moves, and instead of retreating, he began to attack Wu Hin's Ma Chao crazily, using basic attacks, and the ruler flying. Wu Hin was not afraid either. Keep moving left and right, inserting guns and thrusting. The two people started a direct confrontation, but it was obvious that Wu Hin's Ma Chao's damage was still too low. The old master who couldn't beat Yun Zheng was a little bit helpless. Chuchin's Zhu Yukio used the 2-stage displacement of the first skill to quickly approach. Facing Yun Zheng in front of him, he drew his sword frantically. Ultimate move, Find Snow. Yun Zheng instantly used the second skill, draw inferences from one example, and with Chuchin's ultimate move, he continued to attack Wu Hin's Ma Chao frantically. In an instant, Ma Chao was beaten to a shred of health. At this time, Xiaojiu's monkey had also arrived. The second skill jumped up directly and took Wu Hin away with a stick. Then, only Zhu Yukio was left, and at this time, Zhu Yukio had used up all his skills. He was left to be slaughtered. So, Yun Zheng and Xiaojiu started to fight for heads. The two people attacked Chuchin's Zhu Yukio frantically. "You 1 foot, I 1 stick." However, in the end, Yun Zheng was still more skilled and delivered a fatal blow. Double kill! Double kill! Woohoo, take off! This scene stunned the audience. It was originally a 3-on-1 situation, but in the end it turned into 1-on-3. Old Master beat 3 opponents by himself. All the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Wow! He is even more powerful than Fu Lai. Fu Lai's old master only dares to play like this in the passerby game. In the professional arena, he must be more stable. From the live broadcast room visitor, 1 turn, 2 worlds shock value +1. From the live broadcast room visitor, let's go shock value +1. From the live broadcast room visitor, love a person and be loyal to a city shock value +1. Yun Jung successfully received a large wave of shock value. In the commentary room, Li Jiu no longer knew what words to use to describe Old Master's 1v3. The limit plus details may be the best summary. As for how detailed it is, it can only be understood but not described. The hero Lao Fu Zi is really getting stronger and stronger. As long as there is a little advantage, he can deal tons of damage. De Xian said, Little Yun Jing's Lao Fu Zi is really amazing, which surprised everyone. Linger blinked her bright eyes and said, I don't know how EDGM will respond next. Li Jiu said, At this moment, the professional players in the audience were no longer calm. The strength shown by Yun Jung is getting deeper and deeper. It's impossible to see through it. And he can be competent in 2 positions at the same time. It's so terrifying. Chapter 97 Match Point. After Yun Jung got a double kill, returned to the top lane, and pushed down the opponent's first tower. And my Shiranui of Cat God also took down the opponent's middle tower. A wave of 0 for 3+2 defense towers. EDGM team, Blood Mother lost. The economic gap between the 2 sides was instantly widened to a number that was difficult to balance. Yun Jing's Lao Fu Zi was basically unstoppable in the top lane, and 1 against 3 was no problem at all. After pushing down the top lane tower, Yun Jung went to the opposite jungle area for a walk. Unexpectedly, he got an unexpected gain, red buff plus 3 pigs, and upgraded to another level. No matter the economy or level, it is much higher than Ma Chao. It can be called the top single devil. And at this moment, Xiao Jiu-sun Wukong rushed the dragon again. The economic gap was further widened. EGM team seemed to have a trend of collapse. The rhythm was completely messed up. The S-Star team was getting more and more aggressive, and Xiao Jiu-sun Wukong also entered a strong period. In the commentary room, Li Jiu shook his head and sighed slightly. EDGM team has almost lost its temper because of S-Star team. No one can limit Yun Jing's Lao Fu Zi. His single-line ability is too strong. Linger blinked and said, The little rabbit was swaying. It's mainly because the 0-4-3 exchange just now was too damaging to morale. EDGM team's mentality was greatly affected and basically unable to recover. Daxian followed up. After Wuhan's Ma Chao was resurrected, he returned to the line. Yun Jung had been waiting for a long time. After seeing the soldiers enter the tower, he flashed directly to take the ultimate move and tied Wuhan's Ma Chao onto the tower. Then the second skill was activated. Hit the tower together. Ma Chao didn't die, but the defense tower exploded first. However, Wuhan still couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. EDGM's top lane was completely destroyed. Wuhan was now completely powerless in the face of Yun Jung. Let's just go for it, Mao Shin said to everyone. Okay, Wuhan is almost beaten to a pulp by the little brat, and now he probably doesn't have the mentality to defend his home. Just take advantage of his weakness to kill him, and end the battle in a team fight. Xiao Jiu said immediately. It's too easy. I haven't even exerted much strength yet. While Hai said faintly, I've never seen such a shameless person who talks about winning by lying so nicely. Wu Ming said disdainfully. Huaye. You said it as if you didn't win by lying 0/0/0. What the hell? Soon, the 5 people of the S-Star team began to gather on the top lane, ready to go straight to Huanglong and fight a quick battle. In the second game, EDGM team originally wanted to develop for a while, but now, all members can only choose to return to defense. Otherwise, the home will be lost. Clear the line of soldiers first, Chu Chen said to his teammates. Understood. Soon, the line of soldiers entered the tower. A team battle was about to start. Chu Chen's Yu Jing quickly ran to the front and wanted to use his ultimate and second skills to clear the line. But unfortunately, he had not released his ultimate in time. Wu Ming's Dong Huang had flashed under the tower and sucked Chu Chen's Yu Jing. Yun Jung followed suit and rushed into the enemy camp. He attacked crazily and easily took Yu Jing's head. After Wu Ming's ultimate, he retreated immediately. The damage of the defense tower was getting higher and higher, and he couldn't bear it. Xiang Yu on the opposite side saw Lao Fu Zi coming. and just wanted to use his first skill, Fearless Charge, to push Yun Jing's Lao Fuzi back. Then he saw that Huowu of Cat God also entered the field. First, he threw a fan, hitting Xiang Yu accurately, and then rolled forward, and then the first skill, Flying Dragon Flame Formation, glided behind Xiang Yu. The reverse big move directly repelled the three opponents. Shengwan Wana, Xiang Yu, and Ma Chao. Xiao Jiao Sun Wukong saw that the opponent's formation had been broken up and jumped up with a stick. Wu Han's Ma Chao lost half of his blood in an instant. Shengwan Waner, with 5 displacements, quickly flew into the sky, but the damage was evenly distributed by Xiao Jiao's son Wukong, Mao Shen Shiranui Mai and Wuming's Dong Wang, and she couldn't kill anyone in seconds. At this moment, Yun Zheng was heading towards the lone Jiao Luo. After the second skill quickly approached, the first skill was released to pull Jiao Luo in front of him. Crazy favor. Jiao Luo opened Purification in seconds, canceled the first skill, and just wanted to turn around and escape, but unfortunately Yun Jing's ultimate move had already tied her to the bright lamp in advance. Successfully got a double kill, then flashed out of the tower. At this time, only Waner without a big move and Ma Chao, who was like a waste, were left, plus an honest Xiang Yu. The combined combat power of the three people can probably barely compete with Wuming's Dong Wang. Soon, Shengwan Waner, who had no big move, was killed, and then Xiao Jiaosun Wukong killed Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals, with a stick. Wu Han was either playing soy sauce or on the way to playing soy sauce throughout the game. In the end, only Xiang Yu was left. Standing in place, let the S-Star team, 5 people output. No word. It doesn't hurt at all. Yun Zheng got a quad kill with tears. Quadra kill. Xiao Jiao grabbed a head. Give me back my pentakill. Yun Zheng said angrily. I wanted a pentakill, but you took away 4 of them. Pay me. Xiao Jiao said shamelessly. Oof. How can you talk to your elders like that? Yun Zheng pouted and asked. Elders? Xiao Jiao was immediately filled with question marks. Ha, Xiao Jiao, you idiot. Have you forgotten that you called the kid grandpa before? Wu Ming reminded with a smile. Xiao Jiao said disdainfully. Really? So I'm your real dad. Ganmedat, son. Wu Ming laughed loudly. Are you so willing to be someone else's son? Xiao Jiao said with a black face. Wu Ming said casually. It doesn't matter. Xiao Jiao. Cat God? Good fellow. Recognition meeting. After killing the 5 people on the opposite side, the 5 members of the S-Star team pushed forward, destroyed the high ground, and headed for the crystal. In a few seconds, they destroyed the crystal. Victory! Won the second game smoothly. Total score? 2-0. The next third game will be the match point for S-Star. Chapter 98, Ghost Ship. The audience at the scene was a little bit unbelievable. The game was actually messed up. EDGM team was at least one of the top 8 in last year's winter season. The 2 star players in the team, Wu Han and Chu Chen, were once highly expected. But now, they have fallen to this point. They were pressed to the ground by the S-Star team for 2 consecutive games. Especially Wu Han's Ma Chao, who was almost beaten by Yun Zheng's Lao Fuzi. In the commentary room, this year's S-Star team is really eye-catching. With the addition of Yun Zheng, it's like a complete transformation. Li Jiao commented. Before the game, he thought it would be a one-sided match. But it turned out to be one-sided, but the team that was on the side of the S-Star team that was eliminated in the last winter season. As one of the top 8 teams in the last winter season, the EDGM team played a poor performance like a team that was eliminated in the first round. Brotherly Jiao, Senior Daxian, do you feel that it is not that the EDGM team has become weaker, but that the opponent is too strong? Linger asked curiously. The director's camera turned to Linger. The LSBS in the live broadcast room immediately sang nursery rhymes. Little bunny, open the door. Open it, open it. Daxian nodded, but shook his head. Rather than saying that S-Star is too strong, it's better to say that Yun Zheng is too strong. In the first game, Yun Zheng was in the bottom lane, and the EDGM team's bottom lane collapsed. In the second game, Yun Zheng went to the top lane, and the EDGM team's top lane collapsed again. I'm talking about the kind of blood mother collapse, and the butterfly effect caused by this eventually led to the collapse of the EDGM team across the board, giving people a feeling of being vulnerable. I agree with what Daxian said. The other 4 people of the S-Star team did not show any different strength from before. Li Jiao followed. The professional players in the audience were also talking about it. Inua, it seems that the EDGM team is going to be shut out. Ludianlia. I didn't expect the first game of the spring season to be so unexpected. Next, we must not take it lightly, otherwise, it will be easy to Waterloo. Meng Lei frowned slightly. Where did the Star team find such a kid? It's simply abnormal. Xiaoying couldn't help but nodded. It's really abnormal. The pressure is too strong when landing. Just watching it makes people feel suffocated. I feel sorry for Wuhan for 3 seconds. DYG team. Yizheng. This is the first time I've seen a scene in KPL where one person carries the whole game. Zhoucheng. It's really unbelievable. The single line is completely crushed. Wuhan is almost beaten to death. The players of EDGM team, including the coach, are all frowning at this moment. Morale is low, even a little desperate. However, everyone is holding their breath in their hearts, wanting to avenge the previous shame. Even if they lose, they have to lose brilliantly. Soon, the third game officially started. BO5, best of 5. EDGM team banned Lao Fuzi and Bailey Shou Yao, and then banned 2 strong heroes in this version. Jing and Meng Tian. Star banned Dunshan, Lu Bu, Tai Jinren, and Marco Polo. In this round, Yun Zheng picked out Sun Tzu, the hero of the sea journey. Brother Wuming picked Giguzi. I want to drive a ghost ship. Yun Zheng said to Wuming. Okay, Huahai is not worthy of my support anyway. A master of winning by doing nothing. Hate. Wuming said faintly. Huahai, you can support or not. I don't care. In the commentary room, after Li Jiao and Linger saw Yun Zheng pick out the hero Sun Tzu, they were very excited. What kind of brilliant performance will Yun Zheng play with the hero Sun Tzu? Soon, the hero selection phase ended. The lineups of both sides are as follows. Blue side, Star Team Sun Tzu in the confrontation road, Yang Jian in the jungle, Ing Zheng in the middle road, Li Yuanfang in the development road, and Giguzi in the support. Red side, EGM team Guan Yu in the confrontation road, Aku in the jungle, Gan Jiangmoi in the middle road, Meng Qi in the development road, and Xiahou Dun in the support. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. All troops attack. Yun Zheng first selected the skill, slashing the wind and waves at level 1, then bought an iron sword and went out. However, after Wu Hin got his own hero this time, he seemed to be much more confident. Not as wretched as in the previous game. After quickly going to the line, he deliberately stood outside Yun Zheng's first tower and watched for a while. It was obvious that he was deliberately provoking Yun Zheng, because Wu Hin knew the best way to defeat a person is to make him angry and then lose his mind. However, in Yun Zheng's eyes, Wu Hin's actions were like taking off his pants to fart, which was unnecessary. Inexplicably, soon, after the first wave of soldiers came over, Wu Hin's Guan Yu has been watching Yun Zheng's movements because he knows that Sun Tzu, a hero, usually goes to level 2, so he just needs to keep Yun Zheng away from the line of soldiers. But Yun Zheng just wants to clear the line in front of Wu Hin. He walked out of the defense tower directly. Seeing this, Wu Hin decisively activated his first skill and went straight to Yun Zheng's face. He was ready to chop Yun Zheng back with a knife. He didn't give Yun Zheng a chance to level up smoothly. However, Guan Yu's straightforward skills were too easy for Yun Zheng to dodge. The passive skill, Prediction, was triggered, and he dodged it with a small move, without even using the skill. Wu Hin was stunned. He could predict this. What a monster. Even the audience couldn't help but take a breath. This detailed operation is amazing. The shock value from the audience, Jin Xiaoi, +1. Shock value from the audience, Han Yuowu, +1. Shock value from the audience, Lu Zixuan, +1. Shock value from the audience, Leng Xuedong, +1. Yun Zheng used the first skill to quickly clear the soldiers and reach level 2. Immediately turned around and started a counterattack, chasing Wu Hin's Guan Yu. The first stage of the second skill, Flat Attack, followed by the second stage, Flat Attack, instantly knocked off 1/3 of Wu Hin's Guan Yu's health. And Guan Yu also re-entered the charging state at this moment, turning around and slashing. Hiss! The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but gasp. Yun Zheng used the third stage of the second skill to open up the distance in advance. Wu Hin slashed a lonely knife. Yun Zheng actually dodged it again. Is this the legendary prediction that I predicted your prediction? It seems so Wu Hin predicted a chicken. What a miserable. What kind of monster is Wu Hin facing? After Wu Hin slashed at the lonely, he was about to turn around and escape. Sun Tzu's first skill had appeared under his feet, instantly bounced away. The moment he landed, Yunjung first made a basic attack, followed by a stun, and then another basic attack. Directly took away Guan Yu with low health. First blood. Chu Chun. How come he was deflowered again? Knowing that he can't win, why bother to go wild? Chapter 99 Calabash Boy Saves Grandpa. The sound of the first blood resounded throughout the Canyon of Kings. But the audience at the scene was very calm. Even a little too calm. It seemed that they had long been accustomed to Yunjung getting the first blood at the beginning. After all, a little expert in deflowering. It's not a false reputation. After Yunjung got the first blood, he turned around to get the river crab. Soon, the poor river crab was rushed by Yunjung, and then he went to the opposite jungle to steal a bird. As a result, he happened to run into Chu Chen's Aku, who was getting the red buff. After seeing Yunjung's son Su appear in the jungle, Chu Chun felt something was wrong. So he prepared to retreat first, to delay the battle, and wait for Yunjung to leave before fighting. After all, a level 2 Aku can't beat Sun Su at all. Just when Aku was walking back, Yunjung directly climbed over the wall with his first skill and appeared in front of the red buff. Chu Chun thought the red buff would return to its original position and return to full health, but he didn't expect Yunjung to move so quickly. Directly intercepted the red buff. In a few seconds, he killed the red buff with low blood. A red halo slowly appeared under Sun Su's feet. Chu Chun. Sloppy. Boom. TM, you can't beat him in the first place, and you give him a red buff. You are the enemy. Yunjung returned to the line leisurely. At this moment, he has reached level. With the red buff in hand, plus the economic and level advantages, it is even easier to fight Guan Yu. Wuhan decisively chose to avoid it, hiding under the tower, waiting for the soldiers to come in, and dared not to recklessly anymore. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, only air came, and Yunjung started to control the line like in the last game. In other words, if Wuhan's Guan Yu does not leave the tower, he will not be able to eat a single soldier. But if he leaves the tower, the probability of death is almost 100%. After hesitating, Wuhan still chose to give up the second wave of lines. And Yunjung successfully reached level 4. Brother Wuming, I'm at level 4. Let's go to the ghost ship. Yunjung said to Wuming. Okay. Wu Ming went to the upper lane without saying anything. Huaye. Damn it. What should I do? Soon, Wu Ming met Yunjung. The friendship between the two people quickly heated up. Yunjung directly used his ultimate skill and went to the middle lane, while Wu Ming sat on Sun Su's boat and experienced rowing without oars, relying on the waves. When they were about to approach the river in the middle lane, Wu Ming decisively activated Gai Guzi's ultimate skill, Prophet Mist Hidden, and both of them immediately entered the invisible state. He went to Ganjiang and Moi in the middle lane silently. Bang! When Ganjiang entered the attack range, Yunjung threw the boat out directly. Instantly knocked Ganjiang, who was unaware of it, away. The second and first skills hit a set. Ganjiang and Moi opened purification in seconds. But at this time, Gai Guzi's second skill, All Things of Spirits, had already caught up. Pulled Ganjiang back directly. Yunjung took him away easily with a basic attack. Mao Shunxingzheng realized it later and just wanted to rush over to help. But he saw that the opposite Ganjiang was dead. Push the middle lane tower first. Mao Shun said to Wu Ming and Yunjung. After the three people entered the tower with the soldiers, they quickly knocked down the middle lane tower. The opposite jungle was completely exposed to Estar. You can invade without restraint. Then, Yunjung returned to the top lane to clear the line. When Wuhan's Guan Yu saw Yunjung coming back, he immediately turned around and ran away, without even the courage to look at Yunjung, even though Yunjung didn't have a big move. But Wuhan's Guan Yu was far behind in terms of economy and level. Still couldn't beat him. After Yunjung staggered and cleared the soldiers, he went to the opposite jungle again. Even though the big move hadn't cooled down yet, he was not panicked at all, because, with just the first and second skills, Aku couldn't handle it. But what Yunjung didn't expect was that Aku actually came uninvited. When Yunjung walked into the bush, he happened to meet Aku. Love around the corner. Chu Chen decisively activated his ultimate move and entered the hidden state. And Yunjung released his first skill at a 45 degrees angle to the right. The next second, Aku was actually bounced away by the water column. When Chu Chun released his second skill, he just walked on Yunjung's first skill. How is it possible? Chu Chun was dumbfounded on the spot. His movement was actually predicted by Yunzheng in advance. Chu Chen's shock value +1. Hiss. The audience at the scene couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. How did he know where a coup would go? God-level prediction? Too scary. It feels like there is nothing to hide. This wave is too thin. A coup is going to be knocked down. After Yunzheng hit a coup with his first skill, he followed up to deal damage, and used his second skill's third stage to follow up with a flat attack. Easily took her away. Strong push. Shock value from the visitor in the live broadcast room. Spread your legs, +1. Shock value from the visitor in the live broadcast room. A piece of extremely powerful grass, +1. Shock value from the visitor in the live broadcast room. Mermaids don't cheat, but can use their mouths, +1. Chu Chen looked at his blood bar that disappeared in an instant and opened the equipment bar in disbelief. It turned out that Yunzheng actually had a full output equipment, and the economy was the highest in the game. As soon as a coup died, Guan Yu came. Wuhan, I'm here to support, but where are my teammates? Follow one after another. Calabash Boy saves Grandpa. Yunzheng's ultimate move has also ended its cooldown. Directly drove the boat and collided with Guan Yu head-on. Instantly knocked him away. Then, flat attack, stun, and flat attack again. Finally, the first skill ended the battle. With the red buff, Guan Yu's horsehoof was tripped to death. The little rascal couldn't do it anymore. Double kill. Yunzheng successfully got a double kill. Woohoo take off. Then, Yunzheng went to the middle lane, preparing to sneak up on Ganjiang. But there was no chance. Ganjiang had been on high alert since he was caught once. Finally, he had to give up and continue to go to the bottom lane. At this moment, the battle in the bottom lane was in full swing. Li Yuanfang of Huahai and Mengqi on the opposite side were fighting fiercely. Xiahou Dun disappeared. He was probably called over by Chu Chun to protect himself. Yunzheng quietly got into the grass in the river. Wuming's Guguzi followed quietly. Both were waiting for Mengqi to show up. Huahai and Mengqi had just exchanged a wave, and their health was a little low. Mengqi returned to the tower. Yunzheng had no vision. In order not to alert the enemy, we can only wait for Mengqi to show up. Soon, when the soldiers in the bottom lane appeared again on the line, Mengqi came out to clear the soldiers, but he still looked very cautious. He did not use his first skill, but directly used his second skill to clear the soldiers remotely. At this moment, Yunzheng's ultimate skill was cooled down again. The ghost ship started directly. Yunzheng drove the ship in seconds. Wu Ming got on the ship in seconds, and the two of them landed on Mengqi's face silently. Chapter 100 Sun says various playing methods. Thunder Battleship. No, don't do this. Two people are absolutely not allowed. One. I can't stand it. This may be the last words of the cute Mengqi before his death. Immediately afterwards, he was killed by Yunzheng's Sun Su and Wu Ming's Guguzi's face-to-face output. He didn't even have time to use purification. Xiaobei? Grass, a kind of plant. The combination of Sun Tzu and Guguzi is too disgusting, Xiaobei said sweetly. Ghost ship, the middle laner Moy said. In the commentary room, Linger frowned slightly, opened her red lips, and asked curiously. Brotherly Geo, senior great immortal, what is a ghost ship? A ghost ship is actually a combination of Sun Tzu's ultimate move and Guguzi's ultimate move. After Sun Tzu drives the ship, Guguzi's ultimate move can make both people enter a hidden state, achieving the effect of killing people invisibly, just like a ghost, so it is called a ghost ship. Li Jio explained. So that's it? Linger nodded slowly, adjusted her sitting posture, and her legs unconsciously entangled together, one high and one low. Linger moved her body, and the rabbit naturally moved with it. The rabbit moved. How could the director not move? The director moved. How could the LSP in a live broadcast room sit and wait for death? And they all took out tissues. Grass, a kind of plant. Watching a game. This is the third time. The fourth time. Oh my God, I'm almost bleeding. Am I really watching a live game broadcast? Can you change the commentator next time? If you continue like this, my body can't take it. I have bought 3 bottles of Shunbao, 10 boxes of Luwei Dihuang pills, and 2 large buckets of wolfberry from the internet. Damn, traditional craftsmanship cannot be lost. Awesome, I learned it. The director looked at the message on the barrage, deliberately zoomed in a little bit. Conscientious director. Give the director a chicken leg. Can you zoom in? It's still a little unclear. Director. Do you want me to get you a microscope? The immortal said immediately. After the Sun Tzu revision, many new gameplays appeared, and the ghost ship is just one of them. Senior Immortal, what other gameplays are there? Linger asked curiously. For example, Sun Tzu's Ultimate and Kai Wenji's Ultimate are called ambulances. Sun Tzu's Ultimate and Ing Jing's Ultimate are called Thunder Fighters. Sun Tzu's Ultimate and Gao Jinli's Ultimate are called Tour Concerts. Sun Tzu's Ultimate and Huang Zhong's Ultimate are called Loyal Country Moves. The Immortal talked about it, although after personal practice, I found that they all turned over. But in theory, it is indeed feasible. After Yun Zheng took Mingqi's head, he pushed down the first tower in the bottom lane with Hua Hai and Wu Ming. Then, he was ready to return to his top lane. As a result, just halfway through, the first tower in the top lane was taken down by Wu Hin's Guan Yu. However, the first tower was not a big deal for Yun Zheng. Anyway, he didn't need the protection of the defense tower. After returning to the line, Wu Hin had already run away in advance and didn't dare to stay. Why don't you come out and fight me for 300 rounds? You are the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals. Humph, you old dog. Yun Zheng pouted and talked to himself. Seeing that Guan Yu went under the tower and refused to come out, he simply cleared the soldiers and went to the jungle. Yun Zheng was now the leader in both economy and level. He was anxious to find someone to fight, but Wu Hin was too scared to come out, so he could only choose to invade the jungle. And Mao Shan was also heading towards Yun Zheng at this moment. After the middle tower was pushed down, Mao Shan's Ing Zheng could also run around without restraint. After Yun Zheng entered the upper jungle, he soon saw Xiahou Dun and a Ke who were full of blood. It was obviously a 2-on-1 situation, but Xiahou Dun and a Ke turned around and ran away the moment they saw Yun Zheng. They didn't even want the red buff. Yun Zheng. Audience. Major teams. In the commentary room. What a coward. EDGM team is really trying to hide to the sky. Hide in the top lane, hide in the middle lane, hide in the bottom lane, hide in the jungle. 2 against 1 and still hiding. When will it end? Inua said with a smile. We can definitely win this wave. Ludian Liu shook his head helplessly. Yes, Gan Jiang in the middle lane and Guan Yu in the top lane can quickly support in place. Even if Mao Shan goes over, it will be a situation of 4 against 2 at most. It is very likely that the previous disadvantage will be beaten back in one wave. What a pity. Xiaoying. Oh, it's really hide and seek. I can't bear to watch it. Even if we lose with dignity. What's the point of hiding like this? Won't we still be defeated in the end? Menglei. No, it makes sense. In the first game, EDGM team didn't hide. SDAR team finished the battle in 9 minutes. In the second game, the EDGM team still did not hide. The SDAR team finished the battle in 7.5 minutes. In this game, it was almost 10 minutes. The Dark Tyrant was about to appear, but SDAR had not won the game yet. So, at least from the perspective of time, hiding worked. The old coach applauded and said, Pa pa pa. Teacher Ming did a very good analysis. If you don't know, you would think that the EDGM team is going to win. Meng Lei. After Mao Shan's Ing Zheng arrived, Aku and Xiahou Dun had already fled. Gan Jiangmoi was originally following closely behind, but when he saw his teammates retreat, he turned around and ran away. For a while, only Yun Zheng and Mao Shan were left in the wild area. Mao Mao, let's go over the tower and kill Guan Yu. Yun Zheng said to Mao Shan. Guan Yu moves too fast. I can't catch up. Mao Shan frowned and said, I'll drive the boat. You sit on it and use your ultimate skill. The Thunder Fighter is much more fun than the ghost ship. Yun Zheng said with his head held high. Wu Ming, have I become a thing of the past? You little brat who gets bored easily. Mao Shan hesitated for a moment. Although he wanted to try some new tricks, he was afraid that he would run over thousands of miles to give away his head. Finally, Mao Shan gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Fuck, little brat, but he can create miracles. Come on, let's go with the Thunder Fighter. Mao Shan said. Okay. Yun Zheng directly activated his ultimate skill, long sail breaking waves, pulled Mao Shan, and went to the upper road. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, there will be no traffic jams in the canyon. Soon, they arrived outside the first tower. At this moment, Wu Hin was standing under the tower to replenish soldiers. Yun Zheng pulled Mao Shan and rushed in directly. Wu Hin was obviously stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Yun Zheng to suddenly kill over the tower. Immediately activate the second skill, trigger the passive, and charge in the opposite direction. Instantly distanced himself out of the range of Yun Zheng's ultimate move. A ride away from the dust. I thought I had escaped successfully, but I didn't expect that the next second, Ing Zheng's ultimate move suddenly caught up. Cat God is the main attack point. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Cat God's ultimate move all fell on Guan Yu's horse's butt. 1,000 years of killing. The damage is ridiculously high, because Wuhan hasn't put on magic defense equipment at this moment. In order to deal with Yun Zheng, even his shoes were changed to Shadow Ninja Foot. It must be said that Yun Zheng's boat driving skills are quite amazing. He doesn't need oars to row a boat, but relies on a wave, and has been following Guan Yu's butt. Cat God's ultimate move hits all. Directly took Wuhan away. Little brat, you drive the boat well. Cat God said in a good mood. Finally, someone got a kill. In the first 2 games, I didn't get any kills. I was just slacking off the whole time. As a captain, it's really embarrassing. At this time, Sun Tzu's ultimate skill also entered the cooldown time. Yun Zheng and Mao Shun returned to the ground. The damage of the defense tower was getting higher and higher. When Yun Zheng walked out from under the tower, he was already in a state of low health. However, the EDGM team did not come to support him. Yun Zheng successfully escaped. Using the passive skill, he recovered some blood. He went to kill a few small wild monsters again, and his blood volume quickly returned to a healthy state. Vun, you didn't let me go even when you were hiding under the tower. Xing Xing, you are a star. EDGM team has basically given up struggling. After seeing Wuhan die, they were very calm. The Dark Tyrant has refreshed. At this moment, Xiaojiu said, "What are you waiting for? Just go." Wu Ming said. The whole S-Star team immediately went to the Dragon Pit. Prepare to rush the Dark Tyrant directly. Yun Zheng also planted a river crab halfway, which triggered his passive and instantly restored his health. Soon, the 5 members of the S-Star team gathered outside the Dragon Pit. Without saying anything, they started fighting. Facing the big body of the Dark Tyrant, they output madly and ravaged it back and forth. The EDGM team had no intention of going over to grab it, and they would be wiped out if they went over. It would be better to brush the wave line and brush some wild. Soon, the Dark Tyrant was killed. The economic difference between the two sides has reached more than 10,000 points. A wave in the middle, Cat God said to everyone. Quick battle and quick decision. Soon, the 5 members of the S-Star team all went to the middle. Brother Wuming, get on the boat. Let's go first. Yun Zheng said to Wuming. Okay. Wuming sat directly on Yun Zheng's boat. At this moment, under no choice, the opponent could only choose to gather in the middle. Yun Zheng's ghost ship approached silently. When the troops were about to enter the tower, Yun Zheng threw the ship out directly, instantly knocking away the 3 unprepared EDGM team members standing under the tower. Aik, Ganjiang Moi, and Xiao Dun. Then he used his first and second skills and jumped up to output crazily. The fallen Aku and Ganjiang were beaten to a sliver of health. Wu Ming's Gue Gu Zi's second skill, All Things of Spirits, was also in place, directly pulling down 3 people on the opposite side. Guan Yu, Xiao Dun, and Meng Qi. Mao Shun, Xiao Jiao, and Hua Hai in the back followed suit and attacked Xiao Dun in the front row crazily. After Ganjiang was beaten to a sliver of health by Yun Jing's Sun Tzu, he immediately activated Purification and then used the displacement effect of his first skill to pull back, trying to struggle again. Aku gave up, resisting directly. She opened her legs. Do whatever you want. Chapter 101, the first day of the spring season, came to an end. Yun Zheng took Aku away with a basic attack. He turned around and came to Meng Qi and pressed the stun button. 3 basic attacks killed the full-blooded Meng Qi. The damage was explosive. Full output equipment. Double kill. Yun Zheng easily got a double kill. At this time, Xiao Dun and Guan Yu were also killed by Xiao Jiao and Mao Shun respectively. In the end, only Ganjiang was left. It was powerless to save the situation. S-Star team went straight to Huanglong and pushed down the opponent's crystal. Victory! The score finally settled at 3-0. In the commentary room, I didn't expect that EDGM, one of the top 8 teams in last year's winter season, was actually shut out by S-Star, which was eliminated in the first round of last year's winter season. It's really a matter of time, Li Jiao said with deep emotion. Things are unpredictable. It's really surprising, but isn't this the charm of esports? Always full of uncertainty. Daxian said with a smile. I only know that I remember a person's name, Yun Zheng. Linger smiled and said with her red lips slightly parted. Yes. After these 3 games, everyone will probably remember Yun Zheng's name. KPL's history will also remember this moment. The audience began to discuss. From this moment on, I'm going to be a fan of the S-Star team. I'm looking forward to S-Star's next performance. I like to watch Yun Zheng's landing operations. So detailed. I can't learn it. It's all talent, the ultimate talent. I didn't think about learning it. I'll just watch it. I know how good I am. On the court, Mao Shun and others slowly breathed a sigh of relief, stand up, and leave their seats. A good start in the group stage. It made everyone in the S-Star team feel much better. The next step was the handshake between the two sides. When Wuhan and Chuchen passed by Yun Zheng, their faces turned blue and purple. They were beaten so hard that they almost didn't have the face to see anyone. Soon, after the first game, the second group stage began. AG Super Play Club and GK Team in Group B. The second game is about to start. Let's welcome AG Super Play Club. When the host said that AG Super Play Club was going to play, there was a tsunami of screams and long-lasting applause from the audience. Forever Galaxy Battleship. Come on, AG Super Play Club. Minglei, I know all the positions you like. Will you have a baby with me? Mingziliai hurts my faith. Mingziliai hurts my youth. Mengli? That's my youth. Inua, don't use Guan Yu anymore. Xiaoying, I'm looking forward to your Shengwan Waner. After AG Super Play Club stood on the stage, the host Xiaoyi began to welcome GK Team. Let's welcome the second team tonight, GK Team. The audience was silent. GK's popularity is nothing compared to Super Play Club. They are not at the same level at all. Refers to the number of fans and popularity. But GK Team seems to have gotten used to it. Anyway, every time they appear on stage, the audience is deserted. No screams, no cheers, no applause. Only the friends and family members are shouting at the top of their lungs. Soon, the second game of the group stage officially began. AG Super Play Club versus GK Team. S-Star Team came to the sidelines to watch the game. Yunjung looked at Mao Shun and asked curiously, Mao, can I go back to school? Mao Shun shook his head. No. During the game, players are not allowed to leave the field without permission. Oh. Yunjung pouted, wondering what the parents would do. It's been so long. Soon, the game between AG Super Play Club and GK ended. 3-0. Easy win. The game was very relaxed, and the difference in strength between the two sides was still very obvious. AG Chaoan completely beat GK Team in both top, mid, jungle, and bottom lane. Therefore, there was no suspense in the game. The audience was also a little bored and not very satisfied. AG is too strong. GK has no ability to resist at all. The former Galaxy Battleship is back. Captain Inua has become more mature, and it's time to erase the 4 words Inua behavior. Mr. Ming is still at his peak. His hand speed is still so fast, and he still gives away first blood so quickly. Lao Shuai has been gradually replaced by Xiaoying, but I have to say that Xiaoying Shengguan Waner has a strong dominance. AG Super Play Club is now blooming in many places, whether it is top, mid, jungle, support, or bottom lane. They are all top-notch, and there is no weakness at all. The champion of the spring season, if nothing unexpected happens, should be AG. Don't forget the 3-time champion Q-Gappy team. Q-Gappy is now a 5-time champion. You may still live in memories, but the image of the 3-time champion is indeed more deeply rooted in people's hearts. LGD and DYG should not be underestimated. This year's spring season is full of hidden talents, and there are many contending teams. It is impossible to know who will be the final champion until the last moment. Does no one think highly of S-Star? That 8-year-old kid is also very strong. It depends on who we are playing against. If we meet Ina, Joching, Sting, and others, we may not perform as well as in the first game. Besides, the overall strength of S-Star is not comparable to that of AG Super Play Club and Q-Gappy. With such a huge gap in strength, what can one of them do even if they are very strong? It can't play a decisive role. Is it really a 1-on-5 game? Be realistic. The third game of the day followed. Q-Gappy and White EG. The final score was 3-1. Q-Gappy lost the first game, but was banned in 3 games and won the final victory. It was a close call. However, the White EG team also showed strong willpower in the game. Every game was fought to the last minute. The 5-time champion Q-Gappy team did not win easily. All 4 games lasted for 25 minutes. The winner was not decided until the end. However, it must be said that Gappy's team battles were really good. When the economic gap was not widened, they could actually play zero for 5 operations, which was simply amazing. When the team started, there were often scenes of divine inspiration, which made people's eyes bright. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, this hero can be played like this." The game between Q-Gappy and White EG was obviously much more exciting than the game between AG Super Play Club and GK. The audience at the scene were all passionate, and they could often hear shouting at the top of their lungs. In the game between Super Play Club, the audience at most shouted, "Come on." Later, it was found that it was a completely one-sided game, and there was no cheering at all. The match between Star and EDGM was originally quite boring. However, with the addition of Yun Jung, it became more exciting. After all, he stepped onto the professional stage at the age of 8 and stood on the field of the KPL Spring Tournament. The attention he received was absolutely unprecedented. In the commentary room, Daxian, who do you think is stronger this year, Q-Gappy or AG Superplay Club? Lee Jio looked at Daxian and asked. It's hard to say. If the strength of the two teams is similar, it depends on how they perform on the spot. Daxian frowned and said. Then Daxian, who do you think will be the champion of this year's spring tournament? Lee Jio continued to ask. It should be the double dragon meeting of AG Superplay Club and Q-Gappy. The other teams are still inferior. Daxian touched his chin and said. Star is also very strong. At this time, Linger interrupted. Lee Jio and Daxian laughed after hearing it. Compared with teams like EDGM or GK, Star is indeed very strong, but if it encounters super strong teams like AG Superplay Club and Q-Gappy, Star will obviously be weaker. Linger, it really fits the legendary big-breasted and brainless. But I like this kind of brainless girl. You like big breasts, right? Hey, have you been discovered? The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed and joked. For Linger's IQ, they're deeply worried. Anyone with a little brain knows that it's not that Star is too strong, but that EDGM is too weak this year. After the game between Q-Gappy and White EG, the next is the last group match of the day, DYG and Hero. As soon as he came on the court, Joachim got his best hero, Ganjiang and Moy. The opponent seemed to release it on purpose for Joachim to take it. But perhaps it was because of overconfidence. In the first game, Joachim's Ganjiang was directly Super God, and the opponent did not restrict him at all. He played 37% of the output, and the participation rate was as high as 93%. The record was also very impressive. 7/0/11. Rating, 15.2 points. Won the FMVP of the winning team. Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. Yusheng is still Yusheng. If you dare to use my favorite hero, I will dare to let you become a super ghost. In the second game, Hero Judging Team banned Ganjiang and Moy as soon as they came up. However, they did not ban Bailey Shuyi. Result, Juchen got it again. Bailey in the middle lane killed the opponent. The output accounted for 41%. It was even more terrifying than the previous game. Hero Jiojing was almost beaten to tears. Joachim Bailey's hit rate also reached 90% in this game, although Yun Zheng's Bailey hit rate reached 100%. But for some reason, everyone felt that Joachim's Bailey was stronger. Yun Zheng's Bailey was just so. In the third game, Hero Jiojing learned to be smart and sent Joachim's Bailey Shui and Ganjiang Moy to the ban position right away. In this game, DYG team obviously had a harder time. It didn't have any advantages in the early stage. It also lost 2 team battles in the middle stage. In the late stage, there was a tendency of collapse. But fortunately, it seized a fatal mistake of Hero Jiojing team, played a 1-for-4 wave, and directly pushed to the high ground in one fell swoop. Finally, while the soldiers were still there, it went straight to Huanglong and pushed down Hero Jiojing's crystal. The score finally settled at 3-0. DYG team also made a dreamy start, except for the Star team, which was a bit of an upset. The AG Super Play Club team, Q-Gappy team, and DYG team were all expected. They won the game without taking it seriously, and the first day of the spring season came to an end. The second round of the group stage will be held on Saturday, but because it is a round-robin match, there will be no S-Star team game in the second round. You don't have to come. Yun Zheng, you can have a good weekend. Chapter 102, Brother. How about I be your idol from now on? In the auditorium of Huiying Primary School, when the students saw the multimedia display that the King of Glory Spring Season live broadcast has ended, everyone's face has an expression of wanting more. because it is so cool to watch. I still feel excited now. I can't help but want to take out my phone. TIM. From now on, I will only practice Bailey, the hero, and strive to be as accurate as Yun Jung one day. I want to learn how to drive a boat, a ghost ship, a thunder fighter, China Mobile, and an ambulance. I want to learn Yun Jing's 1-on-5 Old Master. It's so cool. Do you think Yun Jing's autograph is worth a lot now? You are such a smart guy. Don't even think about it. Yun Jing's handwriting is too ugly. It can't be sold. It's an eyesore. Yun Jung, who is saying bad things about me behind my back. I really envy brother Yun Jung. At the age of 8, he can do what he likes. My idol Woohin was beaten to pieces by my classmates. Am I living in a dream? This is the most unforgettable parent-teacher meeting in my life. After the game, Yun Jung returned home with a trepidation. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother Li Xiaoshu holding a kitchen knife, standing in the living room. Mom, what are you doing with the knife? Cooking. Go to the bathroom and wash your hands. Get ready for dinner. Li Xiaoshu said with a smile. Yun Jung raised his little head, touched his chest, let out a long breath, and finally let go of his hanging heart. Just now he thought that he was going to be chopped. Manual funny. Soon, Yun Luo also came back from school. Hey, Xiaozheng, why are you back so early today? After Yun Luo entered the door, he saw that his brother Yun Jung had already come home, and immediately asked curiously. Today your brother attended a parent-teacher meeting and was praised by the school. Li Xiaoshu's voice suddenly came from the kitchen. Yun Jung couldn't help but feel a little nervous again. Obviously, he didn't go. How could his mother not be angry? And she made such a sumptuous meal. Could it be a Hongmin banquet? After the meal, she sent him off directly. You should learn more from your brother. Li Xiaoshu said again. Got it. Yun Luo said perfunctorily, threw his school bag on the sofa, walked quickly to Yun Jung, took out his mobile phone, opened a video link, and soon, the scene of the King of Glory Spring Tournament appeared on the screen. Brother, are you surprised? Are you surprised? I spent a lot of effort to get the replay link of the King of Glory Spring Tournament. Even the official live broadcast room has not uploaded it. But it's a pity that I didn't catch up with today's live broadcast. I originally wanted to watch it secretly after the second class in the afternoon, but Chu Yao actually asked me to accompany her to buy Band-Aids and didn't tell me where she was injured. But the Band-Aid was really big. I always thought that Band-Aids only had the Yunnan Baiyao brand, but I didn't expect there was also a seventh dimension. Li Xiaoshu's knife suddenly stopped. Hurry up! Start it! When the live scene appeared, Yin Luo said excitedly. The hosts Ai Xiao and Xiaoyi slowly appeared in front of the screen. Then, the camera gave the commentary room to Daxian, Li Jiao, and Ling. Wow, this year's commentary guests are Daxian and Ling. I'm looking forward to the next game. My heartbeat is starting to speed up. I wonder how my idol performed in the first round of the group stage today. Did he kill indiscriminately? Yun Jung tilted his head and asked curiously, Brother, who is your idol? Yun Luo smiled slightly and said, one of the star top laners in KPL, the captain of the EDGM team, Wuhan. You should have heard of him. Yun Jung nodded. Yeah, I've heard of him. Not only heard of him, but also hammered him. The picture continued to fast forward. Soon, Yun Jing's personal information appeared on the big screen at the scene. Huh. Yun Luo couldn't help rubbing his eyes. What the hell? Am I dazzled? Why do I have hallucinations? No. Xiaozheng, it's you on it. Shock value from Yun Luo +1. Yun Luo was dumbfounded on the spot, looking at the picture on the phone screen in disbelief, frowning and asking, Strange, Xiaozheng, why does your personal information appear on the big screen of the spring game? As soon as the voice fell, a paragraph was displayed at the bottom of the screen. S-Star Team Professional Player, Yun Zheng. Yun Luo. Professional Player. Shock value from Yun Luo +1. Fuck, Xiaozheng. When did you join the S-Star Team? Yun Luo asked in disbelief, mouth wide open. A long time ago. Yun Zheng glanced at his brother Yun Luo and said, Does it mean that you have been a professional player a long time ago? Yun Luo asked back in surprise. Yes. Yun Zheng nodded slightly. Were you at the game today? Yes. Then why did you watch the replay with me? You forced me to watch it. Yun Luo. What kind of pervert is my brother? Financial management, medical skills, learning, games, proficient in everything, omnipotent. Then, the host Xiao Yi began to announce the two teams in the first round of the group stage. S-Star Team and EDGM Team. Fuck, you played against Woohan's team in the first game. Yeah, yes. What was the result? Who won? Brother, you will know if you read on. Spoilers are so boring. Yunjung pouted and said with a smile. Yun Luo suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that his idol? Soon, Yunjung appeared on the scene and sat in the player's seat. Yun Luo's eyelids twitched slightly. Wow, he's still a main player. At the age of 8, he stood on the professional arena, which should be unprecedented and unparalleled. But all this is obviously just the beginning. The next scene shocked Yun Luo so much that he couldn't speak. Star team like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. EDGM team was swept 3-0. Wuhan was beaten twice by Yunjung. The top lane was almost broken, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him like crazy. No temper at all. And Bailey, in the first game, almost shot a hole in the sky. Every bullet hit the target. Every shot killed. Yunluo looked at the screen with mixed feelings. Is this his monster brother? They are all born by the same mother. Why is there such a big difference? Brother, from now on, you can take me as your idol. Yunjung said with his head held high. No, don't call me brother. I don't deserve to be this brother. From now on, we will switch. You will be the brother, and I will be the younger brother of the younger brothers. Yunluo said with a look of despair. Okay. Yunjing agreed happily. Chapter 103, using his own brother to show off. You really want to commit a crime? I am your brother. Blood is thicker than water. Yunluo said with a frown. So what? Yunjung pouted and asked back. Yunluo. Soon, the food was ready. Li Xiaoshu came out of the kitchen and said to Yunluo and Yunjung, come and serve the food. Here we go. Yunluo was in no mood to continue watching, as his idol was beaten up by his own brother. What's the point of watching a chicken? Mom, do you know what Yunjung did today without telling you? When Yunluo served the food, he leaned close to Li Xiaoshu's ear and whispered, Yunjung. People who tell tales will have no penis when they give birth to sons in the future. I know. But what he didn't expect was that Li Xiaoshu actually nodded and said he knew. Yunluo was very surprised, and Yunjung also had a face full of question marks. Mom, you already know all this? Yunluo asked in surprise. Yes, so I told you to learn more from your brother. It's okay that you can't compare with your brother in financial management and study, but you can't even play games as well as your brother. Just take a rest after dinner. I'm angry at you. Li Xiaoshu sighed. Yunluo felt that he had suffered a critical hit. Why did he want to tell spies? It's just asking for trouble. Also, the last sentence is too heartbreaking. You are my real mother. Blood is thicker than water. Ha ha. Yunjung was amused. Ha. You will suffer for your own mistakes. Mom, is Dad not back yet? Yunjung asked after sitting at the dining table. Don't wait for Dad. He's working overtime tonight. Your dad is now the company's executive director and is very busy. Li Xiaoshu said to Yunjung. Executive director, isn't that awesome? Yunjung asked curiously. Of course, I've already reached the company's management level. Li Xiaoshu said with a smile. Wow. But, Xiaozheng, this is all thanks to you. Mom and Dad were able to jump several levels in the company and directly enter the company's management level. It was all arranged by Yi Ye's father. Li Xiaoshu said. Is that so? Yunjung nodded slowly. Soon, after dinner, Yunjung went back to his bedroom. Yunluo was showing off in the class group. Hey, did you watch the replay of the spring season? Yes. Is the match between Star and EDGM exciting? Yunluo asked with a smile in front of the screen. It was exciting, but Yunluo, your idol was almost beaten to pieces by the kid on the other side. By the way, who exactly is that kid? He's 8 years old and participating in the KPL Professional League, which should be unique in the history of KPL. He also pressed Xiaobei and Wuhan to the ground, which was too scary. To be honest, I was stunned after watching the game. When that kid came out from the backstage, I was already stunned. Then I saw the information on the big screen and almost fainted on the spot. Died. The kids nowadays are really going against the will of heaven. I feel like I'm getting old. When I watched the match between Star and EDGM just now, my worldview and cognition were refreshed again and again. Bailey's shooting was so accurate. The scene of Lao Fuzi and Sun smashing without leaving any trace in a single line is still vivid in my mind. I guess no one will dare to say that elementary school students are pitfalls in the future. After all, elementary school students have already stood on the field of KPL Professional League. Yunluo looked at the shocked and trembling voices in the class group. He said calmly. Quiet. Listen to me. That kid is my brother. Hiss. The class group, where Yun Luo was instantly exploded. The message was swiped down the screen like crazy. The head teacher was blown out. Even the physical education teacher, who had never appeared in the class group, spoke. Is this true, Yun Luo? Are you sure you are not kidding us? Yes. How can it be such a coincidence? Of course it's true. Do you think I'm kidding? Besides, why do I have to make such a boring joke? Yun Luo curled his lips and said, I remember, Yun Luo's brother seems to be called Yun Zheng. When I was watching the game, why did I always feel that the little boy looked so familiar? I met his brother when I went to Yun Luo's house to play before. Fuck, that 8-year-old boy is actually Yun Luo's brother. But that's not right, Yun Luo. Your brother is so good at playing King of Glory. Why are you so bad? Aren't we all from the same genetic genes? Yun Luo. It hurts. Can you please stop talking about things that are not related to the topic? Can people be the same? Yun Luo, can you get an autograph for me and your brother? I want one too. Add one. Can you get one for the teacher, too? No problem. Leave it to me. Yun Luo said calmly in front of the screen. For some reason, I suddenly felt proud. Chapter 104 Car Crash Sword Immortal. After Yun Zheng returned to his room, open the system page. Host, Yun Zheng. Age, 8 years old. Talent, games, finance, medicine, music, sports. Shock value, 127845. First stage task, unfinished. Hidden task, unfinished. Wow, there are already more than 120,000 shock values. Yun Zheng said with some surprise. However, he did not go to the lottery, but kept it for emergency use. I want to use it when I need it, or go directly to the system store to buy those expensive things after I save more. Compared to the items obtained by the lottery, the items in the system store are more tempting. For example, the magic pupil. Soon, Yun Zheng fell into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. When he woke up the next day, it was already past 9 in the morning. Because it was Sunday, he didn't set the alarm. Yun Zheng rubbed his sleepy eyes, walked out of the room, and prepared to look for food to see if there was anything to eat in the kitchen. His stomach growled with hunger. However, at this moment, Yun Luo also walked out of the bedroom quickly, holding a bunch of things in his hand, a pen and a stack of paper, and then came straight to Yun Zheng and handed him the paper and pen in his hand. Sign it. Yun Zheng hadn't opened his eyes yet, but he saw a pen and a stack of white paper in his hand. What do you want to sign? Yun Zheng asked with a question mark on his face. Signature. Yun Luo said casually. Whose name do you want to sign? Yun Zheng raised his head and asked puzzledly. Of course it's yours. Why do you want to sign my name? Because you are a celebrity. I am a ghost. Yun Zheng left without looking back and went straight to the refrigerator. He wanted to eat. Man is iron, rice is steel, and he would be hungry if he didn't eat a meal. Yun Luo. You became famous in the game yesterday. Don't you know? My classmates around me are asking me for your autograph. Yun Luo chased after him and said, How do they know I am your brother? Yun Zheng asked suspiciously. It's not important. What's important is that you know you're famous. Yun Luo said evasively. Brother, I understand that you want to show off in front of your classmates, especially girls, but there is no free lunch in the world. How about you make me a bowl of delicious longevity noodles, and I will sign all these for you? Yun Zheng said. Deal. Yun Luo agreed without any hesitation. It's just a bowl of noodles. Although I can't cook it, but haven't you eaten pork? Have you seen pigs run? My mother often makes longevity noodles. After being influenced by her and watching thousands of times, she already knows the production process. It's just a lack of hands-on practice. Yun Zheng walked over and sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, and started a game of Kings, ready to play while waiting for noodles. Tim, after entering the game lobby, Yun Zheng started a ranking game in seconds. Soon, the teammates found out Yun Zheng's identity. First floor. Fuck. I was matched with a professional player. The system dad loves me so much. Second floor. The S-Star team is not too strong. I thought I was matched with the AG Super Play Club or QGappy team. Third floor. Dude upstairs. Didn't you watch the spring game yesterday? Second floor. What's wrong with the spring game? I don't have the time to watch any game. Third floor. Okay, just lie down in this game. The fifth floor can easily carry the whole game. Second floor. Haha, I'm waiting for him to carry the team. Don't rush. Just slap him in the face. Fourth floor. Little Yun Zheng. After the game is over, can you give me a friend status? I am your fan. Second floor? Little friend? Fourth floor. Yes, isn't 8 years old a little child? Second floor. One moment you say you are a professional player, and the next moment you say you are an 8-year-old child. Are you kidding me? Fourth floor. Who said 8-year-olds can't play professionally? The youngest professional player in KPL history, Star Yunjung. Let's learn about it. Very soon. The ban and hero selection phase is over. The lineups of both sides are as follows. Blue side, Yunjung Confrontation Road Lubu, Jungle Lonling King, Middle Road Gao Jinli, Development Road Bailey Shuyi, Auxiliary Luchan. Red side, Opponent Confrontation Road Zhu Beiji, Jungle Li Bai, Middle Road Gan Jiang Moi, Development Road Mingqi, Auxiliary Donghuang Tai. When entering the hero loading page, the first and second floors of Yunjing's side suddenly said in unison. The jungler on the opposite side is Jianxian, a great anchor. Is it Li Bai, the number 1 Jianxian in the national server? Yes, junglers should be careful. Jianxian's Li Bai can be comparable to professional level. After hearing Jianxian's name, Yunjung frowned slightly and muttered to himself. It seems like I have encountered it before. Soon, the game officially began. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. All troops attack. And at this moment, in Jianxian's live broadcast room, the voices were noisy. The comments on the barrage were basically discussing Yunjung. Is this ID Star Yunjung, the 8-year-old kid who pinned Wuhan and Xiaobei to the ground in the spring game yesterday? It should be. It must be. The professional logo was revealed just now. How could it be fake? The sword fairy actually collided with the kid. I wonder what kind of sparks will be created. The hero used by the kid in this game seems to be Bailey Shouyao, who beat Xiaobei in the spring game yesterday. Is there anyone who wants to place a bet? Guess the hero in this game. Who will have the last laugh in this drama? It must be Jianxian, who carried the whole game alone. Needless to say, one is a jungler and the other is a shooter. Jianxian only needs to bring up the rhythm and beat Bailey Shui. It's not a piece of cake. I don't think it's that simple. You underestimate professional players too much. Jianxian frowned slightly. He had no confidence in winning this game at all because he recognized Yunjung after seeing Yunjing's national standard of Bailey Shui, the first in the national service. Because before, whether it was the ranking match or the peak match, there were more than one car crashes. Every time, he was the one who was hung up and hammered. The past is unbearable to look back. So, Jianxian had no confidence at all. Go directly to Donghuang at level 1. If you don't want this game to collapse too quickly. Jianxian opened the team voice and said to Donghuang Tai, I understand. I watched the first round of the spring season between Star and EDGM yesterday. I didn't expect that I would meet a true god today. I'm really nervous, Donghuang Tai said. After entering the game, Yunjung first selected the second skill, Breath of the Wind, at level 1, then bought an iron sword and went out. Using the passive skill, he quickly came to the line. He got into the upper bush. Soon, he accumulated 2 Breath of the Wind. When Mingqi appeared on the line, Yunjung raised his hand and shot. Bang! The bullet accurately hit Mingqi, who had just walked out of the defense tower. Instantly knocked off 1/3 of Mingqi's blood. Then he followed up with a basic attack, and the damage was full. Just when Yunjung was about to use the second Breath of the Wind to take Mingqi's head, Donghuang Tai suddenly appeared beside Mingqi, protecting Mingqi behind him, and perfectly blocked Yunjing's sniping route with his body. The reason why Donghuang Tai appeared in the bottom lane at level 1 and did not help the middle lane to grab the line or help Jianxian counter jungle. It was because the 5 people on Jianxian's side knew that only by restricting the performance of Yunjing Bailey Shui in this game could they win. Otherwise, they would definitely lose. Once Yunjing's Bailey developed, he would be like a big devil. Gods would kill gods, Buddhas would kill Buddhas. Therefore, it was necessary to target at the beginning and let Donghuang go directly to the bottom lane to help Mingqi defend the line. At least it would not collapse so quickly. Yunjing's Bailey Shui was almost invincible in a single line. Even Xiaobei, the core shooter of the EDGM team, was easily shot through by Yunjing's Bailey, not to mention ordinary passersby. In a one-on-one situation, it was completely a matter of cutting melons and vegetables. In less than 3 minutes, the bottom lane will be destroyed. Even the pants will be gone. Yunjung saw Donghuang Tai appear, put away the gun in his hand. There is indeed no sniping angle. However, he does not believe that Donghuang can protect for a while, and can protect for a lifetime. Chapter 105 Spewing Shit. After Ming-Chi's health was damaged by Yun Zheng, he hid behind Dong Wang and took a medicine, then returned to the tower and picked up a blood bag. The blood volume returned to a healthy state directly. No need to return to the city. Soon Ming-Chi began to use the first skill to clear the line. With Dong Wang Tai, a human sandbag, he could finally do his best. Bang! However, the next second, Bailey, who was moving, stopped at the moment and raised his hand without any pre-aiming. The second skill, Breath of the Wind, accurately hit Dong Wang Tai in front of Ming-Chi, followed by a flat attack. Instantly knocked off 1/3 of Dong Huang's health. Then he quickly retreated and distanced himself. He didn't give Dong Huang a chance to get close. Dong Huang's eyelids twitched slightly, and he glanced at his own health. He was about to chase after him and retaliate, but it was too late. Yun Zheng's Bailey had already returned to a safe distance. Dong Huang was furious and raged like thunder, spewing foul language in front of the screen. "You are so cruel. Your shooting is so accurate." Looking at Yun Zheng, who is so close yet so far away, Dong Huang really wants to flash over and use his first skill to circle Yun Zheng's Bailey AI's magic. But he is afraid that Yun Zheng will flash and pull him away and kite him to death. 2 words sad. Meng-Chi behind him refused to come out. Since he was shot twice by Yun Zheng, he has become a dispensable existence. Dong Huang was filled with emotion for a while. This is the legendary enemy shooter and our shooter. What a vivid contrast. Just when Dong Huang was distracted, another Breath of the Wind came like lightning. Bang! A hit to the soul. Hit again. Soon, Dong Huang Tai's own health was in the same state as Meng-Chi just now. You could protect for a while, but you can't protect for a lifetime. Even Dong Huang Tai couldn't withstand Bailey's consumption like this. Uncle Dong Huang, the second skill of Bailey on the opposite side is so accurate, I'm afraid, Ming-Chi has said tremblingly while hiding behind Dong Huang. What are you afraid of? It didn't shoot at you. Dong Huang Tai cursed. Also, can you use your first skill to consume him? You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Okay, I know. Ming-Chi nodded, plucked up his courage, and rushed up. However, the next second, Dong Huang turned around and ran away. While Bailey's second skill has not cooled down yet. Run quickly. Otherwise, you may not be able to get away in a while. Sun Tzu said, among the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. If you don't leave now, when will you leave? Fuck Dong Huang, you were playing dirty tricks. Let me go up to consume, but you ran away first. Ming-Chi saw Dong Huang Tai running away without looking back and immediately said in the team voice chat in anger. As soon as the voice fell, bang! Yun Zheng, who was hiding in the bushes on the right, directly hit Ming-Chi with his second skill. Then, he began to walk close to the wall and close the distance. When Ming-Chi, who was standing outside the first tower, entered the attack range, he used a flat A to directly injure him. Ming-Chi saw that the situation was not good and turned around and ran. Yun Zheng walked out of the bushes and stood outside the tower, waiting for the second skill to cool down. When the cooling ended, Yun Zheng smiled and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! Passive skill prediction was triggered. In the absence of vision, Ming-Chi was killed with one shot. First blood! The sound of first blood. It resounded throughout the Canyon of Kings. The netizens in Jianxian's live broadcast room couldn't help but gasp. In the situation of 2 against 1 in the bottom lane, it still didn't work. Are professional players really that scary? Shock value +1 from live broadcast room user, Turtle Milk. Shock value +1 from live broadcast room user, 1 day is 1 day. Shock value +1 from live broadcast room user, I'm going to the west to get sperm. Shock value +1 from live broadcast room user, girl, you are bleeding, do you need a band-aid? Jianxian glanced at the time in the upper right corner, and his eyelids twitched slightly. 57 seconds. Even if there were 2 people on his side to fight against Bailey Shoyue on the opposite side, he still gave away the first blood in less than a minute. It's really hard to believe. After Yun Zheng took down Meng-Chi's head, the soldiers in the bottom lane had already entered the tower, but Yun Zheng did not choose to push the tower. Instead, he went to the river next to him to set up vision in advance just in case. After the vision was all ready, Yun Zheng's Bailey hid in the bushes near the river. Soon, Dong Huang Tai and Meng-Chi returned to the line. At this time, the second wave of soldiers just came. Just when Yun Zheng was about to use the second skill to consume Dong Huang first, the figure of Jianxian suddenly appeared in the sight range of Yun Zheng's first skill control. Bang! Yun Zheng immediately adjusted the direction of Bailey's second skill and went straight to Jianxian's Li Bai. The next second, he saw that Bailey's second skill, Breath of the Wind, accurately hit Jianxian's Li Bai, and Li Bai's health directly dropped by 1/3. At this time, the jungler had just reached level. Without his ultimate, Li Bai simply couldn't beat the hero Bailey Shouyao. So Jianxian subconsciously turned around and walked back, not daring to go any deeper. Yun Zheng returned to the line. Dongwang Tai kept trying to get close to Yun Zheng, spinning around Yun Zheng's Bailey AI's magic. Unfortunately, Yun Zheng didn't give him this opportunity at all. Always keep a safe distance. However, when everyone reached level 4, the situation began to change. Jianxian's Li Bai first got a double kill in the wild area. Then, another person singled out the tyrant. Yun Zheng originally wanted to try to grab it, but he couldn't see Dongwang's vision on the map. If he acted rashly, it would be too dangerous. Once he was hit by Dongwang's ultimate, he would definitely die. After Jianxian took the dragon, he cooperated with Zhu Beiji to kill Lu Bu on the top lane. It must be said that Lu Bu's awareness is really poor. He knew that Li Bai would definitely go to the top lane to gank after he just got the dragon, but he still swaggered to farm soldiers on the line. After Jianxian got 3 heads, he took off directly on the spot. He began to invade the jungle continuously. Once Li Bai, the hero, enters a very comfortable rhythm, he will become very terrifying. For a moment, Lanling Wang was completely trapped into fear of being dominated and couldn't breathe at all. The rhythm of the jungle completely collapsed. Gao Jianli in the middle lane was also ambushed because he was greedy for a wave of lines. Jianxian's first skill combined with Ganzhong's ultimate skill directly killed Gao Jianli. The economic gap between the two sides continued to widen. Soon, Yun Zheng's side, the top, middle, and jungle lanes all collapsed. Only Yun Zheng's bottom lane was barely acceptable. In the case of 2 against 1, they were always in a state of equal strength, but they didn't have much advantage. After all, it was 2 against 1, and it was difficult to kill casually. Besides, Dongwang Tai has been staring at Yun Zheng with a covetous look. Every time he saw Yun Zheng finish a shot and turn around to go back to the tower, he wanted to flash into the tower, send his ultimate skill directly, and fight with Yun Zheng's Bailey Shouyue to the end of the world. But he was afraid that Yun Zheng would use flash in advance to distance him, or use his ultimate skill to distance him. In this way, he would flash into the tower and give himself a head. Why did you all collapse suddenly? Are you playing me together? Yun Zheng opened the team voice and asked with a pout. You can't lead the team. Blame us. LV Boo on the top lane said sarcastically. Hey, the rhythm of Li Bai, the swordsman on the opposite side, is really good, and he is so elegant and playful. He really kills one person every 10 steps and leaves no trace in 1,000 miles. There is nothing we can do, Lanling Wang said with a sigh. Haha, the opponent's jungler has come to the middle lane to help twice. I haven't seen my own jungler since the beginning of the game. Whatever, we can't win anyway. Gao Jinli in the middle lane complained. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. The key is that I can't even take care of my own jungle. Lanling Wang said helplessly. Okay, stop talking. Lu Chan, the assistant, said to everyone. In my opinion, Bailey Shouyao in the bottom lane is too bad. He's a professional player. Bah! Listen to your bragging. Before the game was about to start, didn't you say that he could easily carry the whole game by himself? Now, apart from taking the first blood, what other achievements can he show? Lu Bu in the top lane said with foul language. Chapter 106, if you had come earlier, the opponent would have surrendered long ago. Bai Li's 1-on-2 in the bottom lane. It's amazing that he didn't collapse. Lu Chan frowned and said, Haha, don't you think it's ridiculous? A professional player is fighting 1 against 2 in a pub game, and it's just that he didn't collapse. Is this worth bragging about? Lu Bu said with extreme disdain. Lu Chan was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to continue, because it is true that professional players often fight 1 against 3 or even 1 against 4 in pub games, and even 1 against 5 is normal. It's really a bit lame to fight 1 against 2 without collapsing. Yun Zheng's young face still had a smile on his face. However, his heart was full of contempt. What kind of shameless person can say such a thing? You put the blame on the 1 against 2. Don't even take a look. What have you 4 done to the other side? It's only been 10 minutes since the start of the game, and Li Bai has 9 kills, Gan Jiang has 4 kills, Zhu Beiji has 2 kills, and even Dongwang Tai has 1 kill. The economic gap is going towards 10,000. You blame me for not being able to fight 5 alone. Xing Xing, you star. A bunch of brainless guys. Yun Zheng ignored him. Continue playing the game seriously. Okay, stop talking. Everyone has their responsibilities in this game. Stop blaming each other. It's only 10 minutes. If we delay it for a while, there might be a chance. Come on, everyone. Lu Chan said to everyone. I'll try to help the middle lane as much as possible. Lanling Wang said to Gao Jinli. Then I'll help you watch the jungle, but if Li Bai comes to counter, I can't help. Gao Jinli said. Thanks, buddy. Lanling Wang said to Gao Jinli. It's my duty. Gao Jinli replied. Bailey, I'll go to the bottom lane to help you. Lu Chan followed. Why is no one coming to the top lane to help me? LV Bu was immediately unhappy. He only cared about the bottom and middle lanes, not his life or death. Yun Zheng said quietly. You are so stupid, it's better not to help you. LV Bu, Gao Jinli, Lanling King, and Lu Chan couldn't help but nodded after hearing Yun Zheng's words. No problem. That makes sense. Great. Soon, Lu Chan came to the bottom lane alone. Then, the news of Yun Zheng's double kill came. Double kill! Gao Jinli, Lu Bu, and Lanling King were shocked. What's going on? How come there was a double kill all of a sudden? This is too fast. Shock value from Lanling King +1. Shock value from Lu Bu +1. Shock value from Gao Jinli +1. Brother Lu Chan, if you had come earlier, the other side would have surrendered. Yun Zheng pouted and said, Lu Chan, it turns out that I have been the culprit all along. However, after witnessing Yun Zheng's spearmanship, Lu Chan was so impressed. He almost knelt on the spot. His shooting was so accurate. Every shot hit the target, and he could accurately avoid Dong Wang Tai in front and hit Mingqi in the back every time. Then, he chased after him and used normal attacks to kill Dong Wang Tai one by one. And he, to put it bluntly, was just a bystander. Apart from helping Bailey block Dong Wang's ultimate move, he basically did nothing. Mingqi, I told you to retreat. Why are you still pushing forward? Dong Wang Tai. I wanted to kill Bailey by crossing the tower, but he dodged it, and Lu Chan took my ultimate. Jianxian, don't be careless. The Bailey on the opposite side is not an ordinary person. If you don't pay attention, there is a risk of being overturned. Mingqi and Dong Wang Tai said at the same time, Got it. After Yun Zheng got a double kill, directly pushed down the bottom lane tower, then continued to move forward. After Lu Chan saw it, he hurriedly reminded him, Retreat, the support from the opposite side should be coming. No need. However, what Lu Chan didn't expect was that Yun Zheng actually said no. Brother Lu Chan, just follow me. Are you sure? Lu Chan asked repeatedly. Yes, sure. Yun Zheng said affirmatively. Okay then. Lu Chan could only follow Yun Zheng's Bailey and continue to go deep into the enemy camp and head for the second tower. At this time, Jinqian's Li Bai and Gan Jiang in the middle lane had already come to support, and the speed was very fast. Because Yun Zheng was in the bottom lane, they dared not be careless. And Yun Zheng was waiting for them. Pushing the tower was not the main purpose at all. Killing was. When Gan Jiang and Moi appeared, Yun Zheng had already prepared in advance, hiding in the bushes on the right, and pressed the second skill, Breath of the Wind. Before Gan Jiang's double swords could be shot out, Yun Zheng's second skill had already hit him first, directly knocked off 2/3 of Gan Jiang's health. The damage was terrifying. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gan Jiang retreated immediately. At this time, Jinqian's Li Bai had already rushed straight to Yun Zheng in the bushes on the right. But Lu Chan was not a pushover. When Li Bai used the second part of his first skill and dodged into the bush, Lu Chan activated his first skill, Little Overlord Shield, floated in the air, approached quickly, and then sat on it, stunning Li Bai. Yun Zheng raised his hand and shot a second skill close to his face. Li Bai was immediately killed, and the Sword Immortal wanted to show off. The moment he landed, he activated his second skill in seconds, and the fourth normal attack was released at the limit, just ready to release. But Yun Zheng had already disappeared, activated his ultimate in advance, and moved in the opposite direction. Appeared behind Lu Chan. Swish, 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 swish. Sword shadows all over the sky. However, the damage of Li Bai's ultimate was basically shared by Lu Chan alone, and Yun Zheng's Bailey was only lightly scratched by the sword energy. It didn't hurt. Then, Yun Zheng took away the Sword Immortal with an ordinary basic attack. Get a triple kill. Triple kill. But the battle is not over yet. There is still a fish that slipped through the net. Yunjung will not let the prey escape so easily. The next second, Yunjing's Bailey flashed directly into the jungle. The second skill was activated, aiming at the section from the middle tower to the jungle. The passive skill, prediction, was triggered. Bang! It was a shot without hesitation. The general who was moving thought he was safe, but he didn't expect that he couldn't escape death in the end and fell to the ground. Quadra kill. In the Canyon of Kings, the sound of a quad kill rang out. It shocked everyone's heart. Gao Jinli in the middle, Lonling King in the jungle, and Lu Bu in the top lane were all stunned. I couldn't believe it for a long time. This is true. Bailey actually got a quad kill in such a short time. It's so terrifying. Gan Jiang thought he had successfully escaped, but was sent back to the fountain in the end. He was so angry that he cursed. Why can't you shoot at the wall? You have to shoot at my face. Chapter 107. I can't help but want to scold you. Jinxian, what kind of lewd words are you saying? Gan Jiang Moi. I mean, the jungle is very open. Jinxian, if you watched the game between Estar and EDGM yesterday, you will know why. His Bailey can hit the target without missing a single shot, even in the professional arena. Gan Jiang Moi was slightly shocked. Is it more accurate than Jiuqing? Jinxian. From the data, it is like this. Gan Jiang Moi couldn't help but take a breath. Shock value from Gan Jiang Moi, +1. Shock value from Dongwang Tai, +1. Shock value from Mingqi, +1. After Yun Zheng got a quad kill, he, Gao Jinli, and Lu Chan pushed down the opponent's mid-lane tower together. However, at this moment, news came from the top lane that Lu Bu was killed again. Why say again? Because Lu Bu had died 11 times. When Lanling Wang rushed to the top lane from the jungle, it was too late. Zhu Beiji had already fled with a nine-toothed rake. Lu Bu, why did you die again? Are you an idiot hired by monkey? Gao Jinli started to scold him on the spot, because he couldn't stand it anymore. From the beginning to now, Lu Bu has only scolded and given away, and has never done anything serious. What's the difference between this and an actor? Ha! The jungler helps the middle, the support helps the bottom, and me. Am I not a human? Lu Bu roared, incompetent and furious. You're still so confident. Isn't the Zhu Beiji on the opposite side a person? I didn't want to swear, you idiot. I really didn't want to swear, but now I have to. Do you know what a confrontation road is? Do you know what a pressure-resistant road is? If you don't know, go check the Xinhua dictionary and start learning from Chinese pinyin. It's okay to go to an early childhood education class. To be honest, I've been disgusted with you for a long time. Bailey is fighting two people in the bottom lane, and they are evenly matched. You're fighting one against one in the top lane, and you are almost killed like a roaring sky dog. You still have the nerve to talk nonsense. With your mouth. I don't even want to sit on it as a toilet. Gao Jinli said with a fragrant mouth. Did you eat shit this morning? Your mouth is so smelly. Lu Bu said with veins popping out. Gao Jinli cursed back again. Lu Bu, stop arguing. Play the game well first, although I think what Brother Gao Jinli said makes sense. After Yun Zheng finished speaking, he turned off the voice. Concentrate on playing the game. LV Bu, are you here to last hit? Very quickly. Yun Zheng, Lu Chan, and Gao Jinli pushed down the second tower in the middle lane of the opponent. Go straight to the high ground. At this time, Jianxian and others were resurrected. Does the opponent want to attack? Dongwang Tai frowned and said, they should want to tear down our high ground and then retreat. They are so greedy. Jianxian analyzed. What are you waiting for? Go straight to them. 4 against 3. Dongwang Tai said anxiously. God. Very quickly. Jinxian, Mingqi, Ganjiang, and Donghuang gathered at the high ground in the middle lane. Prepare for a team fight. And Zhu Beiji was also rushing here from the top lane. Lanling Wang was also on his way. Retreat or fight? Lu Chan asked. Hit, Gao Jinli said without hesitation. Yun Zheng's Bailey fired his second skill directly, instantly knocked off half of Gan Jiang Moi's health. Why not hit you? Gan Jiang Moi looked at his disappearing health bar and asked with a black face. Maybe you were physically weak. The sword fairy thought for a while and said casually. Gan Jiang Moi. Having said that, why does it feel weird? After being shot by Yun Zheng's second skill, Gan Jiang decisively began to retreat and hid at the back of the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Dong Wang flashed and sucked Gao Jinli, who was standing in the front. Meng Qi immediately followed up to attack. Bang! Yun Zheng raised his hand and shot, directly knocking Meng Qi to pieces. Liu Chan also rushed up, and his first skill, Little Overlord's Shield, directly sent Meng Qi flying from his seat, causing dizziness. The moment Meng Qi landed, Liu Chan easily took him away with a flat attack. Then, Jian Xian's Li Bai also entered the field and headed straight for Yunzheng. He had only one goal, but unfortunately, Yunzheng's ultimate move and flash were in hand, and he was not afraid of Jian Xian's Li Bai at all. When the second part of Jian Xian's first skill was about to approach, Yunzheng flashed directly to the other side and did not choose to retreat. He just pulled away from Jian Xian's Li Bai to a relatively safe distance. Jian Xian had no choice but to press the third part of the first skill and return to the original position. Bang! However, Li Bai had just returned to his original position when he was accurately hit by Yun Zheng's second skill. His health was directly reduced by 2/3. Instantly became a big cripple. Seeing this, Liu Chan decisively activated his ultimate move, Runaway Panda, and spun wildly under the tower. The Sword Immortal was killed on the spot. There was no time to dodge, and Dong Wang under the tower was also doomed to die because he had already used his flash. Chapter 108 Millionaire.